tests. Let's also check because we might be doing Minecraft later, let me also check my internet speed. Because, I mean, for this I don't need any internet speed. It's a static image, but I basically just need, like, above 1. And download speed is, I'd say, a respectable 30 megabits per second. That's horrible, but whatever.
Respectable being a relative term, of course.
Very relative term. It's still not connected? Oh, there we go. Alright, say a sentence at normal volume.
I'm in Alabama. No.
That's fine, okay. Let me listen. And download speed is...
No, there's nothing fine about it.
Respectable 30 megabits per second. That's horrible, but whatever.
Respectable being a relative term, of course.
Okay, let's turn you up by, let's call it... You're at 149? Let's turn you 165. That should do it. And I can turn you up more as requested. Alright. Yeah, upload speed 6 is fine. I can live with that. It's not good, but I can live with it. Okay, this is like the shortest time I've ever spent on... Well, I'm doing good this month for views. Anyway, I'm getting distracted by the fucking analytics. This is what I do. I got a comment on the community post I did that said, please continue to cook. Like, thank you, sir, I will. Okay, oh wait, I should probably make it public first. I think I'm gonna leave this one public for a while, actually. It can earn a little bit before I send it unlisted. Alright, public. We only spent, we didn't even spend 2 minutes on that pre-stream setup. That's our best ever, I think.
That's our best join.
Probably not my best, but our best, ever since I've started streaming with you. So, here's the link. I will...
Excelente.
What do we have in the bunks? Absolutely. What is this? Alright, let's fucking do this. Let's see how it fucking goes. Let me get my phone on. Alright.
I got a Gmail notification with that.
Oh, wow.
Oh, never mind. It was my fucking internet bill!
Whoops! Okay. We have Arken, our regular. We have Joe Larson, who I've not seen before, or I don't remember seeing before. Sneak peeks.
I don't know who Joe Larson is.
Joe Larson sounds like a fine fellow. Fine, upstanding fellow.
I bet he is. You
He
know,
sounds like a kind of guy who knows his way around a car. That's nice. Am I wrong? You tell me.
I bet he does.
Honestly, that I'm wrong? I don't think you can. Okay, I should probably turn off my ringtone. Okay, so... We have a fucking 14 people here. Good lord.
Already?
I have to say, I stream for fun, but if I want to start doing this for money, and I mean, I do need money, these streams seem like they're the most popular, like, consistently. Look at this, 14 within, what, 2 minutes?
Let's see who we got. We got Joe Larson, we got Arken, we got Sneak Peeks, Cat Gamer, Ace of Spade, YG64, Spaz, who looks like he's got a Krieger PFP, I don't know, or maybe not. Moose Man, who says Moose Man greets.
That's the dude who's doing the fan fiction post-Empire thing.
Moose Man is?
Yeah, in the Star Wars channel and Discord server.
Oh, he's doing the Fell Empire shenanigans. Hey, you need to friend me. I got questions. I used to do, and not too recently did I stop doing it. National RPs. So I'm intrigued, especially one in Star Wars. I'm intrigued. You be talking to me.
Yeah.
You hit me up.
It makes sense the political streams are popular. That's true. Honestly, the political streams have always been some of my best performing. The previous one, the election night one, was...
Did like 30.
It did a lot.
Exceptional.
It did a lot. It did, let's see. It hit almost, it's almost a 3K views. I think it's still public, which is why. But if I sort these by views, which I think I can do. Yeah, so
I'll give you a hint whenever the stream... Hold on. Moose Man, I'll give you a hint whenever the stream starts. I'm starting to frequent TSR just a touch more. in the Sci-Fi Hub in the Yeah, there you go. Yeah,
Yeah.
you figured me out. Hey,
So-
there's a friend request.
So my most viewed stream ever was the Star Wars discussion that I did with Parks Harmon of the Artor channel, which is still public. All my most viewed ones are still public, which checks out. The election night one is second, not a very close second, but it's second. The Israel-Palestine charity stream is the third most, and then Operation Free Our Boy, when we were escaping you from the law. And then
Which just so happened to be like a year from today or something.
a year and a week. A year and a week ago. Yep. And then the second charity stream that I did, which wasn't as successful, but still did pretty well, is still public. I honestly might unlist that eventually. I don't know. Anyway, so yeah, I guess these do really well. We will. Okay, we have like 20 fucking
exceptional.
people.
They don't do as good. They don't do as good as our or they do better than our gaming streams. Where are y'all whenever we're playing a game?
We might get on Minecraft.
Where are y'all whenever we're playing a game, guys?
Anyway, so yeah, well, because we're also getting people who aren't regular. Like Joe Larson here says, never seen a stream.
By the way, welcome.
Oh yeah.
Which, by the way, welcome, Mr. Joe Larson. Hope you're a repeat customer. Little introduction for the people who are new here. The person who's speaking is the titular man himself. He is Arken the American, sometimes going by the name of Jacob.
As that is my legal name.
Videos.
As that is the name on my documents. Yes, I do go by that name periodically.
He is the owner and chief connoisseur of this channel.
I don't know what the word connoisseur means.
Shut the fuck up! Anyway, now he's the owner and chief warden of the channel, I guess. Warden?
Oh. Sure, whatever. Why the fuck not?
He is the man. He is the man, the myth, the legend, TM. The creator of the Politics of Star Wars video, wildly popular. Sequel not only in production, we are in post-production, I hope.
Maybe, just maybe, we'll give them a little tease later. We'll see.
Well, we'll keep that on the nose for all y'all interested. But anyway, he is an investigative journalist extraordinaire, considering the fact that's what he went to college for. And not only that, he produces exceptional videos. So we encourage y'all, any of the new people here, check out any of the new video or any of the old videos after the stream. Stick around for the new videos. And as for myself, I am but a humble.
I'll introduce. No, wait. Hang on. You introduce me. I'll introduce you. This.
All right, go for it.
This dear man is Wilson. I'd say my longtime script editor. He's only worked on one of my scripts, but that script took a fucking year. So,
most consistent script editor.
Editor, and that's true, actually. Editor and co-writer of the second Star Wars video. My good friend, who as I mentioned, we kind of broke him out of jail a little bit with one of our streams once. That was fun.
That was interesting.
He is the best thing that the state of Arkansas has ever produced, which is arguably a compliment.
It's very much a compliment. The only other thing this state produced was Bill Clinton and Johnny Cash.
Johnny Cash is from Arkansas. I think he's from Tennessee.
Nope, he's from Arkansas.
No,
From a place called, memory serves, he's from a place called
Kingsland,
Arkansas.
No, he's from Kingsland, Arkansas, according to Wikipedia.
That's it.
Anyway,
another thing Arkansas produced: Douglas MacArthur.
Fair enough. Okay, one of the best things that Arkansas ever produced.
One of the four.
He has been with me on, I believe, every stream for the last year, which is nuts because I usually do at least one solo stream a year, but not this time around. I will be doing a couple soon because I want to stream Wolfenstein and shoot some Nazis for reasons. We'll get to that. So there are like fucking 20 of you this early on. That's super rare. So let's switch to the image that Wilson and I have created for this. So, Wilson, you wanted to do the introduction. You get to do this.
Hold on, I have a bunch of candy in my mouth.
Well, isn't that charming?
My deepest apologies, ladies and gentlemen. My girlfriend and I found an entire list of Star Wars themed drinks. I'm on my third. It's called the Youngling Slayer, and it has a bunch of Sour Patch Kids in it. And I just finished a drink, and I didn't think better of it to just swallow all of them. Anyway, ah, we're good to go. So yeah, an introduction. So this is going to be the first of a new streaming series that we're probably going to do throughout the very least the course of the Trump presidency, themed or at the very least named from Eleanor Roosevelt's Fireside Chats.
I believe that was
that she did
Franklin
throughout the course of the
Roosevelt's.
war.
I thought that was FDR, not his wife.
I thought Eleanor popularized it.
I wouldn't know. I don't really know much about her. Fireside Chats, they were radio addresses given by Franklin D. Roosevelt. Where's Eleanor here in this? Eleanor. She's not mentioned a single time in this Wikipedia article.
Oh, then never mind. Popularized by FDR throughout the course of the war in his fourth presidential term.
No, he started in 1933.
Oh, well, shit. Throughout the entire course of his presidential term. What do you know?
Yeah.
But no, we are going to be doing this as kind of giving a state of the country, state of the union, perhaps, update once every month, I think you said you were interested in doing it.
Yeah, if we can't, realistically, it'll be every, 6 weeks, but...
especially as life is a little bit tough.
I want to... So, I want to start trying to stream weekly, if I can, but that's the thing, if I can. So, I don't know.
But anyway, so... Anyway, we're going to be doing this. This is mostly a vehicle for us to do our part, but also share our opinions, which we're going to get into both of those statements in just a moment here, as soon as we conclude the introduction. We're going to be talking about a list of things with y'all tonight, folks, and we hope that y'all join in on the conversation. I'm going to rapid fire through here a little list that I have written for us. We're going to... So this is going to be politics-based. It's mostly going to be talking about the Trump presidency and his charting a course through the journey that will be American politics for the next 4 years. And as is befitting of an inaugural episode, we've wagered that it would be fitting, I've said that twice, to talk about the inauguration. So that's what we're going to start with for the evening. But hang around, folks. We're going to be talking about the ceremony itself. We're going to be talking about the first week of his tenure. We're going to then be discussing the future of American democracy and the aesthetics of both democracy and fascism. We're going to be talking about possible election fraud on the Republican side, which might have dire consequences for the midterms. We're going to be talking about immigration and Trump's attempt to end birthright citizenship. We're going to be talking about tariffs, of which we might get a special guest. We might get a special guest in there.
We might. That depends on when she gets home. It's going to be another hour.
It depends on when she gets home. But in any case, we're also going to be talking about the Greenland debacle. We're going to be talking about the state of LGBTQ rights and its erosion, particularly. And then finally, we're going to end off the evening with a special segment that we kind of just cooked up on the fly, which we're gonna name "Demystifying Investigative Journalism." We are going to pick a topic, and then we are going to, on stream, kind of just look through and try to come to our own conclusions about it. The topic that we have selected for this evening, I will keep a secret. But it is relevant to everything that we've been talking about. Or we will be talking about, I should say.
Moose Man says, restore the Bull Moose Party for America. I wonder why somebody with moose in the name would want to restore the Bull Moose Party.
Aren't you a French Canadian?
He is a French Canadian.
I will get myself a copy for this. Excellent.
We also have.
We are hoping some Euros get in here. We'll be talking to the Euros.
Yeah, we've also got. We've got. Let's see. We have Ark Reactor, who's one of my moderators and friend.
Ark.
And we have Aodas, who is my best customer, historically.
Yes, Aodas. How can we forget? Oh yeah. You're in TSR now. Welcome, Aodas. Have we talked before?
I believe so.
Have I had a conversation with Aodas before?
I think I have before. I don't know if you have. And I'll be popping my let me flash it here. I'm gonna pop my browser on every once in a while.
Yeah.
I have it sized properly, I think, for once. I won't have to adjust it like midstream because I actually have my shit together for once. How long do we want to go for? We didn't actually discuss that.
We're gonna go as long as we need to, baby.
All right. I
We
mean,
got topics and the will to discuss them.
that's the way to put it. Okay. So, what's the first topic? First topic is the inaugural ceremony. I don't know if there's anything particular you wanted to do.
No, this seemed to be all yours. You wanted to talk about the.
I just
ceremony.
wanted to talk about, and it'll lead into the next point. But I wanted to talk about the fact that it was indoors. The
Yeah.
people who attended.
Yeah, he raised what, $200 million? He raised $200 million.
That's I didn't read that. Hang on. How many dollars?
How much money did he raise for the inauguration? Only to jip all of his followers and do it indoors.
Inauguration. I heard 90. Oh my god. Okay, yeah, 170 million.
Yeah, raised 170. Mine was closer. $170 million, and there were like crowds of Trump supporters outside in the freezing cold, wondering where their president was.
I saw fucking Jordan Klepper going around. I almost felt bad for them.
I did not watch the inauguration when it happened. I watched clips of it afterwards, but there was one thought circulating in my mind. Stop me if you thought of this too. It doesn't take $170 million to run this shit. They just didn't.
So look,
it was absurd.
It's a money laundering thing, in my opinion, but that's a different story. It was cold, y'all, but it wasn't that cold. The coldest inauguration on record was Reagan, and it was either 22 degrees Fahrenheit or minus 22 degrees Fahrenheit. I don't actually remember. Coldest.
Hold on. Arken himself is talking in the chat. He's saying he was in D.C. the week before the inauguration.
I don't give a damn. I genuinely don't care, though. Like, fuck that. If Reagan, who was pretty old himself... let me find Reagan. It was, yeah. The swearing in was moved indoors. Oh, okay. Well, so they did move it indoors. I don't remember that because I've definitely seen clips of his second inauguration, but the swearing in itself might have happened inside. So. Yeah, moved indoors in 1985 before Reagan began his second term. That day, the temperature in the Capitol was 7 degrees Fahrenheit with wind chills in the minus 10 to 20 degree Fahrenheit range in the afternoon. So yes, it was cold, but like, that wasn't the only thing. Part of it was definitely crowd sizes, I think, because he's very sensitive about that.
I have the biggest crowds.
Yeah, the other thing I think, honestly... I don't know. I have no evidence for this, and I don't like to launder in conspiracy theories, but you don't need $170 million for what they did. You don't even need $1 million. Shit, you could probably make do with like $100,000. So where is that money going? I mean, it's not going directly into his bank account. Like, there are laws.
No, you're right, but I will tell you exactly where it's going. I will tell you exactly where it's going whenever we bring up during the inauguration who got top billing during the ceremony.
Wait, hang on. I have to interrupt this.
Is it the comic book best?
Yeah, to be fair to Trump, his supporters probably already knew the way into the Capitol building. I love it.
Oh my god. Wasn't there genuine safety concerns?
There's always genuine safety concerns for every inauguration, since, like, forever.
Trump's not special. Like, he's done the same thing that what? Who was the last president who did 2 non-consecutive terms? Was it Cleveland?
Cleveland.
I mean, to be fair, Cleveland also got assassinated, which...
No, he wasn't. Garfield was. Garfield and McKinley.
Oh, that's right, Garfield.
Either side of Cleveland. There's genuine safety concerns anywhere the president goes. That's sort of the Secret Service's job.
Yeah, like, I mean... If we want to talk about safety concerns, stop watching the stream. Go to a YouTube channel by the name of Wendover Productions. He did like a 30-minute long video of like how much the president spends whenever he travels, or like how much the U.S. government spends
Wow.
And it like, shut up. It's like he spends $200,000, or the government spends $200,000 every time the presidential motorcade like goes to the UN, or like goes to the, or I'm sorry, or something of that nature. I don't know.
Yeah.
I haven't watched that video in months. It's a good video.
So like, it's $200 million almost, $170 million, spent on what? Where does it go? I assume it goes somehow into his or their, maybe the Republican whatever campaign coffers. I really don't know. What happened? Let's find out. What happens to inaugural fund money?
But like, here's another thing. While he's looking that up, let's talk about something that happened the week prior to the inauguration. He launches a scam coin. He and his wife, a few days apart from each
Both
other,
of them, yeah.
launch a scam coin, which is overvalued massively. Still does great because, of course, it's Trump and it's supposed to be a commemorative, like, digital coin, right? And it makes him one of the top 4 billionaires in the world. Overnight. You know, during his first inauguration, he did the song and dance of, like, divesting everything, even though he really didn't. I mean, he just didn't this time. He has not. He just simply has not. There is no Republican who is defending him that I know of who's saying, well, hey, you know, Trump may have gotten rich over this scam coin, and he might have scammed out his followers through selling gold and dumb Rolex watches and footwear and raised $170 million for this inauguration. Where did it go? Like, there's no song and dance.
So
Republicans just
we're gonna do a little bit of reading. We said this would be a research stream. Let's do it. So I'm not gonna read the whole thing, but I wanna kind of go over it a little bit. So previous pardon?
Don't worry about it. Carry on.
Previous presidents have typically adopted self-imposed limitations on their inaugural fundraising. Barack Obama capped individual contributions to his 2009 inauguration at $50,000. George Bush capped them at $250,000. Trump has not. And then there's this dark money in inaugural funds. This year's inaugural committee is projected to raise over $200 million in total, and the origins of some of these millions may remain secret if contributions were routed through dark money groups, which refers to political spending where the true sources of the funds are concealed from the public through corporate shell or conduit. Yeah, so money laundering. In other words, it is a way. It says it up here. It's a way to buy access to the president. Like here, the very first sentence: technology giants Amazon, Meta, and Google are among the many corporate special interests that ponied up $1 million apiece to pay for Donald Trump's second inauguration. And who was there? Who was at the inauguration?
Who was there?
Jeff Bezos. Sundar Pichai, Zuckerberg, Elon Musk, all of them who paid for this shit were there. So, yeah.
Welcome to the second Gilded Age, everybody.
We're there.
Robber barons, tech oligarchs. This is it. This is it. This is the government now.
What did you send me?
Don't worry about it.
I will not worry about it. So that's the inauguration itself. I don't really know what else there is to say about it.
Oh my god, Ark's right. Hold on. Ark's right. He didn't even sign his own ethics pledge.
Yep. Bribery. Yeah, correct. But no, so I mean, look, the thing was held indoors. It's very much like Ebenezer Scrooge kind of thing, like not wanting to be seen with the commoners, because he doesn't need them anymore.
I dare touch the pores.
And, you know, we can joke about the whole he didn't touch the Bible because both would burst into flames thing, but, like, but that's a difference. That's just, like, that's aesthetics, whatever. I don't believe in God. I don't care. The Bible is a fancy book. It doesn't fucking matter if he touches it or not. That's stupid. But
here's how I say it. Quick side tangent. Here's how I see it. God or not, it's a book that a fuckload of people respect. Whole bunch of people respect.
That's true.
So if there is no easier way than to inherently get the trust of people than to play on their religious aspects, whether that be swearing an oath on one of their holy books or invoking the name of their God when making the pledge.
So wait, what do you do if you're an atheist? Do you just swear on Richard Dawkins' The God Delusion?
No, I tell you what I would swear on. I would swear on the Constitution itself. I'd say,
Yeah.
bring that bitch. If I was the president, I'd be like, bring that bitch out of the
That's
fucking
actually not a bad.
rotunda.
That's
I'm putting my hand on it.
Yeah.
I'm swearing by this document to uphold it.
Yeah, that checks out. But I mean, I see Trump as a false prophet. Trump is, to my understanding, basically what the Catholic Church has preached against for millennia now as the Antichrist. He sells his own fake Bibles. He elevates himself as a godlike figure.
He literally does.
I saw a tweet earlier, I think yesterday, that said, other than the Almighty, has anyone achieved more in 7 days than at Donald Trump? And then he goes on to say, of course, unlike the Almighty, unlike God, Trump didn't rest on the seventh day. They're elevating him above God. Now, I'm an atheist.
He is better than Yahweh. He is.
I don't care for God one way or another, but I also don't care for people who try to make themselves gods.
This is, alright, spoiler warning for all the people who are in this chat. The Star Wars politics video is not the only one in the works. In very early brainstorming and production, we are going to be talking about, or we're going to have a new video that Arken and I are going to co-produce, including, hopefully, voice segments from yours truly, but we don't know yet, called A Tale of Two Republics, where we will be doing the fruitless task that so many far-right Christian conservatives love to do, which is comparing the United States to the Roman Republic and its subsequent downfall. And this is definitely going to be like the elevation to a deity of political figures. And the mixing of political and religious dogma is going to be one of the things talking about too, because I hear like people saying Trump doing more work than God, saying that God, which again I don't particularly believe in, but if we're going to take the dogma at face value for this segment, I created light and cast away the darkness, and then I created the sun, the moon, the trees, the forest. I did all that, and still saying, yeah, but after 7 days, Trump's still working. Like, if this was a couple centuries ago, that would just straight up be heresy. That would be heretical.
That would get you tarred and feathered.
That would get you burnt at the stake. That would have the Inquisition knocking at your door.
Not a couple centuries ago. That's more like 4 or 5 centuries ago, but
the point still stands. Like, it's absurd. It is a complete and utter slap in the face of people who actually takes the teachings of Jesus of Nazareth and apply them to their daily lives. It is a complete and utter slap in the face at one of his core base. Or perhaps it isn't, because here's another thing that we're going to talk about right now, right? You've noticed this, because we've talked about it before. I want to know if our viewers have noticed this. It's almost like a litmus test for Trump.
Okay, hang on. I'm gonna do this.
How much can I embarrass you publicly? How much can I humiliate you publicly with you taking it and still being loyal to me?
There we go. I find there's a feature on streams now. You can do goals. For like super chats. Yeah, and I tried to do it before, but it didn't work. I set one. It's minimum of $2 because that's the lowest I can set it at, and I feel bad doing it higher.
Let's go.
I will not, peddle and panhandle, but I'll put that out there and obviously answer whatever questions any donor has. I'll also be very appreciative. It'll be very nice. I owe a lot of money to my former apartment, which is threatening me right now. So anyway, I don't want to dwell on that. I don't want to focus on that.
That's something you can round out on Twitter later. Follow him at Twitter at Arken the American.
This is cool. This is new. YouTube says ads will run shortly for some viewers in 45 seconds. So if y'all want to tune out in 45 seconds for a minute or two.
Hold on. I have been graced with a beverage by my darling girlfriend.
I don't know what to call it.
I'd like the beverage.
It's the Youngling Slayer.
No, it's not.
Okay.
I did whatever.
Wait, I didn't want to do that. Oh, well, ladies and gentlemen, your ads have been skipped. You're welcome.
Now you need to try it.
Oh, I just skipped ads for like 20 people. Whoops, there goes a whole bunch of money for...
Nah, it's like $2 that was just made up. It begins. Thank you, Adas, as usual. Much appreciated.
Damn drink.
Anyway, I don't want to...
Hold on.
I would donate, but I've already donated $200 to Alley Fire.
Yeah,
Dude, that's
yeah.
totally legit. That's
Well, you
totally
got some
legit.
Sprite, so if you need to tone it down a little bit, you can.
We're continuing if you don't mind.
Fine, since you want me to leave so bad.
Be gone.
God.
What ads? You don't get any ads because I accidentally skipped them. Good luck. Or not good luck. Congratulations and mazel tov.
No
Anyway.
ads.
Yeah. They will return at some point. I have them every 30 minutes. So, there you go.
Yes. But no, it's almost like a litmus test. First he bashes somebody in public, calls them Meatball Iran, calls them Traitor Tulsi, right? And then what do? They
I don't remember
online.
that.
You didn't even want me to do what?
I don't remember that.
You don't recall him calling Ron DeSantis Meatball
I remember that. I don't
Iran?
remember Tulsi.
That was a while.
Oh boy. Adas is now doing it to $4. He's just fucking playing with us at this point. 5, I guess that's his 5th donation. Adas is awesome. We love him. I need to create like a role for
We love
donors
Adas.
on the Discord server. I'll do it at some point later.
Here we go.
too.
Since we're still on our
Yes,
primary
I wanted
point
to. I
of
forgot.
discussing-
Yes, well, I'll introduce it. So, I totally forgot that happened because it has been a long week. I forgot. But, yes, let's talk about the Musk salute. My
Yes,
God,
let's.
Adas, good lord.
He's just giving up. Hold up. I know that this is incredibly in poor form, but can we set a tone for this discussion real quick?
Okay, I'm listening.
Are you familiar with a YouTuber by the name of Mini Minuteman?
No.
He's an archaeology YouTuber, and he put out 2 shorts about the Musk salute that we just have.
Oh, is that what you
said?
is that what you sent me the other day?
Yes. I, by the way, love Mini Minuteman. Shout out,
I'll go
great
find it.
YouTuber.
I'll go
But go grab those 2. Go grab those 2
Yes.
shorts.
Well, I have one of them. I don't have the
And-
other. You can send me the other.
The other one you can. I will
Sweet
find it.
Jesus, Adas ended up donating $10. Why you couldn't just do? I mean, okay.
Because
So-
he wanted to meet all of the objectives. He wanted
That's
to
cool.
meet the goal. Let's give it a
It's
round of
adorable.
applause for
Thank
Adas.
you. I've made some money. I will start another later. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to start one between each point that we want to hit. That seems like a reasonable, or maybe after each
There
ad
we
break.
go.
I don't fucking every 30 minutes or so. Anyway, do.
Go ahead and play for this. And would you mind to stream on Discord so I can watch it as well?
Sure. Let me
Is the short titled "The Excuses for This Are Insane"?
this is out of control. So the other one, I guess.
Hold on. We're gonna start with. Hold on. We're gonna start with the one. The excuses for this are insane.
Okay.
Which is. Hold on, real quick. I have some. I'm just gonna post this, and then that, and then copy this. Ignore that. That's something for later. Ignore the text. It's something for later.
That's fine.
Anyway, all right. Let's go. Let's watch this.
All right. What did you miss, Maya? You missed. We're still just talking about the ceremony itself. We're talking about
And all the shit that happened during it.
You see it on the screen, I suppose. That thing. Heil Hinkle. Yep.
I love how the top
All right.
recommended is yours.
Aw, that's nice.
All right, let's do
Anyway,
this.
are you
Let's
ready
do
for
this.
the thing?
Yeah, let's do it.
Wow. Excuses that I have seen for this are some of the funniest things I've ever seen in my fucking life. Milo, I didn't subscribe to you for this. This isn't archaeology. Sorry, but I can't see someone do this in front of the presidential seal of the United States of America and not fucking say something about it because I'm not a giant pushover. Guys, he was just throwing his heart to the audience. Get the fuck out of here. You kidding me? His palm was flat the entire way. But my personal favorite, guys, it's because he's autistic. I'm gonna just call it like I see it. All my homies are autistic. I ain't never seen one of them stim by doing a Hitler salute. Now, granted, I don't want to speak on behalf of the neurodivergent or autistic community here, so correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think that's what's going on here. Also fucking hilarious hearing that coming from people who've probably never advocated for autism a single time in their life except to defend someone doing this. If you think this is just totally normal, I got a challenge for you. Do this at work tomorrow and see what happens.
I love that. And
That's
it's very true. So here's the thing. I don't know if Elon Musk is a Nazi, but here's the problem. The fact that we are discussing that question is a problem. Because why are we...
Is
so
somebody
seriously talking
in the
about
president's inner circle a Nazi?
Like,
I'm certain the last time that question was asked was literally in the 40s and 30s.
Yep. Like, there's a reason that we are so serious about this, is because, like, if they're gonna show a clip, I think, in this video as well, of, like, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez doing it, and there's this photo, but if Ark created a role for donors called corporate benefactor.
Corporate benefactor!
I love that. I love that.
Ark, make a roll for me. Hold on, real quick.
You should call it
Ark,
lobbyist instead.
You should call it lobbyist, but Ark, hey Ark, make a roll for me on Discord. Arken and I have been debating furiously what my specialized role should be, and we have not come up with one. We want input. Do it.
Yeah.
We'll
Anyway,
be happy with whatever.
so there's this. Let me actually see if I can. AOC Nazi salute question mark. Let me see if I can find it. So, so maybe it's on Instagram. Let's find out. Yeah, there. That's what they point to. That they point to this as a Nazi salute. Here's the thing. She was going over. There's that one, which is obviously not a Nazi salute, and there's this one where she's holding her arm out, but they crop it so that they don't show that she's just trying to hug her friend, fellow progressive politician Ed Markey of Massachusetts. So I mean,
yeah.
There's a reason, and this is what this next video talks about, and I'll play it and we can discuss.
Oh god, the excuses are getting out of control. And we're talking about this again. Checkmate liberals, Hillary Clinton also did it. Do you remember when all of these guys parroted white supremacist talking points on the social media app they own? Oh shit, did I say these guys? I meant this guy. Yeah, context is kind of important here, people. Even if this was legitimate criticism, don't act like you suddenly care about it. Because people that use this are still not criticizing this guy. They're just using it to change the conversation. Speaking of context, the gesture was him grabbing his heart and throwing it to the audience. Well, we've now seen a video of him grabbing his heart and throwing it to the audience, and it doesn't look anything like that. Guys, it was just an awkward gesture. It was probably a mistake. Fair enough, then you'd expect him to do what any of us would do. Be like, hey, that was my bad. I can totally see how you'd think that. My apologies. Oh. He responded with Nazi-based puns. How the fuck is anyone defending this? Ever wondered what you would have done in 1930s Germany? I'll give you a hint. It's whatever you're doing right now.
I have said that a few times in the last week, and I'm going to keep saying it, I think, for a while.
Yep. Like, yeah. The literal excuses for this shit. We were watching how the sausage gets made right here. But no, like, guys, this goes for. I'm gonna hope and pray that all 29 of you beautiful people have a brain, right? There might even be some amongst you who consider themselves as Republicans. I hope and pray to God that you didn't vote for Trump, but if you did, take a moment to reflect here with something that I'm about to say, right? What we've just witnessed over the course of these two shorts is a billionaire throwing a Nazi salute, the Nazis getting it, but you can look at any white supremacist on Twitter and go like, it's a mask-off moment, that's our boy. With Republican apologists making excuses and trying to change the conversation, meanwhile the guy in question is just having a laugh about it. He's just, quote-unquote, laughing at the haters.
Yeah.
So take a moment and realize this is what we're prepared for the next 4 years. Whenever there's nothing about Trump or direct consequences of his actions and administrations, it is going to be the people who he's snuggled up to doing shit like this to provoke liberals, to provoke people like us. And what we're doing right now might be the intended reaction, so the buck stops here. Let me make the reaction for y'all. Y'all, don't do what I'm about to do. He's crazy. He's nuts. There's not a sensible bone about him. This is not how you deal with the haters. You are a respectable public official, you should be acting like it. There's a time and a place, and that wasn't it. When so many Americans are worried about the erosion of our country's institutions and constitutional protections, reminiscing about a government which is famous for then doing that and then murdering millions of people, millions of their own citizens in most cases. That is the time where you need to stand up and say, nah, Chief, it ain't right, and I'm not a sorry pity pants liberal for saying it. And you all saying that I am is deflecting, because this is who you are. You will defect, you will kowtow, you will cuck yourselves to Trump and his fascist gangs while pretending you're not a fascist yourself. It takes real courage and real bravery to stand up to this shit and ignore the litanies of lol cry about it liberal. Alright liberals, daddy's home. We're gonna talk to you about this shit now. To deal with that shit and still say, no, this shit's wrong. And to a lot of people, pointing out this shit may seem petty. It may seem inconsequential. It may seem like a red herring to distract us from the actual damage that he's doing, and they may rightly point that out. But the long and short of it, at the end of the day, it, along with everything else that's being obscured by his administration, needs to be pointed out. It needs to be in the public consciousness. We need to inform the voters, specifically the people who voted for Trump and said, this is your guy. If you're okay with this, you are fundamentally standing against the Constitution of the United States of America. This is not America. This is not the United States. This is not who we are. This is a thin veneer of fascist paint that is being plastered across our governmental institutions. So yeah, let me be the outraged liberal for all of y'all. Y'all take this with calm, cool, composure, point it out, stand on your principles, don't buy into this shit. Let me be the one to take the heat for you. Alright? That's that. That's all I've got to say on that. You, Jacob?
You about covered it. For me, being of a people who were rather directly affected by people who did that salute in the past, you would think it activates some kind of deeply ingrained cultural memory or whatever. It doesn't. For me, I don't believe Elon Musk is a Nazi, but what I do believe he is an attention whore. He is obsessed with people liking him. He bought an entire social media app to get people to like him. He's incredibly petty. He's very childish. And I saw a theory floating around on Twitter, and this is basically my theory, that there was that controversy pre-inauguration about legal immigration and H-1B visas, where he and Vivek Ramaswamy found themselves on the let's not, deport hard-working, high-skilled people, and then you had all these very far-right people who are just racist and don't like Indian people. Those people are his base. The Nazis are his base of support. And I'm not going to go too hard on the President Musk jokes, but he is the President of the United States. He is the one making many of the decisions, or at least influencing them very heavily. He is, by all means, an unelected public official. For now. I'm sure he will be pushed out eventually. That is almost inevitable. But still. So he saw that his base of supporters, his far-right crowd, had turned on him to some degree. So he wanted to signal to them, I'm still on your side. Which is almost as bad, if not worse in some ways, than if he were genuinely an ideological fascist or Nazi, which I don't think he is. I don't think he or Trump really have an ideology, aside from just self-serving. I think they're very narcissistic. I think they're very greedy. I think they're chameleons politically. They'll take whatever position is popular. I've heard it said that the build a wall thing was a campaign line that went way out of hand, and I kind of believe it. Like, I don't think he really wanted to do this, as evidenced by the fact that he didn't. He had 4 years, and he built like 200 miles of wall on a 2,000-mile border. But it became popular, and he knows to some extent that his power, like every politician, comes from the people, and the people wanted this, so he went along with it. I think this was Musk's reconciliation gesture to his supporters. The non-Nazis will debate and equivocate and prevaricate, but the people that message was meant to go to received it. Loud and fucking clear.
Loud and clear. Yeah, for sure. 150%. The people who that was meant to go out to, they got it.
How is that worse than actual fascism? I'll tell you how it's worse than actual fascism, Bob. I'll tell you how. His name is not Bob. His username is Bob Semple Tank, but I'm not going to say that every time, so it's Bob. I'll tell you how. It's not worse. It's not worse, but aspects of it are worse, and I'll tell you how. If you have an openly fascist party, if the Republican Party renamed themselves the American Fascist Party, if they wore swastikas, if they waved around red flags with white circles and black symbols in the middle, like, if they openly branded themselves as Nazis, there would still be, I think, 20 to 30% of the population that went along with it, but the entire rest of the country would rally against that, I think. It is the uncertainty and the gaslighting, and that is a word that gets overused nowadays. It's therapy speak, and therapy speak is generally overused nowadays. But it is gaslighting. It is doing something, and then turning around and saying, I didn't do that. Or it wasn't what you saw. The name, of course, coming from the gas lamp, which can distort what you see through the light. So, this fascist party, essentially, that is not openly branding itself as fascist, it has plausible deniability to a large, gullible swath of the population who are, I think, mostly for their own comfort, if more than anything else, are trying to convince themselves that what they saw was not what they saw. Because when you realize that you're being ruled by fascists, well, that's fucking terrifying. And that's a really difficult thing to wrestle with. It's a lot easier to convince yourself that, like, oh no, they're a little more extreme, but come on, guys, they're not Nazis. Who's the guy behind the Dispatch? Jonathan, is it Jonathan Goldberg? Jonah Goldberg. Jonah Goldberg and a couple of other people who are center-right, anti-Trump, never Trump types. And I remember watching them on Twitter saying, like, it's so obviously not a Nazi salute, like, he's obviously just got overly excited. Let's say he did. I've been overly excited. I've been told I'm autistic by basically every person I know. I don't have a diagnosis, I don't identify as such, but every person in my life seems to think that I'm autistic, and there's some reason to believe that. I don't think I've ever struck a Nazi salute. Probably as a joke, but because I like to do impressions, but I don't think I've ever done one in public with the full, like, to my chest, beating it and then throwing it out like that. I don't think I've ever done that. And I know a lot. I think all my friends, again, are also autistic. I don't think any of them have ever done that. Not in my... Oh dear, that's not good. Not in my presence, anyway. Stream is... Okay? The stream had a moment. We're fine, okay. So, it's... And I saw Joshua Reed Eckel, the chairman or president or whatever he's calling himself now of Project Liberal, which we are both part of, more so me. And I saw him talking about this on Twitter about Jonah Goldberg and all the other people who were in denial. And he said, like, yes, it's very comfortable to believe that you didn't see what you saw. allows you to keep your worldview intact. But you can't keep your worldview intact. You have to adapt with the changing times. Adapt or die. The rules are being rewritten before us. You have to be very ready to change. You have to be very, what's the word? I want to use whatever the static form of plasticity is, as in neural plasticity. You need to be very flexible. That's probably the best word. And very ready to... malleable. There's the word. You need to be very malleable with your ideas and your understanding of the world, because it's changing every single day. And to the one person laughing that we're still talking about the salute, yes, I think the richest person in the world and shadow president of the country striking a Nazi salute is worth discussing for a few minutes.
No. I wanted to actually address that because he posted a
Hello.
comment
Thank you.
similar to it. Oh, hello, Dos. We'll get to that in just a second. No, this guy made a very similar quote, a very similar thing earlier in the chat log, saying, pathetic that this is currently the party's focus with everything else going on. Some BS salute that every major U.S. leader has done in the past 20 years. Why is everyone so obsessed with Elon? Firstly, what the fuck are you talking about?
They have not done that.
Secondly, like, as I mentioned in my spiel, like, let me be the person to talk about this so that other people don't. So if you think it's pathetic that we're continuing to talk about this, you're the problem. You are the people who are being cucked to Trump, right? You're the and might I add, if you're the type of person to believe that Elon doing this is a red herring for all the other shit that's about to be being talked on, this stream might go for 6 hours, and at most we've talked about it for 20 minutes, and he's about to wrap up his point. This is going to be a very minor... He's done. This is a very minor segment to the rest of the video. Get over yourself.
Apparently I'm slightly autistic. I can tell you that I've never done a Nazi... Half my audience is also fucking major autists, and they're all going like, I've never...
Of course they're autists. Your most famous video is about Star Wars. No, I will confess.
Thanks.
I will confess live on stream. I have popped many a Nazi salute in my time. Mostly of them are jokes. Are any of y'all familiar with the movie Downfall? It's because I was quoting scenes from Downfall, which were like major in-group jokes. Downfall is also just an excellent film.
I need to watch that.
It has Hitler committing suicide in it, so of course it's an excellent film.
And Goebbels.
And Goebbels, of course. Killing his wife as well. Excellent. But no, so I mean, like,
I want to...
Joseph Fritz had a message retracted that was upsetting.
Oh. I want to address... Aodas donated another $10, which is...
Yes, let's talk about his thing.
I want to... And I'll field this one. Do you expect another...
Are you going to read it out?
Yeah, I will. Do you expect another Charlottesville? I myself would be surprised if they don't start being a lot more open after this. Here's my... Oh my god, we're 40 fucking viewers. Good lord.
Real quick intersections. I saw, like, people in South Carolina rural towns and Georgian rural towns, just, like, in the days after the election, walking around in full Nazi regalia. I'd have to go find the fucking clips of it.
What were you doing in South Carolina?
No, I wasn't doing that. I was just scrolling mindlessly through YouTube and this shit was popping. And I was checking the date stamp.
What in the sweet fucking... Wilson?
We're doing once every month. Little Fireside chat. 50 people! Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show!
I can't tell. I think it might have gotten the numbers wrong. I don't know if it's 40 or 50, but... Oh, that's not good.
I'm looking at it live on my phone, because I always do during it.
Hang on. We have a minor stream technical issues. Why does it say it?
We're having...
No data. This stream will end shortly. That's a problem. One moment. As we hit 40 fucking... Stream crashed. Uh-oh. 0. Hang on. I think we've recovered. I think we're recovering. Oh, shit. We will restart it if we have to. This is weird. I don't... It's like you still hear me. My internet's still working.
Yeah, you're good.
This is weird. I'm getting pings on Discord now. Stream crashed. Is it fully crashed, or are we fucked, or what's going on? I might have to restart it. No, it's still. This is weird.
They have been sent to the eternal buffer zone.
Eternal buffer zone. This is strange. Do they not hear? They don't hear us. Open
They do
widget.
not hear
What
this.
is going
It's
on?
alright, we've been silenced.
YouTube is silencing us. Okay, hang on. Are we back? Because we're back at.
Are we back,
I think so.
ladies and gentlemen?
Let me restart the tab. Let's see if that fixes it.
I saw the stream continuing. Please stand by.
Yes, I changed it to that
Repeat
while we're
setup.
dealing with this. Hang on.
Oh
hang
damn,
on.
we lost like fucking 20 fucking viewers. What happened?
It's fine. We'll get them back. We'll fight for it. Yeah, my internet speed's actually fine right now. I don't know what the hell's going on. Proper
We're back up
sacrifice.
to 25, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, hang on. So Musk got
They
to
can hear,
you.
they can hear you.
Thank you, Maya.
They can hear you.
Yes, okay, good. Sorry, fellas, that was weird. I did not expect that today,
Hi,
considering the static image. I think if I can, then you can. That was very strange. That
was
yeah,
odd.
that was very odd. I hope that doesn't happen again.
We
I've
jumped into
never
fucking
seen that
50
before.
viewers and then we got silenced by.
I actually think it wasn't
by
50. I
Big
think
Dog.
my computer had an episode there actually, because I don't think it was 50. It went from 50 to 40 real fucking quick. So you're not allowed to have 50 viewers. You're cutting- you're cutting in and out.
Absolutely not.
This is very strange. You're cutting in and out. Maya texted me. We can hear you. Okay. I think we're fine.
Yeah.
You have escaped but you're way behind chat. I am? Oh, I am. Let me restart my, on my phone here. Maya texted me, she said, that I'm way behind on chat. That checks out. We could always hear you. Oh! Huh. That is very strange what just happened, but we are going to resume. We're going to get back to where we were. There's 20 of us. We've
returned from the old. We
Numbers have
returned
been-
from the,
we've plummeted from 30 to 20, but that's fine. We'll get them back.
we'll get them back, fellas. We always do.
We'll claw
Fun
them
show.
back. So the question we were addressing, I guess I said Charlottesville, and it did not like that. We will see. So I will.
Is there going to be another one? That was the question. That was Aodos's question. He
Yes.
spent 10 hard-earned schmackaroons on that question.
Yep, and I'd like to give it a well-earned answer. So, I'm gonna come at this from a little bit of a roundabout way. Hopefully my stream doesn't crash again as I do so.
It's still saying stream continuing. So
Yeah, I know. I changed it to the regular image. I don't know when it'll update. Anyway.
Oh, there it is. It's
Good. So yeah, it takes a while to update. So Charlottesville rally, for those of you who are not aware, which I don't know, most of you probably will be, but let's give us a little refresher. Charlottesville is it with Virginia or West Virginia? I think it's Virginia.
I believe it's Virginia.
Virginia, yeah. Charlottesville, Virginia, which I believe hosts the university thereof. I believe, yeah, I think it holds, university... Yes, the University of Virginia, founded by Jefferson, straddles the city's southwestern border. So yes, so this is Charlottesville, Virginia, population, not that much actually, like 46,000 as of 2020, host to the University of Virginia. There was a rally there in August 2017 called the Unite the Right Rally. It was an openly Nazi rally. They had Nazi symbols everywhere. The night before the big event, there was a march on campus at night with tiki torches and chants of blood and soil and Jews will not replace us. Can I? It says we'll have ads in a minute, and I won't skip it this time. So I'm gonna get to a good point, and then we'll. So I'll introduce it, and then I'll get to the question. So this rally inspired this massive counter-protest by what they called Antifa at the time. Massive counter-protest and Black Lives Matter and all these left-wing groups, and it ended up with violence between the left-wing protesters and the far-right protesters, which resulted in one woman, Heather Heyer, of the left-wing group, being killed, being driven into by a car, and this invoked a whole shit show from the president, from the government, from the state government, and from the political masses at large. We have ads running in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We will be back and I'll actually answer the question. Okay. This is odd because we're still running. Ads inserted. So we're still running.
Maybe YouTube Premium members don't.
That's true. I don't know how many I have though, but I do want to have everybody here for that. I don't know
how I said don't kid yourself. I didn't really earn this money.
Yes. So I'll wait a good. What are we back? I'm gonna say we're back. I'm gonna go ahead and say we're back. YouTube Premium. I don't have any ads. Splendid. We're back. Okay, let's do this. So, will there be another Charlottesville rally? Yes and no. Ad block. It's my boys. Okay, so there will not be another Charlottesville rally. There will be several. And they will continue to happen, and they will get worse and worse and worse over the course of the next, at least, I hope, only 4 years. Charlottesville was the far right coming out of hiding for the first time in decades and showing themselves to the public. What they got was not a swift condemnation from the government. They were fine people on both sides, which is a statement that was equivocated about by conservatives for years. It still is. And I kind of believed it too at the time, but now I understand post-January 6th what it really was. It was essentially the president saying to the people who needed to hear it, what used to be called dog whistling before that term sort of fell out of favor. It was the president signaling to this group of his supporters that I see you, I hear you, I am not against you. Not necessarily for you, but I'm not against you. This was echoed in the 2020 debates with Biden when he was challenged on his stance about the Proud Boys, who are a violent far-right paramilitary organization. He said, to the Proud Boys, he said, stand back and stand by. And again, equivocation, prevarication about how, he just misspoke, he meant that they shouldn't get involved. No. When you tell somebody to stand back and stand by, you're saying, Wilson, when he wants to get on a call with me and we're trying to get on call, one or the other of us will say, stand by, meaning stand by for a call, meaning I'm ready. Mm-hmm. So it is telling these people to be prepared to receive whatever orders the president or his underlings give them. Charlottesville. So here's the thing. I've never believed that Trump is actually anti-Semitic. I don't think he's homophobic or transphobic. I do think he's racist, and he's definitely sexist, but I don't actually believe he is anti-Semitic. I don't actually believe he's anti-LGBT. He has to be, the second thing anyway, to appease his supporters. I don't think his heart was ever in it. He does it because he has to keep... dog whistling is an outdated term. What replaced it? Nothing. Unfortunately, it was so overused that it stopped meaning anything. Nobody cares anymore. Same as the term virtue signaling that you almost never hear anymore because it just doesn't fucking mean anything.
Also because the right is virtue signaling now, and they recognize it, and they stop using it because they realize it was done.
Pretty much. So, the question was, do you expect another Charlottesville? The answer is yes. Violence is the tool of authoritarian regimes. It can be used very haphazardly, but it's there. And I see groups like the Proud Boys, Patriot Front, other groups that are the 3%ers, all these other groups. I see them marching out and about, loud and proud. They have been in hiding for decades. Why have they been in hiding? Because the public has been against them, but perhaps even more importantly, the government has been against them. Now it's not. There are elements of the government that are. There are still laws that will be enforced on some of them. For now. But they have a license for violence. The highest levels of power have essentially told them, you can do what you want. Being black, Hispanic, Asian, Jewish, gay, or a woman, or trans, in public is now more dangerous than it was before. So it's not a matter of if there's going to be another Charlottesville, it's when and where. And where is an interesting question, too, because, like, college town, you don't imagine is going to be very... I mean, it's Virginia, but you don't imagine that a college town is gonna be like that. But it can happen anywhere. You know, plane tickets are cheap. At Arizona State, where Kyle goes, my thumbnail guy and close friend, he's told me. So there was a Trump rally in Phoenix during the campaign, and he told me about it because he lives very nearby. He says, like, I could not get through traffic. Or, well, no, that's not what he said. He said, because he doesn't drive, but he said that, like, if he were driving, he would not be able to because the streets are so clogged. And many of them were students. It can be anywhere. It's Vancouver, Washington. I don't really know a lot about Vancouver, Washington. It's a very pretty town that I've considered living in from time to time. It's very pretty. It's on the border with Oregon, which one of those fucking Washington doesn't have income tax and Oregon doesn't have sales tax. So the joke that I've had with my dad for a long time is like, live in Vancouver, don't pay income tax, and do your shopping in Portland. But literally anywhere. This is true. Literally anywhere we can have this. That's the problem.
Yeah.
So that's that covered. So we're betting against God now. Is being perfectly fine saying anti-Semitic things not make you anti-Semitic even if you don't hold anti-Semitic beliefs? Yes. It's kind of... It is very much... If you are marching with a Nazi and you don't condemn him, it doesn't matter whether you believe in Nazism. You are a Nazi. By virtue of tolerating... I don't believe in the paradox of tolerance. I think it's pretty stupid. But there are elements of it that are true. Namely, you know, you march next to... This is something that was said about a lot of the Palestine protests. And I agree with it. There were so many people marching in those protests carrying Hamas flags, carrying Hezbollah flags, carrying Nazi symbols. And the moderate protesters, if you will, tried to equivocate and they're like, oh, we're not with them, you know. Bullshit. You don't get to do that. You don't get to march with Nazis and then say that you're not a Nazi. If you're marching with them, you are with them. That's how I see it. Eodas says that in Vancouver, Washington, I've seen a lot of neo-Confederates down there, which is... I always found odd considering us on the opposite side of the country. So here's something fun. I took a road trip through the South at the end of 2023. I went to New Orleans and we drove through... What's next New Orleans? Mississippi, Alabama... Southern Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, and then back through those states to New Orleans. I did not see a single Confederate flag that whole time. I might have seen one. I took another 2-week road trip through Idaho, Montana, and Wyoming in 2020, I think. I saw 5 Confederate flags that I counted. There were probably more, but that's the 5 that I counted in the northwestern United States. But not a single one in the South, which I think might be one of those things where, like, maybe you know this. Do you know what is the most segregated schools in the country? Which state? Hello?
You okay?
Yes, I asked you a question.
You asked me a question. I'm sorry. I was slightly distracted. What was the question?
What is the most, off the top of your head, what do you think is the most segregated schools? Which state has the most segregated schools in the United States?
Oh, Lord.
So we're getting guesses from the chat, too.
I would to know, considering it's illegal.
Well, it being illegal and it not happening are two different things. Drugs are also illegal. So, take a guess.
There. Montana.
Okay. So we have guesses: Montana from Wilson, Idaho from Arc Reactor, Oregon from Hesh 71, and Merrick says Alaska. The answer is New York. Specifically, New York City, which is the most segregated city in the United States. Segregated, I mean schools in the United States. Why is this? And this is weird.
It's in Oregon, did you say?
No, New York.
In New York?
And I'll tell you why. Because the Civil Rights Act was very much a tool used by Northern lawmakers against the South. They never actually bothered enforcing it on themselves. So Southern schools are some of the most desegregated in the country, while Northern schools, LA, Chicago, and New York, the biggest cities in the country, are the most segregated schools in the United States of America, on average. So it could be a situation like that, where, you know, Reconstruction in the 1800s, and then the Civil Rights Movement and all that came along with that, and Black Lives Matter, all these movements were most active in the South. So it has the strongest Confederate presence, but also the strongest anti-Confederate, anti-racist, pro-black rights, civil rights presence. It is the most hot-button issue and will get you in the most hot water. But in Montana and Idaho, which has like the sum total of 4 black people, you're not at risk of offending anyone. Not really. It can be a cultural symbol of like opposition to the federal government or whatever, which is how they imagine it to be. It's very strange. Very strange thing. I think it might be a situation like that. I was going to guess Illinois. Chicago schools are pretty segregated. I think Illinois is 2nd or 3rd. California's up there too. California's not as bad, but it's not great. My mom went to a... Hang on.
No, I don't mean to interrupt.
Hang on. So
Go ahead.
when she came to the United States, my mom lived in North Hollywood, which is a neighborhood in Los Angeles. She went to a high school where she was one of 5 white students. 5. In the entire school. All of whom, by the way, were fellow Soviet Jewish immigrants. Every single other student in that school was Hispanic and black. California. There you go. Now go ahead.
So here's a question. DEI hire, or DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. All right.
I'm listening.
One of the biggest things that Republicans slam Democrats on all the time, right? But it's most prevalent in these blue states that you've listed that's also saying they are some of the most segregated in terms of their schooling districts. There's a bit of cognitive dissonance here that I'm failing to rationalize. How can these very deep blue places have such segregated schooling systems while also having an education system that is prioritizing, quote unquote, the disenfranchised?
Because DI is a hiring practice more than anything else. You have to think practically. How do you integrate a school or several schools? You bus students. Okay? I don't know a single... That's not true. I know one person. She's in this stream. I know one person who took the bus to school who lived in California. One. I don't know anybody else who took the bus to school. Ever. Because it's very unpopular. Like, if you remember in the 80s, Reagan, that was one of his big talking points. Like, oh, they're trying to bus our children out of their local neighborhoods. It's, government overreach. Yeah, but like, to integrate schools, you need to bus students from majority black, majority Hispanic neighborhoods to majority white schools, and kids from majority white neighborhoods to majority black and Hispanic schools. Parents, who are definitely not racist, are very against this, because I don't want little Timmy hanging out with the wrong sort. Now, I went to a school in a very affluent neighborhood. It's considered one of the best high schools in San Diego County. Despite this, it is fairly ethnically diverse. It was like 40% white, 30% Asian, 20% Hispanic, and the remaining 10% or so was like black, Native American, biracial, etc., Pacific Islander. So I was in a fairly integrated school, though it was really mostly integrated with Asians, who are, one of the most affluent groups ethnically and racially in the country. So there's a lot of them in my neighborhood. So it was more so happenstance that integrated my school than actual policy. It's strange, but I mean, here's the thing about a lot of the middle class. A lot of people who like to imagine themselves as liberals or moderates. They're liberals until it's their neighborhood. This is the NIMBY problem. Like, I'm fine with building more housing. Not here, though. Which is, I mean, the phrase "not in my backyard" it encapsulates this mindset perfectly. Oh, I'm fine with racial segregation over there. Segregation. Racial integration over there. That's fine. But not here. We don't need it. We're fine. We're not racist. We don't need to be integrated. We're good, hardworking liberals. But no black people, please. Or Hispanics. Let's keep out the Indians, too, for good measure.
And certainly no Asians.
No, Asians are okay. They're fine. Asians and Jews typically are the groups that upper middle class white people are fine with because we earn well and we are from good neighborhoods too. So we're okay. Ish. But no blacks, no Hispanics, no Indians, no natives. They're the wrong sort. What if they get my little Timmy into drugs because every black person does drugs? Like, it's racism, but it can't call itself racism, so...
They say that while their fucking Timmy is in the back room in the bathroom with the window open, already doing weed just to take the edge off of their parents' fucking lunacy that they picked up from a white kid at school.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I know quite a few white people who would do that. My own Frankie's in that. By the way, she's on her way, so...
Yippee!
I don't know what the plan with that is.
This guy called Bean just said that I went to a 75% white school. Our school got nicknamed White Castle. It's funny.
Yeah. I don't know what the plan with her is. She's staying the night, but I'm staying up late, so she'll probably sleep in the guest room for a while, but she'll come in here to talk about tariffs as they affect her rather directly.
So, by the way, we should get to our next segment. I believe we lingered. I believe it's time for us to stop. So, set a new goal. We're now going to talk about our second. The stream has been going on for a considerable amount of time. We're now getting on to our second talking point. We're going to talk about the future of American democracy and the aesthetics of democracy and fascism. The second part is going to be a bit more my thing, because I believe Jacob has something a little bit more coherent to say about the future of American democracy than I do. So, I'm going to let you start off real quick.
Hang on. Since we're getting
about
to
the
the next
direction.
point, since we're getting to the second point, I will do another goal for donations, and we will see if we can... Should I set this one for 10, or should I stick to 5?
Let's do 10. Let's up the ante.
Let's up the ante? Alright, I'll keep it at light blue. I'll keep it at $2 and higher, though. Alright. Alright, let's post that. There we go. Alright, we have the goal. We'll see if we can reach it in the next, call it half an hour. I want to take a break at like 9:30-ish, like 40 minutes from now. To take a leak. I also want to get a snack and some tea. Or alcohol, maybe. I might have some port wine. Anyway,
Halfway through my fourth drink of the day, I still feel relatively in control of my mental faculties.
It's all going to be ADS anyway. ADS, do me a favor. I want to see if anybody else... If you want to donate more, I mean, I like money, but like, I want to see if anybody else is gonna spring or not. We'll get back to that.
I'll tell you what. If you want to donate to his like PayPal or
I don't have it public.
YouTube. Leave this.
Yeah, do that. That's good. We'll see. Anyway, we'll get back to that. I don't want to spend my whole time talking about donations. I don't want to fucking panhandle the whole time. So, yes, the aesthetics of fascism, the future of American democracy.
That's going to be more of my thing.
Yes, that's going to be titled this part.
You talk about the direction we're headed.
So, this is going to touch on a lot of stuff. that were policy things that we're going to discuss in greater detail later. So, let's review. I will comply. So...
I will comply.
10th super on live stream. Good lord. So, in our United States Constitution, we have Article 1, 2, and 3, delineating, in order of importance and power, the three branches of government. Legislative at the top, executive below them, and judiciary at the bottom of the three branches. There's a phrase that's been popularized in the last century: three co-equal branches. Congress is a co-equal branch. You know how that sounds? To me, the biggest supporter of democracy probably in the world. It's fucking pathetic. Chuck Schumer standing there at his little podium saying, but Mr. President, we're a co-equal branch. You have to respect us. No, they're not a co-equal branch. They are the branch. They are the government. The government is not one person. The government is these hundreds of people, 535 people between the Senate and House, who are elected by the people, by local citizens in their local districts or their local states, in the case of the Senate, to represent them in their will. The president is the executive. He is meant to execute the will of Congress. He is not meant to execute the will of the people. We kind of have Democrats to blame for this. FDR, the imperial presidency, that's a different topic for a different day. But to this point, more or less, the president has usually abided by the rulings of the Supreme Court and the decisions of Congress. Biden, who we know is very pro-immigration, put forth one of the most strict immigration laws in our history to the Republican Congress to appease them. They rejected it to give Trump an electoral advantage, which should have been a massive canary in the coal mine for everyone, but the media is terrible at their job and doesn't report these things properly. But he acquiesced to Congress without even their request, because he saw, oh, the American people and their duly elected representatives want this policy. I might not agree with it, but that's not my job. My job is to execute the will of the people as dictated by the House of Representatives and the United States Senate. Congress controls power of the purse, so spending, how much money do we spend, how much money do we take from the citizens in the form of taxes and tariffs, and how do we disperse that money? Disperse, I should say, disperse. Norms and guardrails, I've realized, are a terrible thing. Not that they exist, but that we rely on them. The guardrails are imaginary. They exist in our heads. If you want to picture physical guardrails, they only exist so long as we believe they do. We can lean on them, preventing us from falling into the abyss. But the moment enough of us stop believing that they're there, they're not, and we fall into the abyss. There are no guardrails. There never really were. Money, I've said this before, communists don't understand money. They think money is like this capitalist invention. No, it's not. Money is, and I have a point with this, I promise. Money is the mutually agreed upon medium through which we can exchange goods to avoid ridiculous networks of barter and trade and allow economies at large scales. Money is fictional, it's imaginary, it's paper. It doesn't have any value on its own. It has value because we imagine that it does. Collective imagination is a very powerful thing. Democracy is the same thing. Democracy, rule of law, norms, guardrails, the Constitution, it's a piece of fucking paper. It doesn't hold any power on its own. It is given power by the people of this country. The elected representatives, the president, the judiciary, and the people, the populace, the voting public. The moment we stop believing in that, the moment we think that that is no longer applicable, there is no constitution. There are no guardrails. There is no law. Now my point. For the last week, it's called a social construct, if I'm not mistaken. Exactly. It is a social construct. It is a fiction that we all believe in. A fiction is not something that is not real, but it is something that is imagined. Brain for Breakfast, long may he reign, put this really well back in the day, that Homer Simpson is not fake, he's fictional. But if I were to say that Homer Simpson is a Norwegian lumberjack, that's full-on bullshit. Fiction is not something that is not real. Or rather, it is not something that's fake. It is something that doesn't exist. That doesn't mean it's not real. So, we have for the last week Trump issuing tons, probably thousands by now, if not, well, at least hundreds, of executive orders. I actually saw a photo where he has like piles of these fucking... Yes. I saw that just a couple days ago. I didn't see that initially, but I saw that a couple days ago. Terrifying. Didn't you see that one clip where he's like, oh, what's this one? He goes, oh, withdrawing from the World Health Organization. He goes, ooh!
Yeah.
Like, he didn't even know. He had these pre-written by him or probably his people. And he's ruling by decree, imposing these tariffs.
Which we'll get to. Don't you all worry.
Trying to roll back birthright citizenship. Changing the deportation laws. Today and yesterday there was this whole shit show with Medicaid and federal entitlement spending that was ordered to be stopped, and the Medicaid site, as I didn't check myself, but I heard that it was down, and a ton of people were confirming this. The Medicare website was down because it was no longer being funded. All grants were being paused. FAFSA, the college thing, was down. Let's see. I'm on FAFSA, so let's go and see if I can even get into it right now. Log in to start. I actually need to start this anyway. Log in to start. So the site is back up, it looks like. But I was hearing people say it was not up. So Trump does not have the right to do this constitutionally. You're not allowed to do that. The president does not get to decide how Congress's apportioned money is spent. He doesn't get to do that. But who says he can't? Who actually makes him? This is almost 200 years old now. Andrew Jackson, when the Supreme Court made a ruling about his dissolving the U.S. Reserve Bank, he said, the Chief Justice has made his ruling. Now let him enforce it. That was the first instance of that I'm aware of. And we're seeing the same. There's a reason why Andrew Jackson is Trump's favorite president, because he's the closest we ever got to a dictator before Trump. Just think about that statement. The Chief Justice has made his ruling. Now enforce it. Because the president is the chief enforcer. How do you enforce a law without force? You can't. So now we have the president openly saying, okay, try me. What are you going to do? So this section we have titled The Future of American Democracy. Here's the thing. Democracy is an imagination. It's fiction. It's something we've imagined exists. If we concede this ground, it will never be regained, if not by force. I have a book on my shelf, and I'd like to actually... where is it? I have it sitting somewhere here. It is by a historian and professor named Timothy Snyder. He has an excellent lecture series at Yale about the war in Ukraine. He has a book, a very short book, titled On Tyranny, 20 Lessons from the 20th Century. There's a little prologue section here. Let me... On Tyranny. Rule 1. Do not obey in advance. Most of the power of authoritarianism is freely given. In times like these, individuals think ahead about what a more oppressive government will want, and then offer themselves without being asked. A citizen who adapts in this way is teaching power what it can do. And there's a little bit here that I want to read from the chapter. Anticipatory obedience is a political tragedy. Perhaps rulers did not initially know that citizens were willing to compromise this value or that principle. Perhaps a new regime did not at first have the direct means of influencing citizens one way or another. After the German elections of 1932, which permitted Adolf Hitler to form a government, or the Czechoslovak elections of 1946, where communists were victorious, the next crucial step was anticipatory obedience. Because enough people in both cases voluntarily extended their services to the new leaders, Nazis and communists alike realized that they could move quickly toward a full regime change. The first heedless acts of conformity could not then be reversed. There's more, but that's about it that I wanted to read. I'm gonna actually leave this book here. It's relevant for the rest of the stream. Do not obey in advance, and I'll extrapolate on that. We have rights. Rights are not God-given and they are not natural. Rights, like democracy and like money, are fictional. We the people have imagined that they exist. They're not real. They're fictional. They're imaginary. If a critical mass of us decides that rights don't matter and don't exist, then they don't. The right to free speech, the right to bear arms, the right to a fair trial, the right against unlawful search and seizure. What laws? Laws, too, are imaginary. They say government has a monopoly on violence, and that's a very popular libertarian phrase. I think it's true, though, and I think of it a different way. The government has a monopoly on violence, but is incentivized not to use it unless absolutely necessary. Until they are allowed to. Then they will. People will always take the path of least resistance. If the path of least resistance for the government is to use violence, guess what they're gonna fucking do? They're gonna use violence. So here we are.
It'll be without failure every time.
Currently, the last institutional resistance to Trump and his regime, and I'll call it a regime because that's what it is the inspectors general, 17 of them I think, who he tried to have them all laid off overnight. They sent a letter back saying, sorry, this law says that we need 30 days notice and congressional approval. So them and the bar, the judicial bar, that's it. That's the only opposition left. They're not fictional, they are real but need to be upheld. Again, a fiction is not something that is not real. A fiction is something that is not tangible. I can't touch rights. I can't go buy rights at the store. They are a concept. They live inside our heads and then translate to mutual, unspoken respect that we give to each other as citizens and that the government and government institutions give to us as citizens. If we and the government decide that they don't exist, then they don't. The Russian Constitution allows people all sorts of rights, but do they respect it? No. It's fictional. It's imaginary. It doesn't exist. So it's really a question of, will Congress stand up to this? If they don't, this ground has been conceded. The president can now wield the power of the purse with impunity. Mm-hmm. And at that point, Congress has been completely defanged, because that's the only weapon they have left. They no longer have the power to approve wars. They no longer have the power to, in any meaningful way, direct American troops. They don't even have the right to conduct trade anymore, or sign treaties. What was the last treaty the United States signed? The one and only power they really have left, the one guardrail that we still have left, is the power of the purse. They lose that, they lose all their power. They're an advisory body at that point. They don't fucking matter. They need to put up a fight. And then it's a question of, will Trump and his cronies respond with force, or will they back down? I think they'll back down at this early stage. If they're met with resistance, they will stop. Power needs to be empowered. Power needs to be taught what it can do. And what it can't. This is a... Frankie's here, by the way. We have this in our script, paraphrased. An old... for the love of... An old speech by Frederick Douglass, where he said, "Power concedes nothing without a demand. The limits of tyrants are prescribed by the endurance of those whom they oppress." Likewise, limit can mean two things. It can mean how far can you go, or how far can you not go. The limits of tyrants, as in what can they not do, are prescribed by the endurance of those whom they oppress. The limits, in terms of what they can do, are also prescribed by the endurance whom they govern, and the support, and the willingness to fight back. Hang on, I will pause this stream for a second. Hello! Hi.
Sorry, ladies and gentlemen.
Say hi.
Other
Hello.
relevant girlfriends appeared.
I didn't want
Hey, look, it's our special guest star, but for later.
We'll get you in later.
Okay. Can
So.
people hear me right now?
Yeah.
Oh.
I have a microphone, don't I?
Oh crap. Okay. Who's on? What's going on?
It's like
Tell me everything.
20 of them.
Wilson is here. We have like 20 people.
Oh,
Stream
wow.
almost crashed earlier, but it did not. So
When are you not having technical difficulties? This is always.
this is pretty much constant. Anyway, I will get you later.
Okay.
Okay.
You
So-
will be summoned.
This is good timing because I'm basically done and now it's Wilson's turn.
And I'm going to start off by reaching deep into what you were talking about in terms of fictions. Right? Fictions.
Okay.
It is becoming ever clearer to the modern mind that one of the most powerful fictions that exist is aesthetic, in the same breath and vein that the Constitution, or the social construct, or contract, I should say, exists. You can apply the same feeling and power to anything. The Romans did it to the color purple. The Nazis did it to their ideology. But in the modern time, we do it to aesthetics. And that's what I want to talk about right now. The aesthetics of fascism. There's a great video on this by a gentleman whose name escapes me. You'll have to look it up for me while I'm pontificating. But I want to speak to the aesthetics of fascism and the aesthetics of democracy. Throughout the past century, almost 2 centuries at this point, we the people have been fed a bread and circuses routine of flashy colors, sharp lines, buffed brass buttons, and God knows who else. And we look at those things and we say, these people have their shit together. We look at people like Bukele of El Salvador. Right? It's El Salvador? No, it's El Salvador.
Yeah, I believe so, yes.
Right? We look at him and his obviously authoritarian fascist streak. And what comes to mind? I can tell you what comes to mind beyond the prison that he built that houses 35,000 inmates who were incarcerated with no warning, no access to civil liberties, no rights. Their rights gone. Because they got a tattoo. Because they might have something to do with MS-13. When Bukele got elected, he had what he considered a God-given mandate to reclaim El Salvador for the El Salvadorans. So when we see him in his fucking Dune-inspired getup, with his brand new neo-fascistic presidential guard, in his palace, bitching down government administrators who could not protect the people that they were sworn to do so, we applaud. Hey, look at him. He's grabbing control of the government by the balls. He's draining the swamp. When we see the fact that El Salvadorans get online and say, man, y'all don't know anything about this. My grandmother was afraid to go out at night Now we can walk the streets and everybody's happy and like we're free from terror for the first time in forever. We applaud. We say, hey man, I'm happy for you. Because your life isn't shit now. And who are we applauding? Who are we thanking? That smug El Salvadoran man in his House Atreides looking ass ghetto. Stop me if you've heard of this. Man, I'm obviously rooting for the good guys, but the bad guys just look so cool, man. House Atreides. The Galactic Empire from Star Wars. Fucking
Helldivers.
down to the goofy Helldivers.
Who are fascists,
Warhammer
may I remind you.
40,000. Warhammer 40,000. A franchise that I am deeply in love with. And a player of the most fascist of all the fascists. The Space Marines themselves. I play Blood Angels on the tabletop, just letting y'all know. Son Sanguinius, represent. Anyway. Like, we have almost been conditioned to understand, hey, if they've got good uniforms on, they're evil, but they're gonna get shit done. Jacob says this a lot in conversations that we have. It's the feeling of vibe. It's ruled by vibe. It's a vote by vibe.
This isn't my line, to be fair. This is Will Stansel on Twitter, but I just happen to agree with him on almost everything.
Wilson, name any Space Marine chapter. I literally, get with me on Discord. I'll tell you about the one that my clan made back in 2019. Anyway, not important. The point is, we have been conditioned ever since Hugo Boss's team designed the uniforms that Nazis have put on. It has been almost ingrained into our cultural perceptions and led us to those conclusions by the very same people who want us to not look at the bad and just look at the pretty. It's not the good, the fascist, and the pretty. It's the good, the bad, and the ugly. Because the pretty can just hide the ugly all the goddamn time. I can't tell you how many settings that I have personally enjoyed, speaking from experience, that just have immaculate drip, that just have immaculate composure. Where are my Gundam fans at in the chat? Who here likes Char? You won't know who I'm talking about here, but some of the people in the chat will know. Who likes Char? Probably none of you. How do you like what he's wearing, though? How do you like what his dad's wearing, though? How do you like what Snoke is wearing? How do you like what fucking Hux is wearing? Vader is wearing. John Helldiver is wearing. And don't get me started on 40k. Fuck. There's a Space Marine chapter literally named the Black Templars, they're the guys where everybody goes, oh, they're the most fascist. Nah, there's a chapter called the Red Scorpions. They're obsessed with genetic purity, but that's beside the point, guys. The point that I'm ultimately trying to get here, and I feel like I'm going all over the place with this, so I do definitely apologize. Aesthetically, we are conditioned to believe that fascism is cool. Because it looks cool. But you and I, or Jacob and I, can sit here and go like, man, them Space Marines you painted sure look pretty. Man, they look awesome. And I'll be over here like, yeah, they do, but you wouldn't catch me wanting to fucking preach what they preach. It's not reality. It is a tabletop war game of plastic soldiers for adults. But there are people in real life, and a majority of people, who are able to make these links to real life. They'll watch one series of Gundam and say, hey, maybe that Zeon dude, which are obvious fascists, Like, hey, maybe they're just oppressed by the Earth government, and they're just wanting to assert their rights, man. There are people who will stand for literal crusading knights with genetic, purist, and racist agendas in 40k, like the Black Templars, and will go like, hey, man, they're just doing what they need to do to survive. I mean, mutants, which are what are called genetic deviants in 40k, mutants, they're a real threat. They're a tangible threat in the setting. There are people who will say, hey, well, the bots will never stop attacking us in Helldivers. And then they will wash all of this away and say, it's for a meme, dude, it's a joke, it's whatever. These aren't my real heartfelt beliefs. And then you'll confront them on Trump. And you'll go, man, I don't know if I can back him, man, for X, Y, and Z. Okay, what about Bukele? Oh man, he just cleaned up El Salvador. I don't see anything wrong with that. Okay, what about Milei from Argentina? Well, I mean, he's dismantling the bloated Argentinian state. I mean, look at what he did for inflation.
I don't know if I'd
okay,
include...
what about...
Hang on, I don't know if I'd include Malay in that, though.
It's more of a libertarian thing, but whatever. But what about, who's the dude who's Hungary?
Orban. Putin, for that matter.
Orban. Oh, what about Viktor Orban? What about Putin? It's not engaging in whataboutism to point this shit out. It is to gauge their response and reactions.
Indeed.
Like, perception. Right? The perception of reality influences reality.
It is reality
more,
to a lot of people.
Yeah, it is reality. It does more to influence reality. Yeah, Marine Le Pen.
Good example.
Right?
Yep.
Clean-cut people in suits who are able to just shrug off anything to maintain a calm and cool composure while they will preach fire and hate from the pulpit as if it is spewing out of their mouths like a geyser of oil. These things.
Sorry, I just the goal we set is like barely staying alive here. Apparently, there's a time limit on it, and AS saw that and donated $2 more. I will not allow failure.
My boy Eladas. Yeah, no,
We
let's
love
go.
him so
But no,
much.
to conclude the point that I'm trying to get here is that we have been conditioned
Good lord.
to hear out the
Baloney
villains,
from Italy.
the sympathetic villains, right? These people are not sympathetic. They are going to take away all of your friends' rights, and you will say nothing until they come from your rights, and it'll be too late. And they do so by simply having the presentation.
It's that one, that one meme from fucking Edas is Madman. Good lord. Is that one line from...
That's good.
It's that one line from Megamind.
Yep.
Yep. You're a villain, all right. You're a villain, all right, but you're not super. Oh yeah, what's the difference? Presentation. It's true.
Yep.
100% true.
For sure.
Christ, Adas, you're insane.
Right.
Love you, but you're crazy.
Let's see. Let me check the chat real quick. We've got Merrick saying Aus Lau from Battletech, who are a socialist police state. Yeah, absolutely.
I have failed. I will start another one on the next point, and I'll probably make it 5 this time.
But yeah, like, guys, the ultimate point that I was trying to get back to here is that recognize this. Personal choice accounts for a lot. You can say, well, I don't personally like the Imperial, like, uniforms from Star Wars. I like the Rebels more. They just look better. Realize something, guys. Y'all are a minority. I'll prove it to you. I like the Imperials from Star Wars.
Ooh.
I would make, well, not the Imperial aesthetic. I don't like the Empire itself. I would put together a stormtrooper uniform for a cosplay. I mean, I would do a clone one first, but that's not the point.
The clones are kind of
There are
proto-stormtroopers.
There are people... Yeah, like there are people out there who are not willing or not able to make the dissociative connection between liking an aesthetic and disliking what they stand for. Because in the age of the internet, inherently the clothes you wear, the server icon that you choose, the Twitter photo that you use to present yourself into the world will automatically influence the perception of the people that you are going to make a community of. If you like Warhammer 40,000 and you make your profile picture a fucking Black Templar chaplain fucking Grimaldus from one of the books or whatever, and you do not like nor subscribe to the racially purist ideals that chapter exists to criticize, do not be surprised when people out of the woodwork who you might make friends with will out of the blue one day say, hey, let's hear out this guy. I mean, he's not wrong, given the setting and everything. And hey, people live in the times that they live in. Now, we've heard that argument for slavery. We've heard that argument for every fucking thing under the sun. And it'll happen now with fascism. Alright? So let us be wary. And most importantly, let us encourage trends that show the beauty and the aesthetics of ideals that are just as beautiful. I'm just saying, the Republic ought to have the same level of drip. I mean, they did. Clones are awesome. Palpatine wasn't. But I mean, hey.
He had drip too.
Rebel Stormtroopers look fucking awesome. You know?
Yep.
American GIs from the Second World War look awesome. Let us aspire to have the same vibe, to have the same aesthetic, with ideals that are as beautiful to match. Rather than let beauty and tyranny continue to collate with each other in our present timeline.
Very well spoken. I have things to add to that. First, I want to point out Merrick donated $5 with the caption "Serbia is Kosovo," which he's really thinking ahead. This is really the West Taiwan of the Balkans, but
oh wait, Serbia is Kosovo. I understood that backwards. I had crippling insanity. I was about to go like,
yeah,
Albanian
really
genocide.
Yeah, so that's funny and all, but I want to add on to what Wilson said. Two aspects. First, aesthetics themselves and the focus on them. So in academic philosophy, if you will, which I have never taken a philosophy class, and if I can avoid it, I never will. But I know a little bit about it. Academic formal philosophy, which I've never really found a use for. But it has some cursory uses. In philosophy, there are levels of depth, levels of importance that form a worldview. So I don't remember what the basic one is. I think it's metaphysics. Metaphysics or something like that. I believe metaphysics is followed by metaphysics, which is the your beliefs about reality and how it works. Okay, for the record, people, we're on the Minecraft server. We're having fun. So metaphysics, which is the nature of reality, is on the bottom, is the foundation of everything else. It is followed by, I believe, epistemology. Is that what it's called? I think so.
I think so.
Or is that... I'm saying the word wrong. Epistemology. No, okay, epistemology. which is I'm going to just read the dictionary definition. The theory of knowledge, especially with regards to its methods, validity, and scope. Epistemology is the investigation of what distinguishes justified belief from opinion. The next level up from that is philosophy, and the next level up from that is politics. The next level up from that is aesthetics. Aesthetics is literally the most surface level aspect of philosophy. And I think it speaks to something in our society that you are unfortunately correct. The most important thing in our society is the way things look. When something is that surface level, it speaks to the fact that we've lost something in this country, an ability to be serious. It's been often said that we are an unserious people. Bill Maher likes to say this, and I agree with him. We are a fundamentally unserious, silly people. I mean, look at this fucking administration. Say what you will about their politics, they talk about aesthetics. They look ridiculous. They look like fucking children. They talk like children. They pick fights like children. We are a fundamentally unserious people, and we are more interested in how things look than how things really are. This is fundamentally the problem. If you ever want to nail down the problem with American politics, the reason that it has become so fucked, it's because we have lost sight of everything that really matters in life. So that's observation 1. Observation 2. Unfortunately, this is where we live now. We live in the world of aesthetics, we live in the world of the superficial, we live in the world of appearances and perception. I have a visitor. Hello. The second Ooh, nice. Thank you again, Neodas. Good lord. Anyway, so my second observation, and this is something that we at Project Liberal like to talk about a lot, and this is something that you see like Will Stancil and I don't remember his first name, Domilevsky, the guy from San Francisco, urbanism guy, talking about a lot. The abiding priority of liberals, and liberals in government, liberal Democrats, not even liberals ideologically, people who believe in democracy, small d Democrats and small r Republicans, the first and foremost priority of these people must be competence. Competence and the appearance of competence. The best thing Democrats can do right now is, in the states that they still control, to build paradise, to build competent government, robust institutions, a system that works for the majority of the people. And if they can't do that, they end up looking pathetic. Again, the whole co-equal branches thing. This is why Congress is losing so much of its power so quickly, and has been for decades. Because, but we're co-equal, guys, don't you know? That nobody cares. It doesn't matter that they're supposed to be co-equal. It comes off like pathetic whining. It's all about how things look. Yes, but that's where this is where we live now. We live in that world. We live in clown world. No way around it. We have to navigate our way around it. We can complain about it. We can work to get out of there eventually, but right now this is where we live. This is how things work. This is my addendum to what you've said. I don't have a whole lot to add because what you said is pretty good, but this is my addendum. These are my observations. So there you have it.
Yep.
Do you have anything you want to add to that?
No. I think you hit the nail right on the head. Right? So,
Fuck, we're conducting this halfway like
Shall
a
we get
fucking NPR broadcast, I swear.
you know what's really funny? My girlfriend listens to NPR, and it's great.
I used to listen to it in my mom's car.
It's pretty good.
On the way to school.
All right, so we're going to talk about some other things in a minute here. It should be 9:30 for you. I think you wanted a piss break.
How diplomatically and politely you put that.
Since when did you ever kid?
Well, you're not wrong. So hang on just a second. Oh, alright, hang on a minute.
Are you gonna of the
Okay.
Slavs.
Okay, hang on. I whatever you just said, I was muted. Anyway, so ladies and gentlemen, we are
You might have
gonna.
been Devin, but the entire stream heard that.
All right. So yeah, well, so you're right. I did want to take a break, and on top of that, I would like to eat food. So we're gonna do something different because this is gonna be a very long stream and it's more structured than what we normally do. We're gonna take a break. It's 9:32. I will be back at 10. So for the next half hour,
We're
this
going to
stream
take a
is
30-minute break, ladies and gentlemen.
30-minute break, and I'll leave that in the chat.
Merrick, I don't know if you're in TSR, but if you are, hit me up in the Office Sci-Fi Emporium.
Can I pin this? I will pin this. So we'll be. Oh wait, I don't want to unpin it. I want it for the love of Christ. YouTube is fun. There we go. So I need to go eat dinner and spend time with mi famiglia. We will be back in 27 minutes, and we will go over some of the topics. We'll talk about tariffs. We have Frankie here who will contribute to that discussion. We'll start with that. We'll move things around. We'll start with that, and then we'll go to other stuff. So, I'll be back, ladies and gentlemen. I'll see you in half an hour.
Put on that music.
Yep.
I'm gonna piss myself. You do that.
And we're back! There are 14 of you still here. 10, whatever, 12, it keeps changing the number. There are a number of you still here. I'm gonna unmute my VC with Wilson. There are about 10 of you still here, which is more than I expected. We're gonna try to pump those numbers back up, though it might not happen for a while until the Europeans wake up. It's getting pretty late even here. I'm skipping these round of ads. We just got back. We now return to the Transformers. That's correct.
We now return to Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
Yep.
Having a bit of sausage of the summer variety.
Raw.
How's your family?
We're doing lovely. We had a nice dinner of ribs and couscous and sausage and potato and tilapia. It was very rich, very nice dinner.
Very filling, it sounds.
You can hear?
Very filling, it sounds.
Why don't you go get a chair so you can...
I don't need a chair.
Okay, then you get to deal with it. We have Frankie here, my lovely girlfriend, who is...
Frankie! Ladies and gentlemen, Frankie!
We're gonna have an interesting time because she can barely hear you through my headphones.
Take off the headphones.
I can't take off the headphones because then I don't hear him. What are you sighing at me for?
Bruh, I don't know. I want to hear what's going on.
Here, what if I switch the ear? Can you, like, hear it through my headphones? Wilson, say something.
In
In English.
I knew I heard him say something not in English.
Do you want me to say something in English?
Yeah, that was sufficient.
I can't hear anything he's saying.
Okay, we'll deal with it. Starting another one of these. One of the goals. Alright, I don't know how...
Share the headphones. Share the headphones.
I can't. They're headphones, not earphones. They're around my head. They're not separate in any way.
You can't just have it go through your speaker on your computer?
I can, well, I can't. The reason I do headphones is because his audio sounds terrible through my speakers.
Sorry. I don't know how
What
your
we
shit
can
works.
try to do... Hang on, if I turn up... Wilson, say something.
What?
Oh.
Okay. What? Is that louder on the stream? I wonder. No, dude, I'm not doing that. Wilson, say something.
What?
Oh my god, that's so much better.
Okay, I think it's the same on the desktop,
I'm
but
sorry you have to do it like this. This is frustrating.
that's fine. I can live with that. So, we're gonna switch around our... Yeah, that would be nice.
Here, I'll hold it. It's like a microphone. I'm holding the headphones like a microphone in front of me.
Fucking- Okay, so... I'm gonna unpin this.
And I'm drinking a Diet Coke.
Good for you.
You're not drinking tea? With
No, I'm not
me?
drinking tea
Shame
because
on
I'm a filthy American and I drink Coke.
I'm an American, and I drink tea.
Okay, well, then you're just like a imperialist American or whatever. You're connected to the British or something.
He's German.
I don't care.
I'm Southern.
Let me be. I just danced for like 2 hours straight. I need my sugar and my caffeine and whatnot.
You
Anyway.
require hydration.
Wilson,
What?
to business.
It is business time. We're gonna, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the stream. We have the gorgeous Frankie
Aw.
here, girlfriend of our beloved host with the most. And we're gonna get right into it
Who's just
with
telling them
the next topic of our. Thank you. The next topic, we're gonna skip over the possible election fraud. Oh, the election fraud was first, I think, but I don't care. We're doing tariffs.
I'm moving
now
it around.
because it's close to Frankie's bedtime, and we wanted her as a special guest
Oh, my
on the
bedtime.
show. This is her bed-by time. Her missile is very sleepy time.
Yeah, because someone has class at 10 a.m.
Oh, does she?
I does. Yeah.
Indubitably. Well then. You have a good time there. But anyway, yeah, so we're going to get talking about tariffs, and I'm going to let Jacob start off this conversation because living in Southern California, he has a bit more stakes on this than I do, living in the Mid-South, which is very apt, the Mid South. South is very mid.
Yeah, smack dab in between New Orleans and Atlanta.
Dude, it's like that TikTok song where it's like, it's called the Midwest because everything in it is mid. Okay.
Of course. I bet he's just staring you down like, what type of millennial nonsense? While he himself is a millennial.
Wilson's audio is terrible. Okay, fine. We'll do this the annoying way.
Oh my god.
Yeah, you won't. Hang on, I'm gonna change this fucking thing around. Okay, Wilson. I will switch your audio input here as well. This is gonna be fucking annoying.
You only have to do this while I'm
Yeah, I know.
I'll
Okay,
be gone soon. Don't worry.
Wilson, speak.
Hello.
Oh,
Okay.
it's beautiful. I can hear him
This
now.
is doable. We can work with this.
Abjure him.
Alright, so I have you going through my speakers, so your audio quality is going to be shite to the utmost.
We will manage.
We'll make do. I apologize, people, but this topic was definitely on the list, and it was definitely something that needs to be discussed. So, let's talk about tariffs, also known as import taxes, and I want to focus on that word, taxes. It is a tax placed upon the consumer. There is a very common misconception that a tariff is something that a company or country pays as an import duty. And they do. Problem is, they pass that cost onto the consumer. So it is essentially a tax on goods, on any goods that are taxed, or that have tariffs on them. So Trump has spoken about imposing 25% tariffs on all Canadian goods, 20 to 50% tariffs on all Chinese goods. He has imposed tariffs on Colombian goods because they refuse to accept our deportation flights. I believe it's 50%. I could research that, but it's either 25 or 50%. And there's one other. Let's find out, what tariffs has Trump done?
Tariffs
so far?
from your mom's house. Oh.
I'm gonna ignore that. Let's see. Proposed tariffs. So NBC5 Chicago, save me. So what do we have? 25%. So he plans a 25% tariff on Canadian and Mexican goods as of February 1st. He wants to establish an external revenue service to collect tariffs, duties, and other foreign trade-related revenues. As
Revenue service.
so, Chinese tariffs are not 20, 30, 40, or 50%, as I said. They're 60%, or he's planning. And then I don't think it has Colombia here yet, but he's imposed, I believe, he has imposed or threatened to impose, I think he's paused them for now, but he's threatened to impose, I believe, 50% tariffs on Colombian goods. So, oh dear. We'll get back to Ed.
Oh, Puget Sound. That's my area.
Yep.
That's where I used to be.
We will get back to Ed Nass, our greatest customer, in a little bit. Washington draft measures now on hold include imposing 25% tariffs on all Colombian goods coming into the U.S., which would go up to 50% in 1 week. Anyway, so, and the one I forgot about, which is possibly the most important one overall, is the tariffs on Taiwan, which he's talking about imposing tariffs on their semiconductors, or computer chips, basically, which they produce 80% of the world's computer chips. So, like, we need to build Frankie a new PC, and now we're kind of scrambling to do it because it might become 5 times more expensive in the next few months.
Not looking forward to it. It's gonna suck.
So, the reason we have her here, aside from the fact that she's lovely and a morale booster, is that I let her explain why, actually.
Yeah, I had something I wanted to say. I'm a barista. I work at a unspecified coffee shop in San Diego it's a really great place. It's a small business, woman-owned, immigrant-owned. It's a really great place. But we get our coffee beans, we have 2 different roasts. We have one roast that comes from Guatemala, and we also have one that comes from Colombia. And I just found myself thinking today, oh wow, how is that going to work with the tariffs and everything? Because we've already had to raise our prices 4 times in the 2 years that I've worked there, just because of how expensive our goods are to get from the companies we get them from. So I'm wondering how that's gonna go and how bad the prices are gonna get, because we're already a very expensive shop for like coffee. Like you will not get a coffee for less than like $7. So
I can testify. I was there the other day on a humanitarian mission to deliver Advil to this poor girl who was. Can I? Yeah, I can.
Yeah.
Who was starting her period and having really bad cramps and nearly fainting. So
Yeah.
I hauled ass 15 miles south to go get her Advil.
goals.
I
As one
tried.
does.
I
Men
tried.
do
Get
better.
everybody in chat, get you a significant other that do this.
I try. Anyway,
No, we literally have a regular that comes every single day and orders a 24-ounce iced drink for $9, and
So
it has just gone
what
up to
I-
$9.50.
What I was going to say, because I'm like a friend of the company or whatever, or an employee of the company, they give me a 25% discount because I'm a friend of one of the employees.
Yeah.
25%, that's a quarter of the price lopped off. Even with that, I ordered a Mexican hot chocolate, it's just a hot chocolate with what? It has cinnamon, it has peanuts, stuff.
Mexican mocha powder. It's a Mexican chocolate with some little ground up peanuts in it. A lot of places have something
Cinnamon.
similar. Like Better Buzz has one. So
Cinnamon as well?
yes, lots of cinnamon. It's great.
So it's this like, it's a drink that I like. I ordered a 16 ounce, because it was really cold, hot Mexican hot chocolate. With 25% of the price lopped off, I paid $4.50.
And that's with whole milk. We make our own almond milk in house. We charge I think $1.75 to add our homemade almond milk.
It used to be $1.50.
Yeah, our prices went up just over the last week. We had to raise prices again. So point is, we're meandering. But yeah, that's something I worry about. I worry about the stability of my job because we can only raise prices so much before people quit coming, because people throw fits at me like every day. Like I did it. And I'm like, no, it wasn't me. So like, hoping that my job
Or-
stays my job, you
Or they
know?
will have to lay employee. Basically, it's arithmetic, right? It's you have a certain amount of money coming in and a certain amount of money that you have to spend. The difference, if there's a positive difference, if you're making more money than you're spending, that is your revenue. That is your profit. Profit is the money that you make and do not need to spend back into the company, back into the employees. So here's your options. And it would probably be a combination of all the above. Raise your prices, lay off employees, and cut down on operational costs and safety.
And we do have quite a bit of employees for a small business. We just opened our second location, which is considerably smaller than the first one. But the main location that I work at, I want to say has like 40-ish employees for a store that has max like 6 or 7 people in it at a time, employee-wise. So like, we have a very large staff for such a small business. So like, it's very worrying, you know, because we might lose some of us, you know. That would not be great.
Let me ask a question.
You just did.
Shut your mouth. What does a regional coffee shop do employing so many employees?
Because the way my store works, on weekends are our busiest times. So what we often do on like Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays is that we employ like, we call them runners. It's extra people just to have on hand to do dishes, to bus tables, to send people on their breaks, like to cover people for when they're going on their lunch break or something. So like, we have a lot of just extra hands. And my work is also a very like, you know, Instagrammable, TikTok famous kind of, yeah. It's very social media friendly. So we have a lot of influencers that come in and record and post stuff like promoting us. So like, we are very busy for such a small location, and we do a ton of weird crap. Like, we do this thing every like fall where we serve a pumpkin spice latte in a hollowed out pumpkin.
Oh God.
I hate that time of year
wild.
so much because it makes me want to kill myself. But yeah, so we do weird stuff like that, and it's really popular and everybody loves it. And we have people lining up. Like, we open at 8:00 for the pumpkin lattes. We have people lining up at like 6 and 7 a.m. to get the pumpkin. So it's weird. Like, why do you want the pumpkin so
She
bad?
barely survived the month of October.
That was awful. So yeah, point is, we are a very busy location, so we have a lot of employees. Not to mention, we also do internships, and a lot of our employees are like students, like high school and college students. So a lot of their availabilities are quite limited. So we have to have a lot of people to cover the times when like one person might not be able to work more than 2 or 3 days a week, you know? So a lot of reasons, but yeah, that's what happens when you're within 5 minutes of a very prominent university in the area. You have a lot of and a hospital. Yeah, we have a lot of nursing students, a lot of high schoolers, a lot of everybody, you know. So
and it's just a very like I used to live not in that neighborhood, but not far, you know, Claremont.
yeah,
It's not that far. Yeah. We're in the area a lot, so I used to live like a few miles away, and I know the area fairly well. Mm-hmm. It's just a very busy. You have a university a few miles away. You have a hospital not even a mile away, maybe a mile.
We also have UCSD, like not too far, like 20
another
minutes.
University.
So two universities.
Two universities within like 10 minutes driving distance.
But it's mainly SDSU. It's 5 minutes from my work. So very popular location.
A lot of people living in the area. It's a busy restaurant. And you think if the price is raised by... I mean, I'm guessing coffee itself would be your biggest expense aside from payroll.
Yeah, because we roast our own beans. We have a coffee bean roaster in-house, which is not something that every coffee shop has. So there's a lot of labor involved in doing it. We make our own almond milk. We make our own, we have a grilled cheese that we serve that's got like 4 or 5 cheeses in it that we like combine by hand.
It's so good.
There's a lot of like, it's very good stuff.
They
it just
have
takes work.
A tomato bisque, which I like to have with their grilled cheese. It is, I don't like tomato soup. I don't like tomatoes in general.
None of these people are ever going to come
I
to my
don't
work.
care. I want to talk about how cool your fucking
You're in
work
San
is.
Diego area. Come to...
Come tip me. Like, give me some money because I'm poor.
It is the best fucking tomato soup. I will not shut up about that.
Yeah, our food is really good for a coffee shop. Like, we have really good stuff, but it's all very trendy. We've got, like, avocado toast and acai bowls and, like, you know, like...
yes, the favorite thing.
Yeah, it's very, like, trendy stuff, you know, so, like, it's weird. But we're getting so far off the point right now.
Yes,
the point is,
3 yappers.
Shush, yapper. I'm concerned for my job security because, like, I am looking towards internships right now, and I will probably not be at that job for a whole lot longer. But I would still like to keep it as long as I can, and it would also just make me really sad because, you know, like it's a very well run business. It's very successful. It's run by a group of very talented women. It's owned by 3 sisters that are all like really great people, and it's just such a well done thing. And it would make me really sad to see that have to go away because of tariffs, which is our topic here. So
okay, Wilson, do you have anything to add to this? Because if you don't, I do.
I do, as a matter of fact.
Okay.
And you and I might be adding about the same thing, so I'm going to yap a little bit here.
Okay, Frankie, you're dismissed, but if you want to stay, you're free to stay.
do you want to text
Please.
me? I'll take my phone with me.
You can stay and listen if you want. That's
I
fine.
want to go talk to people. Do you want to text me if you want me to talk about something else?
I think
you have an
that's
idea?
kind of the only topic we wanted you for. But if you want,
damn it.
if you want to come in and talk about something, that's fine. You're a member of the crew.
Yappers
Oh.
welcome here.
I give you money via your boyfriend. Yeah, you're affording her birthday present right now.
Yeah, my birthday's coming up. I'm turning 21. I'm so excited. How do I get a job? You get up and out of bed.
You pull yourself up by your bootstraps.
That is the first step. I don't know.
Who asked that? How do you
Go on
how to get a
WikiHow.
job?
How to get a job via WikiHow.
Oh, yeah.
You got this.
It does this.
Bruh.
It's fine. It's been doing this the whole
Okay.
time. I don't know why.
Anyways.
Stream issues. Don't worry, people.
Yeah,
We're
fun
fine.
times. I love answering questions from people.
Anyway.
Oh, damn, we're doing
Do we
good.
have any questions in the chat for Miss Frankie before she leaves?
Yeah, how do
Before
I
I start.
touch grass?
let's the stream takes a while to update, so let's let people ask.
No, you
Hang
haven't.
on. Shh,
Okay,
let me
sorry.
do my thing.
Sorry.
I'll say my thing. You'll answer any questions.
Okay.
Wilson will say his.
Yeah,
thing.
ask
Now
me
we go.
questions.
So this is a thought I had earlier today, and it's something I saw one of our Project Liberal people post on Twitter, and it got me thinking. We were talking about aesthetics and about vibes earlier, and this is related. Because the argument that people make for tariffs and against free trade is that free trade creates a trade deficit, which means we are importing more from them than they are from us. If I recall, I believe that is what that means. I do not want to base my entire argument off that. Occurs when a country imports more goods and services than it exports. Okay, sounds clear. Yeah. So it's when we have a trade deficit with like Peru and Australia and all these other countries because we are importing more from them than we are exporting to them. Hence, a negative balance of trade as described here by Investopedia. It is a good description. So, we have a trade deficit with all these countries, and that phrase, trade deficit, sounds very threatening, especially in relation to a country like China. It sounds very threatening. We have a trade deficit with China!
Oh, no.
And I got to thinking, because I think this is Joshua or Micah or one of our people who said this, trade deficits are not a bad thing. Like, it is objectively just not a bad thing if you are importing more from a country than you're exporting to them. Importing something is not necessarily bad. Being reliant on imports from a single country can be bad, but if we're the United States, we have 330 million people. We're the third or fourth largest country by land area. We are the most economically productive country in the world. We are not going to be reliant on a single country no matter what we do. Even China, which I don't remember
Insert the meme of, like, some random country having a monopoly on minerals, and then some random bumfuck farmer finds the third largest world reserve of it in their backyard.
Yes. No, I mean, the United States, here's the thing with trade deficits. If you're Peru and you have a trade deficit with the U.S., if you're importing more from the U.S. than you're exporting to them, that's a problem, or can be, because the U.S. is a massive, powerful, and geographically close country that they can leverage the fact that most of your goods come from them to exploit you, to use it in negotiations to get uneven deals, uneven treaties. So that's a problem if you're Peru or Australia. If you're the United States of America, a trade deficit with Peru, population, what, like 20 million? Peru, population 34 million. It's nothing. Or Australia population, again, like 20 to 40 million, I don't remember exactly. And so what I am getting to my point here, there's another way you could call trade deficit. You call it an import surplus. And suddenly it sounds like a really good thing. And this is the vibes thing. If you call it a trade deficit cognate with the word deficient, defective, bad, basically. Def is never a good prefix in the English language. Deficient, deficit. But if you call it a surplus, it reminds me of the Simpsons episode that I just watched with this one recently.
Oh yeah.
Where it's Bart and Lisa in the future, like 20 years in the future, and Lisa is the president, and they created this very famous line. People think that they predicted Trump's presidency. We've inherited a budget crunch from President Trump, which is... I'm not going to get into that. That's dumb. The Simpsons never predicted anything. That's a different conversation that's not relevant. Point is, so...
Let people have their fun with thinking that the Simpsons predicted things.
Yeah, no. Anyway, it's religious thinking. I don't like it. Anyway, so...
Dude, can you, like, hurry up? There's
yes.
people asking me things.
Hang on. So, there's this plot point that we've inherited a very big budget crunch from President Trump. So we have to pay back our creditors somehow. And... they're trying to come up with how to, like, a tax hike is going to be unpopular. So they're trying to figure out how they're going to lodge a tax hike to the people, or propose it to the people, without collapsing their popularity. And what they come up with is one of her advisors, I think Milhouse or whatever, calls it a temporary refund adjustment. And there's these scenes where you have, like, Lenny and Carl, the barflies, back in Springfield, like, oh, a refund, that sounds good. It's a tax. But it's a refund. Ooh. Because they're refunded. So it's all about presentation. It's all about how you make it look. An import surplus. Ooh, surplus. A trade deficit. Oh, a deficit. Oh. That's it. That's all I have to say. Frankie, do you have questions to answer here?
I guess I do. I have someone asking me about
work.
There ain't no way you've applied to over 200 jobs. Oh my god, that's wild.
I want to see photos of the resumes.
I need receipts. I need receipts. Anyways.
Oh, he's a grad student, that's why.
Well, good lord. Anyways. Shh. Yeah, if you're if you're trying to find a job that's flexible with your work schedule, first of all, if you live in a like university town or somewhere that is like home to a large school of some sort, I'm assuming that you go somewhere like that, a lot of the places that are like very close in proximity will be a lot more respectful and understanding of students and their need to work and be able to work with you with your schedule. That's how it is for me, at least. A lot of the places that are nearby are expecting and wanting student employees and are willing to work with those schedules. If that's not the case, I've talked about this before. I would recommend there's an app called Nextdoor.
Oh God!
Don't start.
I'm not.
You've not had luck, but that's not my problem.
Wow.
It's a neighborhood.
Look, you're here.
Oh, you saved it in the end.
I didn't save anything. I said one thing.
Anyways, it's a neighborhood forum app. You pretty much like enter your zip code and it puts you in with like people that live in your general like area. And you can, complain about the mayor or talk about someone's, like, an offensive flag someone has in their yard or, like, stupid, like, shit that boomers do, But, like, what I use it for is I advertise, like, hey, I can walk your dog. I can babysit your kid. I can clean your house. Things that I'm good at. Things that I can actually do, which are limited, but it's okay.
Wow.
I would also advertise tutoring. If you're very strong in a certain subject, I would definitely advertise maybe on Nextdoor or like something related to your school. I would advertise tutoring, or I've tried to advertise like essay writing before because I'm a writer and that's what I do. I like to write things. I would not mind being paid to write an essay. So, there's a lot of options. If you might have to do a lot of things and combine them together, but you can make it. Also, do not be afraid to apply for scholarships and financial aid if you are having money problems. Take advantage of your community's supports. Do all those good things. But anyways, that was a really long time. So, yeah, good times. Who's never watched a full episode?
Questions for Frankie.
Oh my God.
Hang on, we'll get to that.
Okay,
What else is there?
yeah, we gotta go through it.
Next one.
I'm the only one that pays attention to these. You're a bad
I pay
person.
attention. I just have to do it. Okay, there's no more questions, but I want you to read this because I think it'll be funny in your voice.
Hopefully I can get into the trades. Specifically... I thought that said havoc. Specifically HVAC, so I can be in people's walls.
I remember this...
Beautiful Frankie McMahon, everybody.
That was
McMahon.
No, you did not.
Okay,
I take offense.
I remember a conversation we
did
had.
that on the election night one.
Huh?
What?
Didn't we say your full name in the election night stream?
Yeah, we did.
Wait, how the fuck did you get Wait, what?
Later, can we please?
I'm confused.
Later!
Okay.
Anyway,
Get out of here.
Oh, I'm not the only one being harassed by my partner.
Damn.
Hi, Sophie!
Where's Sophie?
Anyway.
She should be napping in the other room. What?
What? I'm not with it right now.
Wilson, get back to life, please.
Yeah, come back. We're fun. We like you.
I'm here.
Oh dear.
Okay.
She was Gorilla.
Oh no.
Was Gorilla? That's not good. That means burned.
Oh shit.
That's not a good Russian word.
Hello?
They burned our dinner, probably. Anyway.
Can y'all not hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Okay.
I hear the shuffling of footsteps.
Anyway.
Okay.
This brings back... This is so stupid. This brings back to mind, for me, a conversation she and I had early on in our relationship.
Oh, getting deep.
We were texting, I think, and I said something... I wonder if I can find the original conversation on WhatsApp.
That's gonna take a really long time.
It won't take a very long time because there's something very specific. You'll immediately recognize it once
Okay, how about you start talking about it while you're looking so you don't keep people bored?
No, because I want to read it.
They're all here for me.
Yes, they are.
They are. Oh shit.
Here. So, she said, "You are legit half my brain." This is the day before Valentine's
Oh
Day.
God, not this one.
I said, indeed, I am living in your walls. She says, oh no, not another Jew in the walls. Gotta call someone about that. To which I said, pardon, another?
Why are you doing this to me? Oh my God, that had me rolling.
Another? It wasn't even the Jew in the, it was the another. There's been more than
There's
one.
been more than one.
Than other Jews.
But they might have, like, died in there and I never found them, bro. Like, that's what I'm
Oh,
saying.
Jews suffocating to death?
Dude,
Really?
dude, I will whoop you. Literally, stop. I could suffocate you easily.
Your hands, both of them, can't fit around my neck.
Damn it. I have nails, though.
Get out. Abort. Abort.
I have nails.
God.
I can scratch you.
This is the beautiful Frankie, everybody. Can we give her a round of applause?
Oh my God. Anyways, and let's answer questions like civilized folks.
There kind of aren't any. This is for later.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I just read about you are free to go, but if you want to stay,
fun.
if you want to
I'm
stay, you can
based.
stay.
I'm based, dude.
We knew that.
I didn't. I'm based. I'm jumping up and down. I'm so excited.
I like how Merrick is both Frankie is based and Arken get out. I love that.
Yeah, because he's pro women.
He's pro everybody.
Mm-hmm.
He's pro chaos.
I'm the chaos gremlin here.
So Occam says, by the way, I just read about the Republicans losing a special election in Iowa. I said Idaho. Just thought that was worth bringing up. I did see that. So in a state Senate district in Iowa where Trump won by 21 points, a Democrat narrowly won the state Senate seat, which is interesting a week into the Trump presidency. An interesting observation.
I'm gonna go
We'll get
check
to
up
that
on
in a
things in
minute
the
whenever we get
kitchen.
to
Text me if
another
anything
point.
happens.
Yes.
I'll be back in a little bit.
Frankie, I'll be back.
What?
Don't worry about it. Go. Okay. That was lovely.
It was indeed lovely.
Let me
Let's
put-
have a round of applause for
Yay!
for
Let me put you
beautiful
back on
Frankie.
on headphones. I shall not fail again, and
All right, I
okay.
got something to say.
Yeah, hang on. Let me put you back on headphones. Okay, there we go. Wilson is back.
Howdy. Glad to be back.
Okay, so
So, do you have a thought you want to conclude, or can I talk about?
go.
my thing
Go.
with
It's your
tariffs
turn. You go right the fuck ahead.
now? So, everybody, here's the deal. Tariffs have been a control method that the government has used since almost time immemorial at this point. I believe the first president to ever sign into law the tariff was none other than the second president, John Adams, right? Along with the other infamous laws like the Alien Sedition Act. They have always been about public perception. They have never once been about trying to better the government in any way or better your lives in a better way. Britain is outcompeting us. What do? Well, we need to make American goods more competitive. Tariffs. Who pays that? Not Britain. The American people does. And the one thing that makes this entire situation, John Adams' tariffs, different from any other president's tariffs, he was honest about it. He said, this is not to make American goods cheaper. This is to incentivize you all to buy what would otherwise be normally expensive American-made goods, to not collapse our budding manufacturing industry. Okay? But he was about the last president to be honest about it. Every other president since has been about the foreign enemy. The foreign government is cheating you, hardworking American citizens. You are being cheated. You are being lied to. But I won't lie to you. Oh, no. We'll get back. We will get back. what's owed to us. We'll make the foreign governments pay. A foreign government has never once paid another foreign government, did he? Unless they were forced to by military action.
I wouldn't say that word if I were
Let
you
alone
on YouTube.
So true. So true.
No, it's
But
validation.
my point is ultimately this: like, are we trying to make diamonds?
Yes, we are. Don't talk about the server. Text.
Well, no, I was doing
Unprofessional.
something here. I gotta remove all this fucking carbon fiber.
Sorry. Later. Anyway.
Anyway,
Speaking of
more
raw
to the point.
goods.
More to the point. Yeah. But anyway, like it has always been so blatant. The point of a tariff, and in some degrees, I will agree with the tariffs, insofar as the point that you're trying to make with tariffs is to balance the scale. China makes far cheaper goods. Okay, normally that's a good thing for the consumer, right? You spend less money, you pay a little income tax. You pay a little sales tax. But sometimes I can get it, where you're like, no, this is a very critical industry, and we want to foster American manufacturing. We want to foster the American supply of this good, or this demand. So we are going to impose an import tax on foreign goods so that they're competitive. But this is strictly a punitive measure against the American public, fill the coffers to raid the treasury, and it is being sold as Americans fighting back to all those people who did us dirty abroad.
Yeah, I'm filthy
Like them
foreigners.
Canadians who gloat on Twitter about their free healthcare. Or the Mexicans who invade our country and
Feed our
Give us-
children.
feed our children.
We'll get to that.
Yeah. But that's what I ultimately want to say to it. It's yet again, perception is everything, optics are everything. This is another tool for the robber barons, the oligarchs, to raid the treasury, to fill the coffers, raid the treasury. They don't give a shit about the debt. They're going to borrow. They're going to spend, but not on infrastructure, not on you, on their own deluded sense of self-importance. And that's what I have to say. There's the tea. That's what I have to say.
I thought I was done, but you inspired a thought. Something I mean, it's not a new thought. I knew this.
Oh dear!
Yes.
I inspired him to think. Run for cover!
By the way, I want to commend ourselves, actually kind of pat ourselves on the back. We dropped from a peak of like 20-something down to 9. Or 10.
And we're back up again.
And we're back up to like mid-20s. Currently 20, but it was in mid-20s. So we've done well. I'm liking these structured streams. I've never done something like this before, but I like it a lot. So, my thought, and this is not an original thought. I saw this on Twitter somewhere, but it's true. The reason that this is something that Trump and his types like to say a lot, like, oh, tariffs have been used by governments since the dawn of civilization, which is true. Here's the thing. Here's the reason that they were being used.
Fill the coffers.
No. So here's the reason they were being used since the dawn of civilization. No, because why not use import taxes if you're the Persian Empire? I'll tell you why. Here's why. Tariffs control the flow and price of goods from outside the country. In other words, tariffs are the tool of a government that is only able to deal with other governments outside their borders. Income taxes, sales taxes, land taxes, VAT, whatever tax you believe is the best way to do taxes. Income, sales, again, VAT, land tax, excise taxes, whatever, any internal tax, assumes you're able to control your people to a certain degree and civilize your people to a certain degree.
Oh my god!
Another 14. Oh my fucking, I thought that was fucking 14. Sweet Jesus.
No, sir.
We have made $209 on this stream. Good lord, talk about a fucking tax. God damn. I'm gonna have like a 20-30% tax on this income, but that's fine.
We need to add us. You need to stop spending on this. We need to like restart the Patreon. You'd be a fucking.
I'm planning to restart. We'll discuss this later. I'm planning to restart it either right before or right after the video is published. Anyway, thank you, you
General tier
insane,
access to the Minecraft.
you insane, beautiful, crazy, unhinged motherfucker who I worry about deeply now. Yes, anyway, fuck. This is a good month for me. I can actually fucking meet the rent. Maybe I don't need wage work. I have a test. Oh. Hello. What's up?
Ladies, gentlemen, and others, I've returned.
Hello.
Did I miss anything cool?
No, we're still talking about tariffs and shit.
Oh my god,
Not
you
for
guys
long.
take forever.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, but look at what just happened in chat, Frankie.
Can I look at it?
Yeah, here, look.
Let's see. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yeah,
Dude.
Oh my god.
Can I like hold your phone? I want to look at the comments.
you do that. So, what I was saying, tariffs are taxes imposed by governments that feel they're not able to control their own citizens, so they need to control the citizens, rather the governments of other countries instead. Because you can deal with a foreign government outside your own borders, but you can't deal with, that puts the total of money he's given me by to 500. It's fucking insane. I'm gonna restart.
If anybody else is listening, you do not know how much this means to us. This is so great. Thank you for everybody's
I am
donations.
in deep shit with my former apartment, so this is very nice. Anyway, this is turning into a piggy bank at this point. Yeah, a little bit.
And we're also trying to look for our own place together, so
I'm not worried about that. That's fine.
Well,
But
still, it would help.
I can do 1,000 a month. That's fine. But
Damn, I can't hear Wilson anymore.
well, he's not speaking right now. Anyway,
Wow.
But yeah, there's my thought. I've pretty much said it. But yes, tariff is a tax imposed by a government that feels it does not have sufficient control over and trust from its citizens that it can reliably extract taxes through income or payroll or something else. Tariffs are used against governments because the only way a government can respond, really, is either with another tariff or with military force. So essentially, a tariff is a tax backed with military force, while a regular tax is a tax backed with the courts, which is a very, very important distinction, in my humble opinion. These are my 2 cents. This is all I have left to say about tariffs.
That is it. So I think we are ready to hop, skip, and jump over tariffs.
Yes,
As we have concluded our talking point, and go right to the next one. Some possible election fraud.
I'm going to let you
So-
do that, because I have no idea what you're cooking.
I'm about to cook. Ladies and gentlemen, I am about to cook. And I'm glad that my Minecraft kind of crashed, because I'm gonna be blatant. I'm gonna be real with y'all. This has been parroted by a bunch of times, but only really being reported by one dude. I've never heard of him before. You might have, Jacob,
Yeah?
but I've never heard of this guy before. A gentleman by the name of Greg Plast. Have you ever heard of Greg Plast before?
Doesn't ring a bell.
He is apparently this award-winning investigative journalist, right?
Okay.
And this is being reported. This is being reported by
People are saying it.
People are
Sorry.
saying what?
Thank you.
The Trump line? Come on. We're back in Trump world. Get used to it.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, anyway,
Wilson
go ahead.
is contemplating murdering 9 years with power hammers. So true. But no, this is on the let me see here. What was this? This was on the Tom Hartman program. I found an article by Black Press USA, I guess, that was parroting stuff from this journalist. What's his name? Greg Plass, dude, and here's basically what this says. Check this out. I got the numbers for you right here. 4.7 million voters, specifically 4,776,706 voters were wrongly purged from voter rolls according to U.S. Elections Assistance Commission data. By August of 2024, for the first time since 1946, self-proclaimed vigilante voter fraud hunters challenged the rights of 317,886 voters. The NAACP of Georgia estimates that by election day, the challenges exceeded 200,000 challenges in Georgia alone. No less than 2.1 million, specifically 2,121,000 mail-in ballots nationwide were disqualified for minor clerical errors, mostly the cost of postage. At least 500,000 ballots cast in precinct were also disqualified. 1.2 million provisional ballots were rejected, not even counted. And 3.24 million new registrations were rejected or not entered on the rolls in time enough to vote. Guys, Trump lost. He did. He must have won, or he must have lost the popular vote by something to the effect of 5 million voters. This electoral shenanigans, this gerrymandering nonsense has now gotten to the point where people's electoral rights are not being respected, and it is causing legitimate damage. This is perhaps the first time U.S. election since the era of the Dixiecrats where voter suppression has played a key role in charting the course of our elections. Where are the Democrats? You have Democrats cooking themselves to Trump rather than demanding a recount. When this happened in 2001, Florida was just recount. There was an insurrection on January 6th, 4 years ago. Where is this? This is a major scandal.
It should be.
And where is this? I've had to dig for these stories. Greg Plass is award-winning, apparently. As far as I'm made aware, I've never heard of him before. But he's not some fringe, crazy, liberal, fucking replacement theory advocating dude or whatever. Like, I don't know. But guys, we used to call this Jim Crow. We used to call this Jim Crow. And it still technically is. How much of these people do you want to bet are African Americans? Or other people of color? Hispanics? Fucking Asians? How much do you want to bet? Guys. Where's the anger? Where's the rage? Why are we just going, well, yeah, it sucks. If you are a Democrat and you voted Democrat and you have Democratic congressmen, guys, you need to be on the phone. You need to be talking to them about this shit. We are 2 weeks off from the inauguration. 2 months off from the election. And we still have numbers rolling in way after the fact. Now, I know that previously on this channel, Arken and I have come to blows about our advocations of political violence, but that was over a Minecraft game. We're not going to get into that right now, right? But here's the deal, guy. I'll call it what it is. Here's the scoop, and I'll tell you. Where's our fighting spirit, guys? This is outrageous. It's scandal after scandal after scandal. And we got Jon Stewart mocking us for caring about attorney generals. About the media reporting on attorney generals being fired.
Inspector generals, I think.
And inspector generals, I'm sorry. What is happening, guys?
Apathy.
Thoughts,
Is the
Jacob,
answer.
please.
So, I'm very skeptical of any kind of fraud narrative. I've heard about the voter roll thing. It is true, as far as I know. I am skeptical of it because I feel the need to be consistent in my position. I've been very skeptical of it with, with Trump and his whole nonsense, and it's not the same thing. I know he totally made it up. This is real. It's a question of extent. It's a question of intent. Well, no, it's not a question of intent. We know what they intend. But here's the problem. Because even if you're 100% right, and you're probably more right than you are wrong, here's the problem. If you're a Democrat, you've been denying voter fraud as an issue, and you've been saying this is the most secure election in American history, which they did in 2020 and 2024. If you've been a Democrat saying that for 5 years or longer, how do you then justify, maybe even just to your Democrat, how do you even justify to yourself turning around, stealing the Republican narrative and going, oh, it was voter fraud, after saying for years that there's no such thing in American politics? It's a very difficult position to hold.
We gotta tell it as it is. And Jacob, you can be consistent on your narrative by saying this. Hello?
Yeah?
Can I be heard? Okay.
Yes.
I was about to say, Jacob, you can be consistent on your narrative by saying this, right? Because in the 2020 election, we didn't have hundreds of thousands of claims being submitted to our, vote counting facilities, right? We were dealing with, securing the vote for mail-in purposes to sell it to Republicans. That was where that narrative came from. It's not inconsistent to say, well, now this might be voter fraud. If it's voter fraud screaming to you, and not even voter fraud, it's election interference. And it's not just election interference by the elite. It's election interference by brainwashed American citizens that are wasting the election officials' time by doing what they consider to be their God-given constitutional duties of maintaining pristine honor rolls of American citizenship. A delusion fed to them by MAGA Republicans. Trump ordered people to stand back and stand by. And boy did they, until it was time for them to act. Then all of a sudden, what do we have? This is ridiculous. This is absurd. And yet again, it's going to be another two-way street argument where people are going to go, well, if they just paid the right postage and did their due diligence, well, if people just maintained their voter status and, participated in elections like good citizens, well, I mean, do we really want votes from Democrats who only show up to not vote for Trump and not be politically apathetic about everything else? Guys, he lost. He lost the election.
He should
Probably
have.
didn't lose the electoral vote, but he sure as shit lost the popular vote. I'm not bold. I would have to do more digging and research on this. Right? I'm not about to sit here and go on a related but unnecessary tangent where I go, Kamala should have done this, or get on to all the people who didn't vote Democrat because of the whole Gaza fucking conundrum. We're not about to do that shit. But what I will tell you is this. Whenever you have, in Georgia, 200,000 claims submitted by a handful of diehard Trump supporters who are doing this out of brainwashed ideology, clogging Georgia's system, making it to where they can't report accurately where people's voter rights are being fucking suppressed.
Isn't this there was a segment on the Daily Show. I don't remember if it was 2020 or 24, but there was, I think it was Jordan Klepper, and he went out to talk to some of these people who were submitting these claims, and he talked to this one guy who says he submits like, was it 10 or 20 or 30 claims a day? Like as almost
I remember that.
almost as a profession.
There was a fucking Last Week Tonight skit about that, dude.
Yeah.
John Oliver.
Yes. Yeah, not fucking maybe Jordan Klepper too. I don't know. But I remember watching that and being like, that sounds problematic for a number of reasons.
Yeah. It's just, we have a gentleman in chat saying, because there was like 65 court cases saying there was no evidence of voter fraud. If the court's saying that they're anomalies, that's when it's a valid thing. Yeah, so long as that you can trust the courts. In this instance, a lot of the courts can still be trusted. Like,
yes. But this hasn't really been litigated.
To be fair, to put this into perspective, so we don't overstep our boundaries here, there's a very famous saying. I think a lot of people attribute this to a Russian saying, but I believe that this could also be a Middle Eastern saying. Hear me out on this. The fish rots from the head. Looks at the Supreme Court. But as for right now, the body, the corpus, is untainted. Hopefully, it will remain edible so long as we're able to litigate out these things. But it's not going to suddenly have the courts come in, stop the whole process, and say, I'm sorry, Trump, you need to leave right now. You didn't actually win. The electoral voters went in. Congress verified it on the 6th. We inaugurated him on the 20th. But he lost. That's just the long and short of it. He lost the electoral vote. Or not the electoral, I'm sorry. He lost the popular vote. Trump is not popular. He leads a cult. People's rights are being suppressed. And they will continue to be suppressed so long as you guys are apathetic. And not by you guys. I don't necessarily mean the people watching the stream. I mean everybody. Myself included.
This is an interesting take because we didn't discuss this pre-stream. I had no idea what he was cooking, and I like what he's cooking, but I was not aware of it before the stream. We did not discuss this at all beforehand. This is a new theory to me, more or less. I'll add to this. I don't know if Trump is popular or not, but here's the thing. If he's not, here's the problem. It's, again, perception is reality. I've said this so many times in the last half a year. Perception is reality. What people think is real becomes real. And because our minds are very powerful and very self-deceptive a lot of the time. So...
Yes, we all have psychic powers.
So... I must return to the woods to sleep. Goodbye, Merrick. Thank you for your donations. Anyway,
Thank you for your service.
Thank you for your service. So, perception is reality. If people think something is popular, a great number of people will go along with it because they want to go along with what's popular. They want to follow along with the majority. Bandwagon effect. If you can make something look popular, this is why marketing is so important. If you can make somebody feel like all of their friends are watching a movie, for instance, then they're going to want to go. They don't want to be missed out. They don't want to miss out. This is called FOMO nowadays because everything needs to have a fucking abbreviation or an acronym.
Yeah.
Fear of missing out. It's a real thing, and it's not just the dumb Instagram or Facebook trend. It's a very real thing. There is a fear of missing out, or in this case, a fear of wrongthink, and that is what I'm going to call it. Trump and his people have made a very good show of looking popular. Again, I don't know if they really are. I think there is a degree of popularity he has now that he didn't back in 2016 or 2020. He's just sort of marinated in the public consciousness long enough that no one cares that he's a terrible person or a terrible politician, that his policies suck. He's a meme, and people, I said this before, we're a fundamentally unserious country, so it doesn't matter that he's a terrible person or a terrible politician. He's funny. And he's memeable.
Why do we love scam artists?
Exactly.
There's a great video.
Which is exactly what he is. So, there's that aspect of it. There's another thing I wanted to say, and I'm not remembering it. Fucking... No, I don't got it. But I will say, Hitler never won the popular vote. I believe in 1933 he got like 30% of the vote, or something like that. Which is, considerable. It was probably a plurality, but it was not a majority of the vote. He seized power. And then everyone fell into line. And this is, again, do not obey in advance. They do not have absolute power yet until we decide that they do. When we decide that they do, it's too late. Because we've conceded that ground. You're not going to fight over lost ground. You can't. You're not in the position to do so.
Mm-hmm.
This is the problem.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I know what else I wanted to talk about. And this leads into a different topic that we don't actually have on our list, but we really should. I want to talk about the media, which is sort of my area of expertise to a degree, as I am tenuously a part of the media, or working to be anyway. The media, which I blame for most of Trump's victory. It's not inflation. It's not the anti-incumbency wave. It's not any of these things. It's not that people have lost sight of what really matters in this country. All of those things are true, and all of those things contributed, but that's not what actually caused it. The media caused it. Because every single little flub that Biden made was a fucking media fiasco. It was a whole circus that they did. But Trump can stand on a stage silent for 38 minutes. And what's the headline? Trump stands awkwardly on stage. Not demented old man has an episode in public, which is what it was. The media wanted Trump to win, and the reason that they wanted Trump to win is not because they support him. It's not because they're fascists, because they're not fascists. Not ideologically, anyway. It is because he is dramatic. He is crazy, and he gets eyeballs, which means more viewings. More views, which means more money. It's a financial calculation. Biden is competent. He was not amazing, but he was competent. He did the job. And that's boring. Competence is boring. Negativity, chaos, that is entertainment.
No, I'd honestly disagree with you right there. Competency isn't boring. There's a perception that it's boring. Get you a good media team and a good hype man.
Well, sure.
Man.
No, but Biden's old. I don't think he's senile, but he's old. He's slow. He slurs his words. He's boring. He's a boring person. He
Definitely
wasn't.
not all the time. I'll have to a little bit disagree with
I
you
know.
there.
I read
I
the Moral Center of Europe speech to Frankie last night. Trust me, I know. But
on the finish line. Come on.
that was him in the 90s. It's been a while. So
No, the we own the finish line thing. That's one of the most recent
yes.
things.
Oh well,
Moral Center of Europe was
we own the. I thought you said we are. I thought that was from a different. Anyway, point is, he is boring. He looks boring. He acts boring. He talks boring most of the time. He just
generic
doesn't.
white old man syndrome.
Old white politician. He's just not exciting in the same way that Trump is. Exciting, word meaning not happy necessarily, but exciting. Gets
Energizing.
the blood energizing. Gets the blood pumping. What was that? What was that snort for? What are you snorting about?
Oh, I'm clearing my nose. Pardon me.
I think you were laughing. Anyway, yes. So Trump is exciting. He excites the blood. He excites the senses. So they wanted him to win so that they can then report on his every scandal. Which is why the Medicaid site shut down, and we'll get to that. Which is why the Medicaid site shut down today for several hours on orders from Trump. And the media is reporting on it as though it were a regular political scuffle and not, hey, the President of the United States just broke all the laws and shut off healthcare. You remember that one fucking Biden line that he flubbed in his one debate with Trump before he dropped out? We beat Medicare? Yeah, Trump did that. He beat Medicare. I didn't watch that part of the debate. So I only saw this clip recently, but Trump, unfortunately to his credit, he had a line where Biden said, "We beat Medicare," and Trump says, "Yeah, you beat it to a pulp," which, like, okay, fine, that's a good line. And that's exactly what Trump did. He beat Medicare to a pulp. Today. Like, it just happened. And how is the media reporting on this? Look, I'm going to look up Medicaid. And we'll see what we get.
Stream
Medicaid.
it. Show the stream. Show it on the stream.
Here, okay. Display capture. Look, Medicaid. First headline from 6 hours ago from CBS News. White House blames outage for locking out Medicaid. Head Start Health Centers from funding site. White House, 12 hours ago. White House says Medicaid portal will be back online shortly after Trump funding freeze blamed. Funding freeze. 6 hours ago, Trump's federal grant pause creates confusion over Medicaid funding. It didn't create confusion. People were having fucking psychological nervous breakdowns because they thought they wouldn't be able to afford their cancer treatments because Medicaid was shut off. And what are the Democrats messaging? What was that thing that they posted? Trump is building a coalition for Wall Street, not Main Street. Okay, Bill Clinton in the year 1992. I don't care. No one cares. No one is interested in that kind of rhetoric anymore. The man shut off Medicaid by decree, and they can't message on that. And the media is just as guilty, if not more so. Again, Trump's federal grant pause creates confusion. I just had my fucking Minecraft streaming for a while, didn't I? Creates confusion over Medicare funding. The Trump administration's freeze on federal grants sparked chaos and confusion at state Medicaid agencies on Tuesday. Although the White House insisted that Medicaid, which provides health insurance to more than 72 million low-income Americans, was not affected by the freeze that it announced Monday evening, state Medicaid officials found themselves locked out of the federal funding portal for hours on Tuesday. They started to regain access to the system in the afternoon. Very neutral language. As you go a little bit deeper, it's probably like, yeah, it's going to be a little bit more explicit.
Bro, we're going to need, like, ground news or something.
No one knows what a fucking grant pause is. No one is gonna... Half the fucking U.S. population is gonna think that that's pausing a movie that has Hugh Grant in it. No one knows what a fucking federal grant pause is. Nobody's interested. That's a boring headline. It's being reported on, like, another random political scuffle in Washington today. Not, again, the headline that the media needs to be running with, but especially the media can claim independence, and they're full of shit. They're not independent. They're not neutral. Oh my god, I'm streaming fucking my
fake independent media is what they are.
If they were actually neutral, then they would report on Biden the same way they report on Trump back during his campaigns and his presidency. But never mind that. If you're the Democrats, this just happened. The Democratic Party, every single elected Democrat, needs to be blasting this from the fucking rooftops. The following line: Trump shut off Medicaid. Or you can even make it shorter. That's 4 words. Trump shut off Medicaid. See if I can make that 3 words. Trump ended healthcare. How is that any crazier than Biden caused inflation? It really isn't. It's very tame.
It really isn't.
Compared to some of the things Republicans have been saying. Trump shut off healthcare. Trump ended healthcare. Something along those lines. I'm not a marketing strategist. I don't know, but something like that. We beat Medicare. Trump beat Medicare. That would be actually excellent, I think, if they used his own line against him. We beat Medicare.
Beat Medicare to
death. Trump beat Medicare. Trump beat Medicare to death. If you're a Democrat and you're not messaging on that for the next 4 years, that is criminal incompetence.
We went from...
Fuck.
In little over 16 years, 2 decades, we went from being on the cusp to Medicare for all to
Trump shut off Medicare.
The minimal Medicare that we have left. Like, Social Security is going down the tube, guys.
Well, it has been for decades.
Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, I wanted boring politics for the next 4 years. It's been a week and I'm already completely exhausted. Yeah. Mood.
Yeah.
like, what is happening around us fundamentally is that the media kowtows to Trump, doesn't care about what's going on, and just they have created a perception of our American democracy that has allowed it to be run into the ground by the worst the society has to offer. And the people who had the minimum amount of remaining power to do anything about it is apathetic, or feels like they now have to work with the system. Bernie Sanders, and I know you don't like him in particular, I know you take issue with him, but Bernie Sanders,
He
for
cooks
his
sometimes.
part, he cooked the other day whenever he pointed this shit out. Fucking AOC, who I've never once in my life fucking cared for, has been spitting bars on the regular, on the Senate, or I'm sorry, on the congressional floor? I was going to say Senate floor, but...
House. She's a house
On the House
representative.
floor. Like... Where's the energy? Where's the care? Huh? Guys, I got something for y'all to say. Hold on. It says, somebody says, y'all are entering the tunnel we here have been in for 23 years.
He's
I hate
from
to say it,
Turkey,
but you
I
do
should say.
get used to it.
I
He
know,
is from Turkey. Well,
I know this guy.
my friend, I'll tell you one thing. I'm not going to get used to it. I got something to say. Belief will not save us. Lies will not protect us. But it is our hope that will damn us. They sing of victory as the country burns. Victory as Congress rots around us. Victory as our homeless, our sick, and our poor rages against the dying of the light. Victory. If that doesn't tell you who these type of people are, I don't know what will.
We're on the same page. We're talking about the Republicans and Trump, right? Or is
Yeah.
it all of them?
What do you mean?
Is it the Democrats as well that you're referring to, the ones who are, limp-dicked and not doing anything? Or is it just Trump?
That too! I mean, hell. It's the Republicans who are preaching victory from the pulpit. But it is a Democrat's hope that things are going to get better that will damn us. Hope isn't what we need right now. We need action. We can't send thoughts and prayers to a better government. Here's the one thing that Republicans have consistently slammed us for the past 8 years. Democrats are notoriously bad at serving their community. They're really great at big picture thinking. They are terrible at small picture thinking. So people in blue communities will fucking bitch and moan, and sometimes they have a very damn good reason to say. Case in point, and I'm not going to get too on top on this. I don't want to start another sidetracked argument when we got things to do. Those fucking MS-13 guys rolling up in, what was it, Colorado?
I didn't
Taking
hear about
over
that.
apartment buildings and shit?
You're gonna have to fill me in. I don't know that story.
It was a semi-big thing that happened in and around October, right? I'll have to go find it. Maybe some of the people, but like these These fucking gangbangers come in and take
Hang
over
on.
an entire.
Hang on just a minute. Can I put a brief pause on the stream? Like, couple minutes.
Sure.
I will return momentarily.
Okay. Do it.
I live!
My Sheila. Of course.
Sorry, I didn't
We're
do
back
the
online.
music
We're
this
live
time.
again.
I didn't do the music this time. Whoopsie. Hey, sorry, I had to go. Okay, I'm back.
It's fine. We only lost like one person. That's fine. We're good.
That's
Welcome back,
actually
everybody.
very impressive. Odd without music, yes, it is. What were we fucking talking about? Oh, you were talking about the MS-13 thing.
Yeah.
Well, go ahead, I'm listening.
Oh, I didn't. No, the long and short of it is that like a bunch of gangers went into a blue town, and the local government didn't seem to want to do anything about it. The locals felt betrayed. They felt like they weren't being listened to. They had implored bikers. They implored like the Hell's Angels to go down and do something. The Hell's Angels kind of laughed. There was an idea that there was going to be a giant gang war, but like then
This
the
is
whole
where?
fucking story died. It should have been in Colorado, but I don't know.
It was in
It's
Pueblo,
just
wasn't
been
it?
so long. Do what?
It was in Pueblo, wasn't it?
I don't think so.
Pueblo is a shithole from everything I've heard and seen. It's like if something happens in Maryland, you just assume it's Baltimore.
Fuck you, Baltimore.
Fuck you, Baltimore! Fuck, I got scammed in Baltimore. That was fun.
When did that happen?
You remember that? I had a fucking pounding headache. Guy was shouting and wouldn't leave me alone, and I was alone, so I just gave him the fucking $22 to leave me the fuck alone.
Oh god, I remember.
While I was
that,
waiting for your
actually,
plane to
yeah.
land. That sucked. Anyway.
The farmer's out of
What was your point here that you were getting to?
The point that I was trying to make. The point that I was trying to make is that the only thing that the Republicans had on us is that they had the ability to point out genuine instances of Democrats not giving a shit about their local communities and thusly their constituents. So whenever they, you know, let me check something. Whenever they fucking point out these egregious things, they got ammunition against us. And it's decent ammunition. What better ammunition than you're not doing your job to help protect your local communities? Democrats need to stop saying that they're the party that cares and actually start doing it. Because you and I might be seeing differently, but I'll tell you this. The stories that Gavin Newsom wasn't even in the state when the LA wildfire's happening, they say a lot without saying a lot, you know what I mean?
It also isn't true he was, or at least he very swiftly returned after they started. Gavin Newsom is a whole story. He is the best and the worst Democrat simultaneously. He is the best because he fights. He fights like hell. He fights with genuine passion and murderous rage, which is kind of what we need. But he's also a corrupt piece of shit who has brought this state to the brink of ruination. So I have
Asian, my dad.
You know, I used to say I wouldn't even vote for him against Trump. That's changed. I would vote for anybody over Trump. And I mean anybody. I would vote for fucking Stalin at this point. At least Stalin did something. Shit, he might have killed 10 million people in the process of doing it, but he fucking industrialized the damn country. Shit, if that's what we're at, fuck it. I'd rather have an evil authoritarian who does his job instead of an evil authoritarian who doesn't. That's really the choice we're being forced to make. Which I don't believe it is, but you know. I will answer this later. But no. Okay, so LA Local here. Griffin Brown. Oh, a returning viewer. Hello, LA Local. Griffin Brown, LA Local here. Gavin was in LA on day one. Mayor Bass was out of town and refused. That's what you're talking about, probably. Yes, the mayor was out of town. Mayor Karen Bass, who's terrible.
Yeah.
Evil fucking woman. Karen Bass, out of town, refused to answer questions about cutting funding to the fire department. I gotta say this, because I live quite close. I mean, not too close, 150 miles drive, but I live in Southern California. I have lived in Southern California my entire life. In San Diego, where I live, where I have lived for 95% of my life or so, except for like 3 months in San Luis Obispo last year, which sucked.
Vacations notwithstanding.
Vacations notwithstanding. This town has had some awful fires. I don't remember them. There was one in 2003, which was a year before I was born, and there's another in 2007, which I was too young to remember. The Cedar Fire in 2003... Oh, that's nice. The Cedar Fire in 2003 and the Witch Creek Fire in 2007, which burned down much of my current neighborhood that I currently live in. ever since then, we have been very vigilant, I have to say, to our immense credit, San Diego. We've been very vigilant against fires, and there's not been a major fire here since 2007, that I'm aware of, anyway. We've had at least 20 fires start here in the last whatever number of weeks, I should say, since the LA fire started. Because you have to understand, so we just had our first rain of the year, our first rain of the season, our first rain, as it turns out, in 8 fucking months. 8 months with no rain, which is, according to some people, the longest dry spell since the early 2000s, and 20 years or so. 8 months without rain. Everything is dry, and there's extraordinarily high winds. There have been like 20 fires that have started. At least 20. Probably a lot more that I'm not aware of. Many, many fires that have started. There was one that started and burned a few acres near one of our friends' houses. Another that started near another of our friends' houses. And another, and another, and another. And we were wondering when we would be next. And there was a fire that started by the border near a town called Otay Mesa. Another town called East Lake, which burned 6,000 acres. Now, that's a good 20 miles from where Frankie lives, and it's a good 40 miles from where my parents live, where I currently live for the most part. But nonetheless, the smoke created another red sunset, which I have not seen since 2021, when those horrible pictures out of San Francisco came out with the orange sky. We didn't quite have an orange sky. Our fires weren't quite as close geographically. But we had them out east, and the sun was red for a while. And we had a little redux of that the other day. But despite all this, our firefighters, to their extraordinary credit, our firefighters have been kicking ass. They have been responding to every fire with extraordinary speed and efficiency. And mind you, at least half of them are in Los Angeles right now, helping fight those fires. So, with like half-strength tops, the San Diego Fire Department has put out all these fires and prevented most civilian damage. There have been some evacuations, there have been some burned down homes, but no, like, thousands upon thousands upon thousands of acres of inhabited land burned down. Because guess what? When you properly fund and train your people, they do their jobs. And as a San Diego resident, I am very inclined, if I'm just voting based on the last month, I'm very inclined to vote back in every single local official that we have. My city council member, my mayor, my whatever city supervisor, manager, whatever, fucking, I don't follow our local politics as well as I should, but every local politician we have, I am incentivized to vote for again, because of the way they responded to this crisis that wasn't really a crisis because of their response. But it could have been. There was a fire in Poway, which is a little bit east of, I should say, where I live, off Ted Williams Parkway, which is a major thoroughfare. I drive there fairly often, like, I know that area. There was a fire there, my mom could see it from her work. There was a fire, Maya said, in Rancho Bernardo, which is close to where her family lives. So, there are all these fires. There was a fire in La Jolla, which is a very expensive neighborhood, which is also where Tucker Carlson is from, by the way. Anyway, all of these fires that were put out with minimal civilian casualties, in fact, no civilian casualties as far as I know, and minimal infrastructure damage. This is what competent government looks like. This is what happens when you properly fund, maintain, and train your public service people. And people our mayor is Todd Gloria. I'm probably going to vote for him in however many years. Actually, I don't remember if our mayors are term limited, but if they're not term limited, I will probably vote for him, and so will the majority of San Diegans, most likely, because he and the city council and whoever else runs the fire department have done this very, very well. We can literally just win off competence. If San Francisco builds housing, this is a city the size of Manhattan, larger than Manhattan, and it has like a quarter of the population because it's all fucking single-family homes and townhomes. Fuck that shit. San Francisco should look like Manhattan and Brooklyn. It can have a population of 3 or 4 million. And it needs to have even more robust... It has a decent public transit system. It needs a better one. This is all doable stuff. But you need your government to put in the work. Like, I have had this conversation with so many people at this point. With Frankie, with both my parents, with a couple of my uncles, with Maya, who's sitting here in the chat, with a couple of my other friends. Like, and we're all marveling at, like, oh, wow, our firefighters are doing an awesome job. Which is just not something you hear often. Wow, our public officials are doing so good. You don't hear that often. But we can claim that, because they really are doing a very good job. I'm kind of being repetitive, but I hope my point is somewhat being made here. Robust public services work, and they convince people. Also, Maya asked me to do a bullet point summary of what Trump did at the end. What all that he's done in the last few days. And I'd like to do that. I think that's a good way to end it, so I'm going to add it to the list. So there we go. That's tariffs, that's election fraud. What's next?
Immigration and birthright citizenship.
Do you wanna or do I wanna?
You're the immigrant, second generation.
Fair enough. Okay. I guess let's talk about birthright citizenship. So, introduction. I'm gonna set another goal, since that's been going very well for us. I'm not actually sure how well that'll go without fucking insane man Aedas.
Without our boy, TN.
Our crazy man. But I'll set that, and we'll see how well it goes. I want to actually read some of these comments before I continue. The fact that fires... The fact that the fires were stopped at all in those conditions is a testament to the expertise and dedication of the firefighters and the infrastructure supporting them. Precisely. Institutions have to be maintained. If you don't do regular maintenance on your car, what happens? It breaks down. Same thing here. Let's see. To add to Arken's point, LA is such a massive city that it could be its own city-state at this point. There's 2 LAs, one that doesn't care and one that lives in pain, and I've grown up in both. I know exactly what you're talking about. And you are correct.
I know what you mean, and you're right.
Yeah. So, immigration. Okay, let's get to it. Let's get to the meat of the issue. So, brief introduction. What is birthright citizenship? Birthright citizenship is in the 14th Amendment, which I'm going to actually go and read to you now. It is in the 14th Amendment to the Constitution of these United States, which I believe the 13th abolished slavery, and the 14th gave slaves citizenship by right of birth. So, Section 1 of the 14th Amendment. All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, etc., etc. So, very clearly stated, all persons born or naturalized in the United States are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. Very clear language. Even clearer, I dare say, than shall not be infringed.
I would dare to say, as a matter of fact.
It is a very clearly, specifically enumerated right. This is how I am a citizen. I am a citizen because I was born here. My parents are naturalized immigrants, but I am a citizen because I was born here. Without birthright citizenship, I could very well have my citizenship stripped away. I don't know that I will. I don't expect that I would, but it's not impossible, and that's somewhat the problem. So Trump signed an executive order ending birthright citizenships. First, the why. Why is he doing this? I'll tell you why he's doing this. He is doing this because many children of illegal immigrants are born in this country and get citizenship by right of birth. He wants to stop that. They're known as anchor babies, I believe. That's the term that people use.
The derogatory term, yes.
Bob, I'll get to that question in a little bit. We'll get back to that. It's kind of a recurring theme here. So, get off the fucking server for a while and just yap. So, Trump is using ICE, the Immigration and Customs Enforcement, I think that's what it stands for, ICE, to deport immigrants, illegal and legal, if we're being honest, probably both, en masse. They are entering public spaces, they're entering schools, they're entering hospitals, they're entering public markets. There was an incident in Newark where ICE raided a market in Newark, New Jersey, and they detained a bunch of people. Mind you, they have no warrant, which is a violation of a different constitutional amendment that protects all U.S. citizens from unlawful search or seizure without a warrant issued by a judge. But that's a different story. They detain a veteran, a U.S. military veteran, and question his military credentials under duress. This is where we're at. ICE is being used like the Gestapo. They are being used like a secret police force. There's a line, and I'm going to read it. There's a line in our video, the second Star Wars video, about the Imperial Security Bureau, ISB. How they were empowered after the attack on Aldhani as portrayed in the TV show Andor. I'm going to read this, and it's a little bit nerdy, and you won't get it if you haven't watched the show fully, but let me cook. At the behest of the Emperor himself, the Senate passed the Imperial Emergency Act, securing the ascendance of the ISB. Beyond allowing agents to appropriate Army and naval resources as needed, it notably expanded the reach of ISB supervisors, permitting them to access data from outside their own sectors and supersede any local government they may have to work with. What had begun as a simple intelligence agency was now the Empire's de facto secret police, in many ways more powerful than the military. But there's a reason you separate the military and the police. And this is a quote that I stole from Battlestar Galactica. One fights the enemies of the state, the other serves and protects the people. When the military becomes both, the enemies of the state tend to become the people. Now, we're not there yet, but we're getting there. The border has been progressively more and more militarized over the last 50 or so years, especially the last 20 years, especially since 9/11. It's been more and more militarized. ICE kind of has impunity to do whatever the fuck they want without a warrant within 100 miles of United States border, and that includes the ocean. So pretty much everywhere that people live. It's about 2/3 of the population. So if you live within 100 miles of the coast of the Pacific or Atlantic Ocean, or the Gulf of Mexico, or you live within 100 miles of the Canadian or Mexican border, or I guess technically Russian border, and like the two people that live near Russia and Alaska, if you live in those places, ICE can just do whatever the fuck they want. The only reason they haven't is because that power hasn't been used, but it's been there. It's been there for a long time. And now it's being used, and there's nothing we can do about it legally. Oh dear. Grandmother is being dealt with. So a Reagan-appointed judge, by the way, blocked the birthright citizenship order, calling it one of the most unconstitutional things he's ever seen. He said, "In my 40 years on the bar, I've never seen a case that was this black and white." That's not exact words that he said, but that was about the gist of it. I don't remember the exact words, and I can't be bothered to find them. So that's the summary of what's going on. Here's my 2 cents on it overall, I guess. Immigration services are being used as secret police. They are being used to arrest people and detain people. Arrest does not necessarily mean taken into custody necessarily. An arrest, the definition of the word is to stop something. Technically speaking, not legally. Under arrest means something legally. But technically, if you're stopped by a police officer, you are under arrest. You are literally arrested. You are stopped from moving. I think that's even it's French, I believe. What's that? We're getting into the fucking etymology of the word arrest here. Yeah, it's from Latin and French. Latin means it's from the word ad, which means add or to, and rester, which means remain or stop. Ad rester, which turned into the Old French arrester, and that turned into arrest in late Middle English, according to Oxford Languages. Arrest literally means to stop. They can arrest you for anything. And if you think this won't be used to detain American citizens who were born here and whose parents were born here and whose grandparents were born here and who served in the military, if you really think that's not going to happen, you need to wake up. You're not living in 2016 or 2020 or 2024. It's 2025, bitch. This shit can happen. This shit can happen tomorrow. Anything is possible. I mean, they're not being subtle about it either. They're pulling all of the security clearance and not security clearance, the security detail from all these people that they don't like. Mark Milley, who made that famous speech with Biden nearby him, where he said, "We swear an oath to the Constitution. We don't swear an oath to a king, to a dictator, to an authoritarian, to a dictator, or to a wannabe dictator." And he was talking about Trump. So Mark Milley, former head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, has had his security detail removed. A bunch of other people that Trump doesn't like has had their security detail removed. You really think they're not going to end up having assassination attempts on them? You're not paying attention. It's not that all the things we are predicting will happen. It is that all of the things we are predicting now can happen. Plausibly. It is within the realm of possibility, and that is the problem.
Mm-hmm.
Without that amendment, there is no set-in-stone definition of who is and who is not a citizen. How does someone born in America get classified as a citizen? I don't really know.
That's a great question. That's
Do you
actually
know?
was going to be my only major talking point thing that I was going to bring up about this, right? So, if I can't show my birth certificate and say I was born in the United States, therefore I'm a U.S. citizen, what does? Is it my social security number?
Well, that
Is
didn't
it-
exist when the amendment was signed.
My driver's license? What is it going to be? All the documentation that I have shows that I am a citizen of the state of Arkansas. Without birthright citizenship, the federal government doesn't mean a whole lot to me. But they can still tax me.
Yep. And this was the fundamental problem that the 14th Amendment, part of what was called I believe the abolition amendments or the anti-slavery amendments, I don't remember the exact name, but amendments 13 through 15. 13, which is, freedom from slavery and the abolition of slavery. 14, which grants them citizenship, and I believe 15 protects the right to vote. That one's not discussed as often. I don't remember off the top of my head. But, so Maya texted me. She said, she deleted it for some reason, but she said that she wanted me to talk about this. So she was born in Moscow to her father, who is a naturalized American citizen. So without birthright citizenship, she's not an American citizen. She moved here when she was 8 years old. But that don't fucking matter. She is an American citizen by right of birth. Literally. Without it, who's to say? This is where we're at.
That's where we're at, ladies and gentlemen. Is that all we got on
Immigration, that's all I've got.
immigration?
Unless you have some, that's my... I want to...
Alright.
The government can revoke your citizens' rights at will. Surely nothing bad can come of this. Precisely. Like, showing power what it can do. The rules don't exist. They're not real. They're fictional. If we decide that they don't exist, they don't exist. And if Trump decides that I'm not a citizen anymore, and no law enforcement or judiciary or legislative body stands up to him, who's going to stop it? Who actually stops me from being deported? Or my brother, or my parents, or Maya, or anyone? Shit, you're, like, very multi-generational, but hey, who's to say? Maybe you're not. Maybe Trump has decided that you're not. What are you going to do about it?
Germans, wow. I mean, 2 world wars, can we trust them in our communities?
Exactly. Like,
I mean...
And that is exactly how it would start. With any group. And it's what's happening right fucking now. Right in front of us. There's a line. I said this to you earlier. There's a line from the Clone Wars which lives rent-free in my head right now. And I included it in my first video, so some of you will be familiar with it. But I'm gonna actually go find it and read it. I could play the clip, but I'm worried about copyright. I'll have enough trouble with that elsewhere.
Copyright on your own video.
Let's see. So it's Ahsoka talking to Darth Maul, and she says, "If you, with your help, we can stop Sidious before it's too late." He says, "Too late for what? The Republic to fall? It already has, and you just can't see it. There is no justice, no law, no order, except for the one that will replace it." And there's another line that I'd like to find because it goes on with this. Clone Wars 7/8/10 script. Hang on, I'm gonna fucking do this. It's worth it. Because it's really good lines, and unfortunately, very relevant lines. Too late. Let's see. No, okay. That's it. But nonetheless, that's what we've got. That's where we're at. I don't know if we're there yet. I can't know. I have no way of knowing. But I worry that we are. I won't know until it's too late. There is no way to know. But I worry that we're there. That it's too late. That we're at that inflection point. That we've passed that inflection point. And that there is no... Not no return. No peaceful return. No peaceful solution. No democratic solution. That the only solution now is luck in the next election or violence. I am very afraid of that concept. But I think we may be there. I hope I'm wrong. But I don't know. Don't forget the potential. Oh, yes! Thank you for the reminder. For once somebody says don't forget and it actually means what it's supposed to mean. Let me very quickly... Yeah. Don't forget about the potential famine you may well have to deal with since the farms have no laborers. Yes. So, most farm laborers are immigrants. And a lot of those, if not the majority, are illegal immigrants. This is not a conspiracy theory. This is a conspiracy fact. This is true. We know this. This is well documented. Most workers at farms are Mexican and Central American immigrants. And because they're afraid of deportation raids, they're now hiding in their homes from ICE, from the deportation raids that will separate them from their families and send them back to a place they do not want to be, that they often cannot be in, where they fled from violence. A lot of people flee their homes for economic opportunity, which is perfectly good reason enough in my opinion. But a lot of these people from Mexico and Central America, they're fleeing because if they go back, the drug gangs are going to fucking murder them. We're sending them to their deaths. And I know they're not our citizens, so they're not our problem. Yeah, great, wonderful. You're really sending millions of people back to their deaths. For what? Because you don't like mariachi music on the fucking radio? Well, that is what it is for most of these people, isn't it? I mean, if we're honest with ourselves. Isn't that what 90% of this is? I don't like them damn Mexicans in my neighborhood. I don't like their stupid music. Isn't that what it is 90% of the time? Tired of seeing all these browns on my screen. Isn't that what drives like 90% of this? If we're being fully candid about this. So, I told you this story. I've been telling this story to everyone I fucking know because it's insane. In Bakersfield, which is a mid-sized, like, several 100,000 people town in California in the Central Valley, it is primarily agricultural. It is a major agricultural center. 75% of farm workers are not showing up to work. We're not going to experience a famine. We happen to... It's that old Otto von Bismarck saying that God has a special providence for fools, drunkards in the United States of America. It's true. We are the most geographically blessed country probably in the world. Certainly in this side of on this hemisphere of the world. We are the most geographically diverse, rich, and plentiful country on earth. We will not starve. But food prices are going to go way, way up, which is, I'm hoping they do, and we'll get to that. I want an economic crisis. I remember in 2018 or so, Bill Maher was talking about how he wants a recession so the Democrats would win, and people were criticizing him for this, like, how dare you, you hate America. No, I love Americans, but Americans are marching us to our doom, and the worse things get right now, the better they can be in a couple years, and a couple more years with the next few elections. I hope eggs cost $20 fucking. Yeah, it's gonna suck for me too, but it's temporary. Unlike the collapse of the country that is coming for us if these people end up winning forever. And the global leadership is handed to China and Russia and Iran. It can get a lot worse than this, people. 75% of farm workers not showing up. California Farm Bureau, or whatever they're called, that our agricultural agency in the government, is saying that the citrus harvest is basically halted fully. We just don't have a citrus harvest anymore in California because so many workers are not showing up. I hope y'all are ready for price increases. I mean, it's already started. It's going to get worse. It's going to get a lot worse. And I pray for the day, if I'm honest. I am very Machiavellian when it comes to this. I don't care. I want the prices to go up. I want people to suffer, because clearly that is the only way that people are ever going to be made to understand what they are giving up. That is a brutal reality, but it is nonetheless reality. That's how I see it. This is my take. Your thoughts, gentlemen. Gentleman.
I really wish that we could achieve this without. I really do. Like,
Hey,
I really
I'm
do.
not gonna have a great time of it either in California. I'm gonna have it worse than most people, probably. The blue states are gonna be hit some of the worst, but I'm fine with that. I'm okay with that. More turnout.
Like, it's
It's
gonna be not great. I don't know
yeah.
a better way of saying it. It's gonna be just not great.
Here's my very cynical, very Machiavellian, very utilitarian way of looking at it. I was very afraid going into the Trump presidency that he would realize he has inherited the best economy of any country in the world in all of human history and backpedal on some of his crazier ideas with tariffs and deportations and such, realizing that it would ruin that economy he's been gifted on a silver platter. Thankfully, we're not dealing with a fascist mastermind. We're dealing with one of the dumbest people who ever lived. He is actually following through on his policies. He is actually keeping his campaign promises, and thank fucking God. Because he is going to get smoked for this in 2026 and 2028 if things keep up this way. I hope they do. I hope we can have a couple years of pain to lead to a couple decades of an American revival. I don't want it. I just don't see any other alternative anymore. I don't know what else we can do. We fought them. We lost. Pain is the only... It's been called shock therapy by conservative economists in the past. I'm thinking of a different kind of shock therapy. Not about reducing our deficit or whatever. Shock therapy for the people. to realize what they have done to themselves and each other. And, of course, the left and Democrats can't message on this. Between you and me, I have adopted a slogan for myself. Maybe for some of you this will help through some of what's going to come in the next 2 to 4, maybe even more years. The worse, the better. The worse things get, the better the Democratic turnout is going to be in 2026 and 2028, and the longer it will take for the Republican Party to recover, if ever at all. The worse things get, the faster they get worse, the flashier they get worse, the better it will be for us in the long term. That's my take on it. Prices go up, some of our people may starve. Fine. I know I'm a calloused son of a bitch. I don't care. Let them fucking starve. I'm not an elected politician. I don't have an electorate. I can say this shit. I don't care. Let the motherfuckers starve. You know what? They asked for this. They chose this. They voted for this. They wanted this. Let them have it. And this is me being angry. This is me being angry at the voters. This is me going against my own regular principles and saying this is what they deserve. Even though I often say, it doesn't matter what we do or don't deserve. I stand by that, it doesn't. But in this case, maybe we could stand some of that moral judgment. Yeah, maybe we deserve this. Because we got ourselves here. Yeah, I was thinking about this. I read somebody said this, and I was thinking about this. In Germany, in 1933, they voted in Adolf Hitler, who did horrible things. He is strong contender for the worst person in all of human history. The only people I can really think of who would contend against him would be, like, historically, like Genghis Khan, and then in the 20th century, probably, like, Stalin and Pol Pot and Mao. Probably the only one. And, like, I don't know, what was the Japanese general's name? Hideki Tojo.
Tojo.
Those are probably the only people that come even remotely close to Hitler. Like, he is one of the worst people in history. But you think about the circumstances that led German people to elect him. They lost a major war. They were forced into a crushing, economically and militarily and culturally crushing treaty, sanctions, money being taken out of their coffers, the people's money being taken and given to foreign governments that had just defeated them in the most humiliating way in a war. A total economic collapse such that the money became utterly worthless. Not the eggs are a couple dollars more expensive, but people bringing wheelbarrows full of money and then selling the wheelbarrows. That's not an exaggeration. That happened. And not once. Quite a few times. Very well reported on. They had a piece of their territory occupied by a foreign government, the Saarland. The Saarland and was it not the Rhineland. The Rhineland was demilitarized. What was the area that they occupied that was very, like, industrially productive? You would know this.
It was the Rhineland.
Well, part of it. It's the Saarland, I think.
It is the Saarland.
Yeah. The Saarland, one of the most economically and industrially productive parts of Germany, was occupied by French military forces, and there were widespread reports of French military abuses against German civilians there. Because it was a military occupation ruled by the military. They had all of that. And all of the internal chaos. And they had just gotten rid of their monarchy. Not even 20 years ago. 15 years. 1918. There were 15 years between then and Hitler's rise to power. 15 years. They were just barely starting out as a democracy. All of this shit and all the other things. They'd lost their colonial empire. I could keep going. They were in the shit. Like, it doesn't excuse what happened, but they were in deep, deep shit. The Ruhr Valley. Thank you. Yes. Thank you, Arken.
Ah, yes, the Ruhr. How could I forget?
That's what I'm thinking. That's the area that was militarily occupied and all of the profits were being given to the French government. Yeah, if I was a German citizen, I don't know if I would have voted for Hitler as a Jew, but I certainly could have sympathized with that to a degree. Like, shit. It's often been observed, including by the most anti-Nazi, anti-Axis, pro-Western people you've ever seen, that the Treaty of Versailles was a large part of the reason why Hitler rose to power. It was a terrible treaty. It was a terrible fucking thing that we did to them. And it was terrible politics, like from a purely practical standpoint. So they underwent all this stuff. I'm getting off topic. They undergo all of this crap. What did we undergo? What did we suffer to elect
Very
these
little.
people? What did we suffer? Let's see. DoorDash is more expensive. Gas is a little more expensive. Eggs are a little more expensive. There are gay flags in the streets. Men and women are allowed to hold hands and kiss in public without being stoned in the town square. We're helping our close military allies, Ukraine and Israel. Let's see, what else? Oh yeah, the president is old and slurs his words. And women have rights.
True tragedies.
And oh no, there are brown people in my neighborhood. Summon the constable! That's what elected Donald Trump. There was no real economic concern. There were no material conditions. Nobody was starving because there wasn't enough food to eat or because it was so ridiculously expensive. Nobody was throwing away their money, burning it for warmth. There was no treaty imposed upon us. We didn't lose any territory. We didn't have to pay reparations for a war that we lost to a foreign government that we hate. None of that happened. No. No, there are black people wearing suits in offices. Women have rights, and eggs are a couple dollars more expensive. This is why we voted in the fascists. So yes, I don't see any other solution than pain. Because pain is the only language that is universal. It is the only language that every human being speaks, whether they want to or not. Every human being speaks the language of pain. Everyone understands it. So let there be some pain. Let there be some suffering. Let people learn. You know what? I ain't religious, but I read my fucking Torah when I was a kid. Cousin Sophia made sure of that. I read my goddamn Torah. You know why the flood was sent? To punish humanity for their sins, for their excess, for their blasphemy. But I don't care about blasphemy. What's relevant here? For their excess, their debauchery, and their ingratitude. And maybe that's what we need. Something akin to that. You want to use biblical language? Aside from the Almighty, who else has accomplished this much in 7 days? Okay, fine. Let's talk God. If we were living in the Old Testament, Washington, D.C. would be a literal swamp. It would be... not a swamp. It would be a deep lake, along with the entire eastern seaboard. The country wouldn't exist anymore if this were the Bible. This is Sodom and Gomorrah. We're living in it. You want the Bible? We want a fucking country ruled by the Bible? There's your fucking country ruled by the Bible. Take it from this old Jew. I'm not old, but whatever. Take it from this Jew who read the Torah as a kid and knows these fucking stories by heart and can tell them to you verse by verse, more or less. If this were the Bible, we would have been burned to the ground, drowned, or both. That's my defense whenever somebody comes at me for saying what I say about how we need to suffer. Yeah, we do. And hopefully that suffering leaves most of us alive. That's the best we can hope for. Is that most of us live. That's where we're at. I have spoken my piece.
Blinders bit. You gotta do the Peaky Blinders bit where you lean into the screen and go, "I'm Old Testament."
Pretty much. I hope I'm wrong. I really do. But at this point, my hopes don't mean anything. Because he's in office and he's doing his shit. And it's gonna wreak the havoc that it's gonna wreak. And there's no stopping it anymore. We've crossed the threshold of no return. That's not in the conversation anymore. We're here. Now we hope and pray that it gets so bad that we vote them out next time. That's our chance. That's all we've got. Welcome to the United States. Population me. And 330 million other people who are going to suffer for the next at least 4 years. Hopefully we learn our lesson. If we don't, fuck it. Let the country burn. I don't care anymore. If we can't learn that lesson, we can't learn any lesson. At that point, we're just perma-fucked. There we go. I'm done. That's what I got. That's a great way to put things. I'm guessing you mean my little slogan, the worse the better. It's a great way to make it feel less painful. I mean, even as I paid fucking, well, I didn't pay, but I was in the grocery store with Frankie. She has Snap EBT, so we didn't pay for it technically. But a carton of 12 eggs cost $9. It started. You want to talk about egg prices? Let's talk about egg price. $9 fucking dollars. We bought a 18 carton instead because it was $11. So if you just do some simple math in your head, that's less dollar value per egg. But still, it started. And I look at that and I laugh. I have to. How else am I? How? Oh, Wilson has dropped off the face of the earth. Oh, he's back. But I mean, how do you respond to this in any other way? They say humor is a coping mechanism. This is sort of what I'm doing. I have to laugh. I have no other way to cope. Like, yes, we need this as a country, I think, as a shock therapy, but it's also gonna suck. Existing in this country for the next 4 years is gonna be painful. You gotta learn to laugh at it somehow. You gotta learn to see some good out of all that. And if I'm wrong in 2028 and we vote in another Republican who has the same... If the Republican Party undergoes a fundamental transition and change in the next 4 years and returns to the politics of the 80s, I still don't like 1980s Republicans, but they're okay. I might vote for that. That's fine. But barring that near impossibility, if we can't elect a Democrat in 2028, we're fucked. That's it. Game over. That is our last chance. That is what the world is looking to, and it's what I'm looking to.
Well, shall I move on to our next segment?
In a second. If I want to answer some chat things. If the majority of people didn't vote for Trump, did the country really deserve that? My answer is yes. The fact that we are talking about a couple million votes in an election that had over 50 million votes, the fact that we're talking about a couple million votes as the win margin is a problem. It was a problem in 2016 and 2020 when he got like 60, million votes in 2016 and 74 million in 2020. That's a fucking problem. He has like 20 to 30% of the country that are just like a cult for him, and they're a lost cause. They're gone. But that's not what pushes him over the finish line each time. It is swing voters, it is moderates, who are so fat and well-fed and smug, and have so much of an ability to focus on these insignificant trifles that allow them to justify their fellow citizens, and shit, even non-citizens, how about their fellow humans being abused by the state for their own amusement? And they vote for this guy because they want a change. It doesn't matter what that change is, they just want a change. Yeah, the fact that... What was it? Here, look. 2016. Let me go look on it on let me go display capture here. In 2016, he won 46% of the vote. In 2020, he won almost 7% of the vote. In 2024, he won almost 50% of the vote. 49.8% of the vote. God, I hate this photo. He won 50% of the vote. And even if Wilson's whole thing is correct, which it probably is. Okay, fine. So he got 47% of the vote. That's too much. Anything north of like 20%, which is this cult following, is too fucking much. And yes, we deserve it. I'm sorry. We have 77 million people voted for him. let's say like 20 to 30 million of that is his hardcore supporters. The remaining like 40 to 60 million are people who just don't give a fuck. That's a problem. It's a big, big problem. So yes, we deserve this. I don't care if a slim majority actually voted for Kamala Harris. We don't deserve her, I'm gonna be honest with you. The longer her campaign went on, the more I liked her. I don't love her. She's not perfect. She has some bad policies. But she's good. She's a good person. Not that that matters, but she's a good person. She's a good politician. She's a good stateswoman. And she's competent. She's decent. She gives a fuck. We don't deserve that. We deserve this clownish motherfucker. We asked for this. Now we get what we asked for. I want to get to this fucking photo one day.
One day.
Alright, what's next?
We got a couple. Greenland?
Are we gonna skip over the LGBT rights?
Oh, never mind. Let's talk about that then. So, I don't think this one will take particularly long. Trans-military ban is back. Trump signed an executive order stating that congratulations, everyone in this chat is a female. Which is... Man, that's just something. The MAGA obsession with gender identity in politics is insane to me. It is insane. Why do Republicans care so much about what is or what is not within some people's pants? I want to be Jon Stewart about this. I want to joke about it. I want to go like, come on guys. Are y'all confused? Are y'all scared? But it's classic otherisms. Classic. Like, we passed... I was talking about this with one of my friends the other day. I don't know if I brought it up to you. Right? The United States government, passed a law which legalized pedophilia in certain circumstances. That being that gym teachers and school administrators all across the country at a federal level in public schools are now completely authorized to look into the pants, into the underwear, to confirm the sexual organs.
Can you... This is new to me. Can you provide, like, a source?
I would be more than happy to. Here, let me get you this. Let me get you this right here.
This is new to me.
This was something that was sent to me the other day by Belle. You remember Belle, don't you?
I do.
I'd be more than happy to. Let me go.
And I might put it in the chat, too.
Grab that. What is this?
God, I need a drink.
Huh. Oh shit. I wonder if I scrolled too much accidentally.
Scrolled too close to the sun.
That's the joke legislation. To say that conception begins at erection. That was a joke.
A conception. No, it's, for context, people who don't know, Trump is doing the whole, there's only two sexes, we'll only recognize two sexes in official document. Yeah, whatever, okay, who cares? It's official documentation, doesn't fucking matter. But in the language that they used, it's male at conception and female at conception. The thing is, at conception, there is no X or Y chromosome. Everybody starts out female. So,
no. There's also in Mississippi, there is a Democrat lawmaker who proposed a a law that said that a conception begins at erection. It's a joke. It's not meant to be passed.
I've seen
It's
that.
meant to show the absurdity.
I've seen that. Also, my, I believe it's swept. But I'm glad you're enjoying this. Enjoy it while you can. Enjoy it before they ban laughter.
Enjoy it before they ban laughter.
No, I mean, but they'll never do that is never something you can say about these people anymore. Yeah. What if they do, though?
Give me a sec. I'm muttering aloud because I'm having some difficulty finding the article that I was sent. That's where he's raving about Ukraine. Maybe it was before the inauguration. Oh, it was definitely before the inauguration. I remember.
Shut up, I'm doing OChem, no spelling here. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Oh, excuse me.
You bastard.
I have desecrated the stream.
You've desecrated the stream and my honor. What's left of it, anyway.
Where the fuck was this?
I was telling Wilson,
Hold on. I know where I have to find it.
I was telling Wilson before the stream that when I was coming up with the name for this channel, Arken the American, I brainstormed the name for quite a while. One of the ideas I had, because I didn't really know what the channel would be at the time, and one of my ideas was to do sort of a semi-talk show kind of thing. Very glad I didn't go with that, but that was one of my ideas. That was one of the directions I was thinking about taking the channel, and the name of that podcast, I guess you'd call it, would have been It's All Downhill From Here. Now, I ended up not going with that because I'm like, well, why is it that both downhill and uphill are bad in this context? That makes no sense, and I got caught on that, and I gave up on it. But we could very well, instead of Fireside Chats, we could very well call this series that we're doing right now It's All Downhill From Here, or It's All Uphill From Here. You still looking for it?
I made the joke that it's just all hill from here. Here we go. It was this. It was the House passes ban on transgender students in girls' sports. It's called the Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act. And it would amend Title IX, banning quote-unquote discrimination. Because allowing trans girls in things is discrimination. And if you read the text of this bill, and I encourage you to do so, again, it's the Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act. It effectively legalizes pedophilia in certain circumstances, which is allowing school administrators to check to see if the sexual organs adhere to the
So there was
gender that is
there was
provided.
123 that I guess failed.
Here's a CBS News article right here. This was. I will send this to you. I don't care. I will send this to you. I'm just gonna post that since I already said it. I wrote that out. But there you go. Right. There's that. I'll send you a post it. Right. But yes.
Expensive venom. Okay. I don't want to
Do
read this.
you
I want to
want
actually read the
to know-
bill. Hang on. It's short. I want to read this.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
House Resolution, but that's HR. House Resolution 28. An act to amend the Education Amendments of 1972 to provide that for purposes of determining compliance with the Title IX of such act, an athletics sex shall be recognized based solely on a person's reproductive biology and genetics at birth. May be cited, blah, 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 blah. So, okay, I want to find this, athletic programs, sex shall be based solely. Nothing in this subsection shall be construed to prohibit a recipient from receiving males. Study shall document, advertise. So, there is nothing specifically about that here, but I see what you're saying. Nothing in this subsection shall be construed to prohibit a recipient from permitting males to train or practice with an athletic program or activity that is designated for women or girls, so long as no females deprived of a roster spot on a team or sport, opportunity to participate in a practice or competition, scholarship, admission to an educational institution, or any other benefit that accompanies participating in the athletic program or activity. The Comptroller General should carry out a study to determine the meaning of the phrase any other benefit as used in subsection D4, which is here, I suppose. By looking at benefits to women and girls of participating in single-sex sports that would allow males to participate, etc., etc., etc. Sociological... So there's nothing explicitly saying that, but it's there. It's very obviously there. It shall be a violation of subsection for a recipient of federal financial aid who operates, sponsors, or facilitates athletic programs or activities to permit a person whose sex is male to participate in athletic program or activities as designated for women or girls. Yeah. Let's read this CBS article. The House on Tuesday passed a Republican measure... Bruh. 2 Democrats from Texas joined all Republicans in support of the bill. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Let's see. So, technically it doesn't say anything about, like, the gym teachers, but I get what you're saying. I understand what you're talking about.
There is no other way to enforce this other than to look at the sexual organs of minors.
Pretty much.
There is zero way to enforce it. So, what do we have as an administration now in terms of LGBTQ rights? The existence of these people, of which I myself am a part of it, unwittingly, but meh. These people are being targeted. There's now transgender bans in the military again, right? And I ask for what? There was a nationwide study conducted after this passed the House. Do you want to know how many people that this applied to?
I saw it in the article. It said 3% of high school students identify as transgender. 3%.
But do you want to know how many people that there are active nationwide in sports that are transgender women?
Isn't it like 0.000 something 1%?
No, how many? You can count the amount of individual people on one hand. It's 5.
Oh.
5 nationwide in high school sport. 5. We passed a bill through the lower house of our legislature to target 5 people. There's more. There will be more. This bars anybody from doing it in the future. But as an
I think it's also
nationwide 5.
I think it also applies to schools, though. So.
Oh, of course it does. Of course it does. But I mean, like,
There's that element of it, too. It's more than 5. Probably a few thousand, but still, it's very targeted. It's almost as targeted, speaking of alphabet people discrimination. Fuck you, I don't care. Acronym is too goddamn long. Queer. Much better word. Anyway. LGBTQIA2S+, whatever the fucking acronym is. Those people. There is a woman from Delaware. Her name is Sarah, I believe formerly Connor, dead name, McBride. She is the first trans person elected to Congress in American history. Openly, I should say trans, in American history. Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House, passed something in the House Rules package, which I don't believe really has to be voted on. Passed something in the House Rules package for this Congress that, at the insistence of definitely not crazy woman Nancy Mace, Congresswoman from South Carolina, who I remember on Bill Maher, she sounded so sane and so normal. And then she became nuts, like the rest of them. She initially was even, like, against January 6th. And then she became crazy. But so, she insisted that Mike Johnson put this rule in the rules package for the House of Representatives, for the House floor, that would prohibit people from using bathrooms that do not correspond to their biological sex. There is one trans member of the House. One. And each congressman has their own bathroom. Private bathroom. Mm-hmm. So it's all performance. It is targeted harassment. It's a
performative act.
It's picking a target and making them the enemy.
We're dealing with the liberal gender insanity.
There's a reason.
Ruler.
There's a reason we call them fascists, because this is what fascists do. They pick a target, an unpopular target, and they attack relentlessly.
Dehumanize, unperson, and eventually segregate and exterminate. That is the deal. That is the
genocide
pipeline.
playbook. That is the genocide playbook. Mm-hmm. Now, I don't parrot this trans genocide thing because, shit, even if it's true, it's too dramatic for most people to believe it or care. It's too liberal hysteria coded, unfortunately. But that is how genocides begin. It begins with otherization. That's the start of it. And it goes from there.
They tried it with gays, and Obama made gay marriage legal.
Yep.
Because you want to know how you deal with people who want to make hysterics out of this shit? You laugh at them. You go like, oh, wow, I didn't know this was a problem. We're going to fix this problem right away.
Is that your Obama impression?
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
Let me be clear.
We're going to fix...
Don't get it twisted.
Clear. We do not subscribe to this idea of depersoning people. No, sir.
You're not actually that far off.
We believe in the rights of all Americans.
So here's...
trans people are our homies. I'm just saying.
One of my favorite genres of post online right now is that one LBJ like impersonator account, and it's just this photo of LBJ leaning over a fence with the caption, "Pass the tranny bill. They deserve rights too." Which is the most like LBJ thing in the world. I love it.
Please send me this. I need to see a photo.
Okay, this is gonna be in my fucking search history now.
Pass the train.
But it's fucking true, isn't it?
Oh,
Here, I'll post it. I'll post it in the
is,
fucking in the thing. There it is. Have fun.
What is this?
I'm gonna bookmark this for the future.
What the fuck is that?
I love this so much. Here, I'll put it up on here.
That's a good one.
Sit here for a little bit. So
That's
I'm gonna use
a good one.
I'm gonna use this to talk about something else that's been on my mind, but it's not in our notes. What do we have left? We have Greenland and the military and the bullet point of what Trump has done. And we'll get to it. But I want to talk about something. The reason a lot of people vote, not even for Republicans so much as against Democrats. People hate woke, which is a word that doesn't really mean anything anymore, because it's everything that we don't like is woke. But it is a real thing.
Hasn't Joshua been out saying that, like, you want to take woke at its bare basic definition? It's what the right are now?
Yeah, of course. But that doesn't matter. It's a political it's a label more so than a real ideological signifier.
The label game.
So people don't like woke. I don't like it. Like what it actually is. If we're ignoring like black woman is hired. That's not woke. That's a black woman being hired.
That's, you know what they call that? Normal.
Yeah, right. But like, there is woke. There's cancel culture. There's people who try to like call people's jobs and get them fired for like something they said online 15 years ago. That's a real thing. It's not as bad as people make it out to be, but it's a real thing. My dad left My dad, who has been voting Democratic since 1996, which was his first legal election as a citizen of these United States, he's been voting Democrat since then in almost every election, except for 2020. I convinced him to vote Libertarian, and I kind of regret it every day. But he has voted Democrat consistently for 30 years. And he left the Democratic Party in 2020 because he just could not get over the weakness with which they handled the riots happening across the country in relation to the Black Lives Matter movement. Because yes, Black lives do matter, and that movement matters, and their policies matter, but burning shit down is not the solution. And if Democrats can't say that clearly, loudly and clearly, then they're gonna lose again and again and again. It's messaging. But I'm off topic. And I'm trying to remember what the fuck I was saying. LBGT. Oh yeah. I was just making jokes about the alphabet people. I kept saying the acronym wrong. I kept being sarcastic about it. A big part of the reason why people voted for Trump, and have been voting for him for 3 elections now, is because they want to be allowed to make jokes. And here's the thing, people. If you're like me, if you're politically incorrect, if you like to make offensive jokes based on stereotypes like me, if you're a bad person like me, in other words, which most of you are, just tell them. Just tell those jokes. There's no punishment you'll get for it. Cancel culture doesn't really exist because we all kind of collectively realize that, again, it's fiction. If we don't pretend that it has power, then it doesn't. You might be fired from your job. It's unlikely. There are not that many documented cases. It's even less common now after the rightward shift we've had as a country. Yeah, you can just tell those jokes. They're not in public. You shouldn't make jokes with the N-word. Yes, I will fully, publicly confess to using that word way too much in private settings. Wilson can confess to this. I do that shit all the time. I do this shit all the time. Because guess what? I don't give a fuck. I ain't saying it no black people. I ain't saying it about any specific black people. I mostly use it in jokes making fun of racists. Yeah, I don't care if it's a bad word. I didn't believe in bad words when I was a kid, and I don't believe in them now. Words are words. They're sounds that come out of our throats. They don't mean anything on their own. I will never say it in public, especially where there's a record of it. Because it is an offensive word, and taken out of a specific context that can be very offensive and very racist. You shouldn't just go around saying it. But if you have a group of friends that understands your humor, which in my case is very caustic, very sarcastic, very sharp, not in the smart sense, in the sharp, painful sense, in the sense that it burns a little bit, it's edgy. You find friends who enjoy that style of humor, and you share it with them, and that's it. That's all you ever needed to do to beat woke. Like what got me thinking about this was Arken said, "Oh, I just say queer because it's like simpler," and so do I. I kind of just forgot that word existed for a second. I feel like alphabet people. The role for LGBT people on my server is alphabet people, and you know what? Not a single person has ever complained to me about it. And my server, like, if we look at the statistics, if you will, I can go behind the scenes and show this shit. Look, we go to roles, go to the political roles. What is it? Can we sort this by members? No, we can't. Okay, the political role with the most adherents is liberal. The next most is centrist. And then you have 30 people who label themselves social democrats, 15 who label themselves left libertarians, 13 who label themselves democratic socialists, 10 who label themselves socialists, and 2 who label themselves anarcho-communists, and 8 who label themselves communists, 5 who label themselves tankies, which is authoritarian communists. That's the majority of my server. And no one has ever complained. And how many alphabet people do we even have? We have 30. It's a good, like, little over 10% of the server population. A little under 300 people. No one ever complained. Because everybody understands that it's a joke. It's in good humor. It's not meant to discriminate. Or to mark. Or to humiliate. It's a joke. And people get that. People of all, again, all political persuasions, as you can see. There's this article published in one of the big name magazines that nobody actually reads. About, like, partying with the new young right. And I didn't read it, but I saw people observing this, and I believe it uncritically. I fully believe this. That their main complaint was that they want to make racist jokes. Yeah, me too. I also like my racist jokes. I have a very offensive style of humor. I know that. And I'm a liberal. How? Because I don't give a fuck what anybody says. I can't be cowed. And if somebody tries to give me shit for it, they can suck my cock. I don't care. Ain't nobody gonna make me not tell the jokes that I want to tell. And if anybody tries, they can go fuck themselves. They're not my problem. That's all there is to it. It's very much the same thing that I've actually been saying, because the far left and the far right, horseshoe theory is not a theory, it's a fact. They're the same fucking thing. And it's the same thing I've been saying about fascists and the far right. How do you resist them? You laugh at them. You ignore them. You deny them. The advances that they are trying to make. You make them fight for every inch. Same thing with the far left. Just don't give in. Yeah, I made a racist joke. Try me. Instead they whine and bitch and moan because everybody doesn't immediately go along with their racist humor. Grow a fucking pair. Grow the fuck up, man. Like, if you want to tell racist jokes, fine. Own up to it. Be proud of it. Shit, I am.
Old chest.
Yeah, fuck it. I do. Again, you know me. Like, and a lot of you know me personally. I tell racist and homophobic and transphobic jokes all the fucking time. And I'm happy to brag about that. Not because I'm a transphobe. I mean, I've been talking this whole fucking time about how I feel for immigrants and trans people and gay people. No. Because I think it's funny. And most people in my life who are close to me also seem to think so. Because they know that it's in good humor. Context matters. And that goes both ways. This was not on our agenda, but I really wanted to talk about it. Because this is the problem for so many young people. This is why so many young people flock to Trump. My answer to you people, because I sympathize with you. I also, am in college. I also recently finished high school. I know exactly what they're fucking worried about. The mean girls from high school who just want to be popular, they don't exist outside of high school. Yeah, Karen from accounting or HR might be annoying. Deal with it. Grow the fuck up. I've spoken my piece. This was off the agenda, but really wanted to say it. So, there we go.
Fair enough. All in good humor. Take it as such.
Yes. Have you seen this clip of Tim Walz accosting Trump for fucking over the country? I haven't seen the clip, but I saw he posted a pretty long thing on Twitter about how, like, he's fucking a lot of the people of Minnesota.
Oh, he was the person who was supposed to be our...
Bruh.
Sorry.
How do you...
I have a brain damage.
You've also been drinking. I'd like to be. I want some fucking port wine.
I have not had... Oh, that sounds delicious.
I
have
some...
not had an alcoholic beverage for the past... I do not want to reveal how much time. That we have been streaming for a long time. I'll just put it that way.
I would like some port wine, but we're nearing the end, so I don't know if it's the right time to start getting hammered. Might be a little late.
It should not. Probably not. Alright. Is it Greenland time?
Yeah. Do you want me to fill this one too?
Start out with this because I just today found out some pretty shocking information that I believe I got a couple of good sources on.
Fine.
Although I will freely admit this is a bit of hearsay. Admit it's a little bit of hearsay. But you go ahead. You start.
All right. So this doesn't need a whole lot of introduction. In his first term, Trump floated the idea of buying Greenland from Denmark. It was laughed at, jokes were made by pundits and politicians, and we moved on. After the election, he brought this up again. He wants to buy Greenland. He really wants to do it. The thing is, he doesn't just want to buy it. He wants to have it. By whatever means necessary. And everybody thought he was joking, or at the worst, that it was a negotiating tactic for, like, trade deals or whatever. But no, the other day, he had a phone call with the Prime Minister of Denmark, and now the whole country is in crisis mode. They don't know what to do. Because they're seriously worried that America, which, by the way, is their NATO ally, is going to declare war, or at the very least have a special military operation, if you will, to conquer Greenland. Why Greenland? Because Trump feels inadequate and he wants to make his balls feel bigger, honestly. That's the only reason. There's no actual reason. He'll come up with some bullshit, I'm sure. He probably already has. But if we're being honest with ourselves, it's because he feels inadequate. It's like the same reason. Like, why do you drive a truck that big? You live in the middle of the city because you feel inadequate. It's so much of conservatism can actually be explained this way.
Yeah.
But it's true.
It's sad, honestly.
Oh, quite. But still, this is where we're at. That's my introduction. Take it
That's
away.
your introduction. All right, are you ready for this? Do you know who?
You just totally cut out what?
Do you know who Peter Thiel is?
Peter Thiel?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm aware of him. I'm aware of his work.
Do you... Would you mind to elaborate for our 20 lovely viewers?
I don't know that much about him. He's a tech billionaire, Silicon Valley billionaire, like Musk, like Zuckerberg. Very right-wing, he calls himself libertarian. There's not a libertarian bone in his body, but let's give him a little bit of benefit in the doubt and call him a libertarian. He's a big Trump supporter. He was a big donor to his campaign. He's kind of nuts.
He is the CEO of PayPal.
Okay.
Did you know that?
I probably did, but I forgot.
He runs a tech web society. Did you know that?
What's a tech web society? Speak English, man.
Well, I will the instant that my Chrome loads ever since I tabbed out from Minecraft.
Nicely done.
Hold on, give me just a second. I had my list of shit here.
Your shit list, in other words.
Okay. Hold on.
Very funny joke that nobody got.
Okay. So, do you know what Praxis is?
The concept, yes.
No. There is the tech web society that I was talking about. A conglomeration of like-minded people. Kind of like Andrew Tate's The Real World. Do you know what The Real World is, run by Andrew Tate?
I'm mercifully unaware.
Okay. Alright, so Peter Thiel runs this kind of society that you have to pay to get in on. And it's a bunch of like man-bro, venture capitalist nonsense, but with a distinct white supremacist tinge. You know that whole dumb Hyperborea, let's go find the ancient Aryan promised land shit?
Yeah.
That's their whole shtick. That is Praxis's whole shtick. But they are wanting... They are putting a technocrat spin on it. Why am I bringing all this up? This sounds like some conspiratorial bullshit. Sounds like some stuff that you should not buy into. Until you find out that one of the board members of Praxis just got announced. Oh, well, I wouldn't say just get announced. Like, on the 22nd, Ken Harry, one of the board members, was announced as the ambassador to Greenland.
I think I heard about that.
Praxis retweets this saying, well, according to plan. Teal snuggles up to Trump with his own white supremacist flavor bullshit tech bro society, nation builders they call themselves. It is in Praxis's statement, manifesto, that they want to either found or find Hyperborea in the Arctic waste. Now one of their board members is the ambassador to Greenland while we're having this shit going down.
You know,
The exact same type of shit was said about Project 2025.
I have very little trouble
When
believing
was
this,
this
actually. I have very little trouble believing this.
Here it is. By investigative journalist Jenny Cohn. Praxis is a Thiel-backed network state project that aims to build its own nation. In November, Praxis owner Dryden Brown wrote about wanting Greenland for Praxis. In December, Trump named Thiel partner Ken Howry as Denmark ambassador and said the United States should buy Greenland, and Praxis and Dryden are thrilled.
Yeah, I would be too.
You can call it whatever you want. You can call it that he wants to, that Trump wants to fucking, he feels inadequate, so he's got to write his name in the history books by being the most recent president to expand American territory to get what he wants. Or you could write this off as him giving kickbacks to his supporters.
It's a problem that I don't have trouble believing this.
Here's something that makes me mad. You're Alex Jones types, right? Your fucking conspiracy theory QAnon whack jobs are out there going like, government conspiracy, trying to get Americans killed, turning the frogs gay. When confronted with an actual fucking government conspiracy, they're nowhere. As a matter of fact, they're backing it. They're okay with it happening. They see corruption, front face. They see people trying to go to war, front face, and they go, yeah, I'm all for it. Same type of individuals who were okay with us invading Iraq in 2003. Like, sidebar, Saddam Hussein was an awful dictator and we should have, all the way back during the original Persian Gulf conflict, removed him from power because holy fuck, he was awful and he did the exact same shit that fucking Bashar al-Assad did to his own citizens. That being said, creating a thin veneer to go invade an enemy country, or to quote unquote an enemy country, off of false pretenses, ain't it? So now here we are. We are in an age where, as far as we're made aware of, we might in the next couple of news cycles see how Denmark is making secret biological weapons and storing them in the seed vaults of Greenland. And that we need to take control of these facilities and all the mineral rights. Or who knows what else. And it could be because he's inadequate. It could be because he is giving kickbacks to his white supremacist donors. Who knows?
You know, knowing what I know about Nazi Germany and how that all went down, and the role that that very same conspiracy theory, among many others, played in the rise of the Nazis and within Nazi circles, Because, I mean, the majority of Germans, nor a large portion of them, really, none of them ever really believed in this shit. This is very deep lore type shit. But it speaks to where they're at in terms of their mentality. History repeats itself twice, first as tragedy, second as farce. I wouldn't be surprised at all to believe that this is all because of some ridiculous white supremacist conspiracy theory resurrected from Nazi Germany, which in turn was resurrected from, like, ancient Greece or whatever. Where does Hyperborea come from, as a concept? Hyperborea in Greek mythology, yeah. Beyond Boreas. Boreas, the North Wind. Yep.
It's just disgraceful. Oh, shit.
There's Greenland. I could talk about fascism, I could talk about the obsession with territorial expansion. I won't. It's pointless. We've already said it all before. But that's Greenland. We're nearly done here.
Right here, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. My computer's having a small issue, but so long as I can hear, as long as you can hear me, I can be heard. We are good. Alright, so that only leaves two things. A bullet point of what he's done, and some live investigative journalism.
Yeah, that's kind of your project. You're gonna have to help me out here.
Alright. Well, Maya's gone. Rip. She said goodnight.
Yeah, I saw.
Let's, but better patter, let's get at her. So, for the remainder of you who are still here, we're gonna wrap this up a little bit by doing a little bit of live investigative journalism. So, we talked a lot tonight about things that Trump has done and a lot of what he has the potential to do, right? We talked at length. So I thought early on, right before the stream started, that it would be wise for us to kind of have a sit down, have a discussion, but more than likely do our research and show some homework. So I posed a very simple question, which is, of all the things that Trump wants to do, a lot of which he wants to do with military force, can he? Can he actually do? Do we have the military capital, I suppose you could say, to do it? And rather than bringing on an analyst or looking at a few articles and, well, that's exactly what we're going to do. But basically, we've been doing a little bit of this throughout the stream, but we wagered that we would actually try to get to the bottom of it and form our own conclusions. But most importantly, try to show you all, the viewers, a bit of how to cite your own sources, which the right really loves to get us to do. So, with that being said, I will pose a question to Arken, that being, Arken, let us find out, can the United States military actually provide, if Trump wants to do things like invade Canada, invade Mexico, to deal with the cartels, to invade Greenland? Let us research, at the present moment, the state of the U.S. military.
So are we talking about if they're able, from a pure force projection and such standpoint, if they can actually pull it off, or if there's enough morale and such in the military and stuff like that?
A little bit of both.
Because, I mean, I think the first one is a very easy answer. Yeah, Greenland has 50,000 people and we already have a base there. We could probably take it over with relative ease.
But that's not just Greenland, though, is it?
I know. Canada, 40 million people. Panama, however many people.
Let's take a minute.
4 million
I'm going
people.
to run to the bathroom real quick, but I'm going to take this opportunity to look at some things and send to Arken some articles if I can. But at the present moment, I'd kind of like you to demonstrate to the remaining viewerships how you, when writing like an article or something, would go about finding sources to write your article from. This exercise, ladies and gentlemen, is twofold. One, it is to share knowledge. It is to show the process that people like Jacob does whenever he goes and he performs research to cite his sources when writing for institutions, as he is wont to do. But it is also just to demonstrate good practice, to demystify that whole cite your sources stuff that should just be common argument etiquette on the internet nowadays. If that's okay.
Sure.
So this is twofold. The question posed kind of seems obvious, but we're going to approach it from a genuine place of heart. But as of right now, I want to go use the bathroom. I will not be long. Show them. Jacob. Show them how the sausage is made.
Should I make it a break, or should I just start without you?
Start without me. I won't be long.
All right. Let me set up my
Pardon
Google
me?
Doc here.
I will mute, and you will see a world of pure imagination.
Way to mute in the middle, genius. Anyway, all right, ladies and gentlemen, we have our instructions. For the record, we didn't really discuss this ahead of time very much, but I like a good challenge. So, all right. I'm going to close these two tabs out. All right, let's put on the display capture. Boom. We all see fine? Great. So, I'm going to do this as such because I don't write articles and write for institutions as much as he likes to think or say. Mostly it's YouTube. So, I'm going to pretend that I'm writing a script here. And hey, if there's some there, if it ain't too complicated, maybe I will. I make no promises. I expect I won't. But who the fuck knows? So, can the United States win a war in Greenland? This is very much what I call a working title. It would have to change. This is a terrible title for a million reasons. My opinion, anyway. But, alright. So, the way I started off is I start with the topic. So, this would be, I suppose... Hang on a second. What's this? I'll look at that in a little bit. So, what is our topic for this? Our topic is the military readiness of the United States and its capacity, both military, moral. I don't want to use military twice. Both material and moral to wage wars against its neighbors of Greenland, Canada, Panama, and Mexico. You would click on that title. I mean, it's not the worst now I look at it, but I can definitely do better. I have better ideas. I have an idea here that I'm working on that I'm not showing you. It's a secret project for now. It's something I've been typing away at for a while. I don't know if I'll end up actually doing it. This is our topic. I usually don't put a thesis here because it's kind of implied on the topic, but I don't really have a thesis here because I don't know, because this is a topic I don't really read about a lot. So, this is a bit odd. I've never been put on the spot and asked to write something on demand like this. As a video, I've been asked to write things on demand before, but never a video like this. I usually start with a more concrete idea. I need a specific lens, unique lens through which to look at it. The way I think about this, what is the most interesting, unique thing here people overlook? My view, it is, if America does this, if America does these wars, NATO is over. The Western Alliance is over. We are in a new Cold War. China and Russia and Iran and North Korea will be supporting all of these countries that we're talking about going to war against. Canada will become a Chinese ally, and Mexico and Panama and Denmark and the EU at large. Because they have to, because they will be facing a Fascist United States. So if it were me, I have never done narrative storytelling in my scripts until this video that I'm doing right now. I'm getting sleepy. But I very much enjoyed doing it. And I want to incorporate it into more of my videos. So let's start with that. Little set of bullet points. I want to start in some kind of hypothetical scene where the map of the United States looks something like this. Here, I'll show you what it could look something like. Like that. I don't have Hawaii here. Oops. With part of Canada annexed, or maybe all of it annexed. Mexico annexed, and Panama. These are all the places they've talked about invading. And Colombia. Let's just throw that in there for fun. We assume that Central America does not get eaten up in this scenario. This is the United States. This is China. No, Taiwan is not a part of China. That probably is in this timeline. And this can be Russia. These are our three great superpowers. We can also probably stick the EU in there. I can't include the UK. Fuck's sake. Am I going a super roundabout way about this? Yes, but Wilson wanted me to show you people. I know not all these countries are in the EU, but I don't actually remember which ones are and which ones aren't, so... I know, like, Iceland and Norway are not quite, but let's just say they are for the simplicity. For my sanity. This is roughly got the Rise of Nations colors going here. So there we go. Say they capture Georgia. And then you have Iran. With their puppet governments in Afghanistan, Azerbaijan, Iraq, Kuwait. And currently they don't have Syria, but currently they do have Lebanon, and I think they also have Qatar. I don't remember about that. Let's say Yemen. There we go. Here are our spheres of influence. Is this super relevant to this script? No. This map would never end up being used. I'd have to refine it a lot. But this is what I do. I draw so many maps and do stupid shit like this so fucking much just to get an idea of what I'm doing. This was one of the first things I did for the California water crisis video. This map, and there's another version of it with no borders except for the sea. There's another version of it which I ended up using in the video, which was blotched. And, or wait, no, this isn't it. Blotched and simplified, which I think is what I ended up using in the video. I do this kind of crap a lot, so it's not entirely out of the ordinary for me. This is one I used in the Ukraine video. So I would want to put a... Hi, I have not written much, but I'm cooking here.
I've noticed. I was watching the stream while I was voiding my bowels.
Mm-hmm. So did you hear what I said as well?
I was at the point whenever you had brought out the map of California. Bring me up to speed from there.
So you've put me on the spot here, which isn't really how I write. So I'm kind of retroactively creating an idea here.
Which, by the way, I wasn't necessarily intending for you to whip out a script, but I mean, hey, I'm not going to tell you to stop.
Script outline, let's call it for now.
Sure.
I'll probably never end up doing anything with it, but here's the topic. The military readiness of the United States and its capacity, both material and moral, to wage wars against its neighbors of Greenland, Canada, Panama, and Mexico. And you know, let's throw
All right.
Colombia in there too. Panama, Mexico, and Colombia. There we go.
All right, so I'm going to go through a little bit of stuff that I looked up while I was just on the toilet. So I'm sitting here and I'm thinking, all right, let's think about the U.S. domestically. What do I know from my past experiences with servicemen talking about their experiences in the military? What talking points have they brought up that seem relevant to this situation? First thing that I thought of was recruitment shortfalls. Back in the day, or at the very least back last year, it was a very big talking point about that. So what do? I went and go looked it up. I've got some stuff for you right here. As of September the 1st, 2024, this is a little bit outdated, as reported by Vox.com, 3 of America's 4 major military services failed to recruit enough service members in 2023. So they're saying last year, they reported that in 2023, the United States, 4 of our major branches failed to get enough service members. So that's a little bit outdated. What were the targets, though? What are we looking at? Missed the target by 10,000 soldiers. Okay. I looked at the Department of Defense, and I see an article. I looked at the Associated Press in September the 26th of 2024. It says 2 years ago, the Army brought in 45,000 recruits, far less than the 60,000 needed. And last year, it fell again. But then I'm looking at an article posted on October the 31st by the Department of Defense itself at www.defense.gov. Recruitment rises 12.5% despite ongoing challenges. That seems the most relevant for me. I'm going to have a look at it here. Right? Number of recruits fell from 200,000 in fiscal year 2023 to 225,000 to fiscal year 2024, which ended in September the 30th. Had a 35% increase in written contracts, and active components delayed entry program started 2025 with a 10% larger pool. So that's where I'm at thinking in talking in terms of manpower and morale. So for the past 4 years, well, actually a little bit more than that, we've had a recruiting deficit. Associated Press and the Department of Defense themselves, as of, say, 3 months ago, 4 months ago, is saying that we've not only met the target, we're increasing in a surge going into November. I can't find anything else more relevant than that. So it is logical to conclude that our recruitment numbers have stabilized, especially in the avenue of a Republican win. Would you think that would be fair to say?
Yeah.
So that would you then say that would be fair to put in your article? Like, hey, these are my sources, these are the trends, I have no more current information. Obviously, the information is classified to some degree, so I can't go snooping around for it. This is what I've got, right?
Yeah.
So that's one segment of it. That's the material, that's manpower condition sorted. It would be a fair statement to say the United States military of all branches have the manpower to undertake a military action of some degree.
Yeah.
Right? From there, we would get a little bit more complicated. Now, I, from my own personal autism, can tell you that the United States has been slowly shifting from doing what they call counter-terrorist operations, or COIN, to LISCO, or large front operations, to fight like another major power. Mostly because of the war in Ukraine.
Yeah.
Right? But I don't know where we're at on the transition. Again, a lot of that material is classified. So it would again be a fair statement to say that the United States military for the past couple of years has been in a state of military transition to go from fighting counter-terrorist organizations to fighting large-scale operations against another major power. So at the very least, on our outset, our defensive posture, or our posture, is more aggressive. It would only take a cursory look at our military budget to see whether or not that it would require, or whether or not we have the material resources. Although, some context could be applied. You and I both know from our dealings with Ukraine, or at the very least dealings with reporting on and arguing for Ukraine, that the United States has been shipping an absurd amount of munitions to Ukraine and has yet to try and replace them. Factories are being tooled up in order to do that. That, whether or not we would have material stockpiles, we have the money, do we have material stockpiles to do that? And then finally, once we would have all of the research done for those things, we would be headed on another thing like, well, that's all great, but now who are we fighting? This would be a better question that you and I could figure out a lot easier. And here's the big one. Denmark's a NATO member. We are going to attack a NATO member. Same with Canada, but this is about Greenland right now, so shush. Do you think that Denmark could invoke Article 5
Against
and
its
call
own
the rest
ally?
of NATO to war?
So this is a question that
Against its
Bob
own ally?
asked in the chat. Which NATO countries would fight in the U.S. if it attempts all those invasions? Let's not do all of them. Let's do Denmark. Who would come to their defense, realistically?
For sure, all of the
France.
Nordics.
All of the Nordics. France. Not certain about the UK. Ireland positions itself as neutral. Well, that may actually change, because Ireland is a hop and a skip away from Greenland.
Mhm.
In terms of island
And if you're going to
hopping.
add France, you might as well add Germany. I could produce at least 7
No.
articles about the joint. About the
Germany
joint
is
exercise
toothless.
that Germany and France do all the time.
Yes,
Their
but
militaries are linked.
they're-
Whatever France does, Germany will do. Whatever Germany
Yeah,
will do, France.
I don't know that they will, because I don't know that their leadership will. Their leadership is toothless.
Olaf Scholz is in the middle of having a no confidence vote, isn't he?
Fine, but how do we... Isn't that what we said about Angela Merkel? Oh, she'll be replaced by the SPD guy, and they'll be standing up to Russia. And what happened? He has a private fucking phone call with Putin about Ukraine. Like 2 months ago.
But this,
So.
this ultimately, guys, this is kind of how the sausage gets made, doesn't it? You pick a topic, you believe it's so damn easy, and then whenever you get into the weeds about it, it's just like, all right, why am I researching U.S. military defense spending for fiscal year 2024? Whenever I want to know whether or not
I want to show you
our
guys
service
something.
members actually will fight.
I want to show you all something. Actually, maybe I have the... Do I have the original documents? I might have deleted them. Downloads, maybe? I think I did delete them, which is a shame. I really shouldn't have. That was poor practice on my part. Do I have it here? It's the executive order. No, I don't. It sucks. I probably have it somewhere. Or maybe it's in the script. Hang on. Hang on, I'll take
What
my...
script?
The... Can I actually open this? Email address.
Thing 2.
Oh boy, I sure hope I use my regular password, because I don't fucking remember what I put here. I did use my regular password. Good, good, good. So...
That's not very secure, mate.
That's fine, I don't care. It's the California Department of Water Resources, dude. View my requests. It's got my full name and everything. Here. View files. This is what I did. So let me go. Let's take a look at this. I have a number here about a couple numbers about the percentage of water that is spent on almonds and alfalfa, which is a big point in that video about the California water crisis. And this sort of stuff. And all these numbers, which nobody except me actually cares about. I could make them up. If they sound true-ish, It's good enough. Not for me! I'm weird! So, here's what I have. Yeah. I have this, and this. Some poor woman, I don't remember her name, got me this. It's in one of the records. I feel really bad for her. Let me see if I can, do I even have it left here? I have it here. So here's the numbers. This is what I highlighted. This is what I saved. I know that agriculture is 80% of California's water use. So I have to find the numbers of each crop. And then I can pick it out. So 10.4% of that is alfalfa, 24% of that is almonds. So from there it's some simple math. And it comes out to this, which is the percentage of California's water that is spent on almonds. That is how I got that number. God, I wish I did a fucking director's commentary on this. I wish I had you around for that. But that's easy shit. Can I open this through here? No, I can't. What do I open with? Notepad? No. This is the real entertaining shit that y'all came here for.
Oh yeah.
So I had to sort through all these documents. This is the one that that I ended up using. File open. Load. Data for Donuts, which is a very funny name. It's a good YouTube channel name. Is it gonna open up or no? I had other way of doing this. I don't remember what it was. I don't know why it's not letting me open. Point is, I do this shit. I slogged through this crap. Oh, here it is. Just open it separately. There was this, and look at this. Look at this. I had to read all of this. This took hours. This is how YouTube videos are made, ladies and gentlemen. This is how shit happens. So where's me? Where's my my shit in Southern California? Colorado River drought. Is this stuff? I guess I'd be the South Coast. So here. Yeah. This is how this, Wilson seems to like this phrase. This is how the sausage is made. And then there's
how the sausage gets made, ladies and gentlemen.
There's another file I had for it, but I'm gonna open one more. Just one. Since there's 3 of them, I might just well go over all of it. This one might actually be very short. Yeah, this one's fairly short. But that other one was 104 pages in PDF form. That was a great time. I'm gonna, you know what, I'm gonna go ahead and put that in my my files. Seems like a good thing to have, honestly. I'm kind of embarrassed that I deleted it.
You being embarrassed about anything, for shame.
Yeah. So there you go. That's how the sausages make. Can I delete this now?
I guess.
I will.
Are you asking me?
Yeah. We going further with this or no?
I don't really think so. I think media pundits are going to beat this shit to death. A ball-peen hammer.
Probably.
So, I think we're on to our last topic finally.
The bulletin, the bullet point, the summary.
Bullet point.
Is that what we
You
got?
want to take the lead on this?
Oh, I can't remember all of it off the top of my head. I'll start with that. Okay. Alright. Keep me on track because I'm going to repeat myself.
Right.
Mandating that people use their biological sex on all official documents. 1.
Yep.
Pulling us out of the World Health Organization. 2. Pulling us out of the Paris Climate Accords. 3. authorizing or trying to authorize, promising, I should say, to authorize $500 billion for AI research. But we're trying to cut down on government waste, don't you know? That's 4.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, what else? Pardons for the January 6th prisoners, 5. Birthright citizenship ban attempt, 6.
Mm-hmm.
I don't actually know if this was an order, official order, or just directions that he gave to ICE, but mass deportations, 7. Halting all federal grant spending, 8. And that was today. Tariffs on, proposed for now, technically not imposed yet, but tariffs on Colombia, Canada, China, probably Denmark eventually, Panama eventually, Mexico eventually. Actually, not Mexico eventually, Mexico soon, Mexico February 1st. And I believe all countries, actually, he wanted to impose like a base 10% tariff on all goods. We'll roll that all into, what is it? What are we at, 9? 9?
Pretty close.
Invading Greenland, 10. Or taking, I should say, Greenland, 10. Trans-military ban, 11. That's all I have off the top of my head. That's the main stuff. There was something yesterday. I don't even remember what it was. Like, we were talking about the Musk salute thing at the start. I forgot that happened.
Yeah.
It's that one line from Andor. It's easier to hide behind 40 atrocities than one. Bed of nails principle. So much shit is going on. I can't... It's too quick. I can't pay attention to all of it.
Remembers the giant stack of executive orders?
Incredible.
Truly. It's... You haven't repeated yourself any yet.
Pardon?
I said you have not repeated yourself any.
I think that's about it. I think that's about the bullet points.
And every day we're going to wake up to some fresh new hell.
Yeah.
Trump wanted this to be the most eventful first 100 days of any presidency. Well, he's about to get that wish.
He's already gotten it, I dare say. Oh, and there was that whole thing in the church.
Oh, yeah. But that was not him, like, doing
Not him,
anything.
but
He was
still.
getting roasted.
Well, there's people who are calling to, like, punish her. Congressmen, I should say, not random people.
Yeah, I heard about that. That's...
On that note, by the way, and you know, the longer I think about it, the more shit I remember. That one fucking dude from Tennessee. You know what I'm talking about?
I do not.
Andy Ogles, congressman from Tennessee, proposed a constitutional amendment that would overturn the 22nd Amendment, which set term limits for presidents. And the way he wrote it specifically, it's amazing.
How do you write it?
Bro knows that if we don't have term limits, Obama runs again and smokes this dude. So, he wrote it like this. He wrote it like this. No, it's better than that. If you have served one term previously, you can serve 2 other terms after that in a row. Non-consecutive. So one term, then you're out of office, then 2 consecutive terms. That's allowed under this bill. But you cannot have served 2 consecutive terms, then serve a third non-consecutive one. That's where we're at. And it won't pass. But, I mean, let me actually find it. Andy Ogle's amendment. Let me find this fucking thing. It's on house.gov. Kill me. It's to load. It's taking its fucking time.
I just want to say for the 15 people who are still here, y'all are amazing.
Yeah.
Y'all are great. Y'all are the reason that we continue to do this. Y'all pay the bills.
For me.
You really do.
So here it is. No person shall be elected to the office of the president more than 3 times. Okay. Nor be elected to any additional term after being elected to 2 consecutive terms. Okay. And no person who has held the office of president or acted as president for more than 2 years of a term to which some other person was elected president shall be elected to the office of president more than twice. So, that is, by the way, I think specifically aimed at, like, Kamala, because they all thought Biden would die. Acted as president for more than 2 years of a term to which some other person was elected president. Just amazing. Like, look at this dude.
Real constitutional lawyering.
Look at this dude. You just know this dude is, like, creeped on a teenage girl. If not his own daughter. Wow, look at this fucking dude.
Are you posting him?
I have it on the
live?
stream. I have it on the stream.
You gotta catch up.
Look at his shit. No, I'm kidding.
I'm
being,
God.
I'm being mean. He looks like a normal dude in his, what is he, like 50-something?
Probably.
He's 53. He's a normal looking 53-year-old, but like, I hate this fucking, it's a very punchable face.
Oh, yes.
President Trump's decisive leadership stands in stark contrast to the chaos, suffering, and economic decline Americans have endured over the past 4 years. He has proven himself to be the only figure in modern history capable of reversing our nation's decay, restoring America to greatness, and he must be given the time necessary to accomplish that goal. To that end, I am proposing an amendment to the Constitution, blah, 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 blah. The bold leadership our nation so desperately needs. With little children, usually. And not their own.
Jesus. Just Jesus.
There you go. The United States of America.
We are certainly something, guys.
With that, I believe we're done.
I believe we are.
It has been
5
hours and 56 minutes. Your 6-hour estimate was very close.
Well, I've got nothing to say if you don't. This has been an excellent fireside chat. We've had an enraptured audience.
So it would seem.
I think our viewer count numbers have remained consistent throughout, something to the effect of 2021 people.
Our average here would be, we hit, our peak was 33 near the start, about an hour in. And then we dropped to about mid-20s where we remained until the half-hour break, which, by the way, guys, that's fucking amazing that I managed to leave for 30 fucking minutes, and A, 10 of you stuck around, and B, we got back to mid-20s within, let's see, the break ended at 10, and we got back to 20 before 10:30. Before even 10:15. That's nuts. That is discipline on my part, as the person who created this stream and is running it, and y'all who are watching, which is nuts to me. So, this has been very successful and very profitable, dare I say. That's mostly one dude, and about 25% of that will be taken as YouTube's cut. That's still $150 fucking dollars that I just made today. So, I'm definitely going to do this more, and I'm definitely going to exploit Super Chats more. I'm also definitely going to start a Patreon at some point. I have one. It's just not active, because nobody signed up for it at first because the channel was dead. And it's probably for the best, honestly. So, we'll be back. I would like to be back next week, but I can't promise that. I'm trying to do every other week.
No promises has been made.
So I'll try to be back next week, if not that, the week after. I'll be, if I can, I have to test it and how it works with everything, but I will be playing Wolfenstein: The New Order. I'd like to. Campaign.
I will not be on the server, or not the server, I will not be on the stream, I cry.
Yeah, so I'll do a solo stream, but it's chaotic enough doing a single-player story game on my own. I might get you on call if I'm bored. I don't know.
It would be utterly tragic if you were bored during a single-player game stream.
It happens. So, we'll see. We will plan. I will make further announcements over the coming days and weeks. Oh, should I do a little tease?
You should.
Which section?
For the 14... Ooh, that's tough.
What are we thinking?
Into part 2?
Which one? Oh, end?
End
of part 2 or end of part 2 or end of part 3 was what I was thinking. Alternatively, we could do the manifesto.
That's the end of part 3, isn't it?
Yes. Well, but it's the end of part 3, and then there's like 2 minutes of commentary before we get to the transition. Or like a minute.
I don't know. People in the chat, the 13 viewers that are left, what do y'all think? What do y'all think? Without knowing anything, what do y'all think?
This is, for context, for those of you who don't quite understand what we're talking about, this is the Star Wars video that I'm working on. I'm trying to debate what part to peek the sneak and sneak the peek. By the way, the stream next week or week after might be an editing stream. We will see. I don't know yet. I finished the audio recording the other night, so I'm just going to be doing stuff and editing. I've done editing streams before. They're boring as shit, honestly, as a viewer. I can't stand them when other people do it, but people seem to like it, so... Good day, I just walked in the door. You're European, aren't you? We're gonna fucking miss all of our European viewers, aren't we?
Oh, we are, because it's about to be 4.
Yeah, I know. I need sleep. Well, right now I need tea. I have no tea today.
Yeah.
I have 1 cup of tea today. It's not enough.
Take tea with me after the stream. We will relax. We will decompress.
We will. Frankie's been asleep for like 3 hours in the guest room, so...
No, there you go.
Good eye. Another Aussie. Nice. Okay, I was close. Not European. Australian. So people, how about you help us decide? We can either play you probably the coolest part of the video, so far in my opinion. Very short, though. The transition from part 2 to part 3, which is from Bad Batch and Clone Wars to Andor. Or the transition from Nemec's manifesto from Andor, Marva's funeral speech, the Battle of Ferrix, and the transition to part 4, which is not as cool, but it's longer. And I
saw the Legends of the Galactic Heroes characters and thought that Oberstein was his best friend. Oberstein is not his best friend, but he is... Oberstein did nothing wrong, and that's not a reference that Arken understands.
Nope.
All you gotta know is that we got our muses here. You know what? We should show them. We should give them a taste. We should show them the manifesto scene.
Should we?
We should show them manifesto, man.
Okay, it's long.
Ooh, maybe not then.
It's long,
No,
but we
Marva.
can.
Let's do Marva.
Well, you can't really do one without the other. Doesn't really make sense. No, if we do one, we do both. We do the whole thing.
Fuck it. We're doing it live.
Alright, I've had, actually, you know what, I'm gonna leave I have the display capture a little bit smaller than the outside image. That's deliberate, and that's a style choice. And I'm gonna keep it for this because I don't want people ripping this off. Okay. What line do I even start at? Yeah, that's probably the best. Yeah, okay. Do we hear it fine?
As the people of Ferret...
Yeah, we do. Okay. Let's do this. This is, for those of you who haven't watched Andor, y'all might be a little bit confused. It's a very good show. You should watch it. Anyway.
Also, you're not streaming for me on Discord, though I've seen it before.
Yeah, I can, but yeah, you have seen it. So, silence!
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Yet, as the people of Ferrix prepared to lay Marva to rest, the occupation only intensified.
I totally almost just
and
called her
public
Marva, didn't I?
discontent grew. The Imperial forces on the planet were too busy preparing to catch Andor to notice the revolution brewing right beneath their noses. Slowly but surely, people the galaxy
Here, I'll
over
give you a little better
were
view.
being made to see the truth. A truth which one Karis Nemik had written in his manifesto all those months ago.
There will be times when the struggle seems impossible. I know this already. Alone, unsure, dwarfed by the scale of the enemy. Remember this. Freedom is a pure idea. It occurs.
Hang on a second. Bob, if you have not watched Andor, you may want to skip this, because I spoil everything. There's no spoiler warning in this video. Anyway.
Spontaneously, and without instruction. Random acts of insurrection are occurring constantly throughout the galaxy. There are whole armies, battalions that have no idea that they've already enlisted in the cause. Remember that the frontier of the rebellion is everywhere, and even the smallest act of insurrection pushes our lines forward. And then remember this. The Imperial need for control is so desperate because it is so unnatural. Tyranny requires constant effort. It breaks. It leaks. Authority is brittle. Oppression is the mask of fear. Remember that. And know this. The day will come when all these skirmishes and battles, these moments of defiance will have flooded the banks of the Empire's authority, and then there will be one too many. One single thing will break the siege. Remember this. Try.
There is a darkness reaching like rust into everything around us. We let it grow, and now it's here. It's here, and it's not visiting anymore. It wants to stay. The Empire is a disease that thrives in darkness. It is never more alive than when we sleep. It's easy for the dead to tell you to fight. And maybe it's true, maybe fighting's useless. Perhaps it's too late. But I'll tell you this. If I could do it again, I'd wake up early and be fighting these bastards from the start. Fight the Empire!
For the record, that brick he just smacked somebody with is made of somebody's ashes. I love this fucking show so goddamn much. Okay, we continue. I'll actually just play through this whole scene.
As months of pent-up anger boiled over,
Smack.
the funeral procession erupted into chaos. After one of the rioters threw a bomb, the occupying troops began to open fire on the citizens of Ferrix, and what started as an uprising quickly turned into a massacre. Dozens of civilians were slaughtered indiscriminately, and those who were able had to flee the planet, while Cassian, no longer a mercenary, chose to dedicate his life to the rebellion, formally joining Luthen's operation. The revolt on Ferrix did not succeed. It never stood a chance. Though the Imperial garrison was damaged severely, the bloodbath that ensued firmly reasserted their control. But even as smoke rose from Rick's Road and the bodies of the innocent lay in the street, The spark of rebellion hadn't been stamped out. What Luthen helped set into motion could no longer be stopped. Ferrix was just the beginning, the prelude to a new war that was soon to engulf the entire galaxy. But the true start to this war would come far from the brick buildings and scrapyards of Ferrix, on a planet deep in the Outer Rim.
This is as far as I've gotten. There will be narration here, but that is as far as I've gotten. That was like 4 straight minutes, you people got. I'm spoiling you motherfuckers rotten. That was more than 4 minutes. That was 5 minutes. Spoiling you bastards. It's because I love you, so it's fine. Only thing is, I think I should have really... I could have worked on the audio better here. It's way too quiet. I feel like this should be a good, like, 2 more or so. 2 or 3? I don't know. Anyway. Also, Zeroic, the second Australian giveaway, that's a great name for an online username, is saying that he had to keep reducing the video quality. I think that might just be an internet problem for you, or possibly me. I hope not. I've been having internet problems throughout the stream. Not as bad as usual, but have been having them. So there's that. I'm literally editing in front of you people. This is what an ending stream looks like. This is just me manipulating numbers for a while until it looks good enough to me. And watching the exact same segment about 30,000 times.
Deep in the Outer Rim.
It's a really, really interesting stuff, folks.
That's better. I think I like that louder. This transition took so fucking long. Wilson can recall I agonized over it.
I can recall. It was certainly something.
Yeah. We have some bars in this video, ladies and gentlemen. We have some bars.
That we do have. All this and more, you are promised. That is our guarantee. Or your money back.
Here, watch me do a cool editing thing. Ooh, it's gonna be very cool. How do I do... Is that it? Whoa, okay, that's maybe a little much. Let's do like 500 of this. Say 450. And then I center it. That's not centered. Let's try that again. No, it's not working for some reason. Yes, this is the process. It is very boring. This is what I gotta do.
What it is? Adobe Acrobat. Well, it's not Acrobat. This is
It's Adobe. I could
Premiere
not do
Pro.
any of this on Adobe Acrobat. It's Premiere Pro.
Premiere Pro. I'm sorry, the industry standard.
It is a very good piece of software, but I hate it. Mostly just because I have to use it, honestly.
Everyone else who's ever used it.
It's really good. Like I really, if I'm being honest, if I'm not being facetious, I can't complain. It's really, really amazing software for honestly dirt cheap for what you're getting, for the money you're paying. It's just annoying. I'm gonna fuck around with opacity though. You know why? Because I fucking can. try and stop me, motherfuckers. There.
They were expendable.
Maybe without the drop shadow. And then I can up the... This is what I do, I just tinker. Y'all entertained? You want to fucking stream of this shit? Because I can do it!
They were expendable. But the
I
truth...
actually like that a lot. That's really nice. Because I gotta make this 70 as well. Even less, like 40. What do we think, Wilson? Look on the stream for a second. You remember the expendable crosshair?
Yeah.
You know how that was just like a word? I just had to take a page out of Parks's book and do this kind of text. What do we think about this?
I like it.
It's smexy, isn't it?
It is. It is. I like it.
Yeah. If y'all want a whole it's a multi-hour live stream of this shit, I don't give you as much as I'm giving you now, though. This is
They
this is a
sat here
bargain.
and listened to us yap about our own politics.
Yeah. I mean, up to you all, but I didn't need to do that.
What?
I was just fucked up the audio for a while there.
You are intelligent.
I knew that. Okay. Anyway. That
Got to call
all
it?
being done, I believe we're finished here.
I believe we are. Shall I send everybody off, or...
If you want to do it, sure.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the stream. We really appreciate all of y'all's attentiveness, as well as the monetary contributions that came in by the fine and fair Eodas, and Merrick, as well as anybody who was willing enough to sit through and suffer through some ads. Really appreciate y'all. Really helps out the channel. Him more so than I, but hey, I'm gainfully employed, allegedly. So we really wouldn't do this without y'all. But I've been Wilson. He's been Arken, and y'all have been amazing.
This is true. And fecund. In terms of financial donations.
What does their fecundity have anything to do about
The
this?
fecundity of their wallets, my dear boy.
I see.
It's a good word, fecund. Use that word more in conversation. You will not have many friends left, but you will feel good about yourselves.
That's what liberalism is all about.
That's what liberalism is all about.
Feeling good about yourself. Oh. And like that, I've turned into a Republican.
That's how it starts, isn't it?
Yep.
Anyway,
Right,
ladies and gentlemen, yes. Until
Take care and have
hopefully next week, possibly 2 weeks from now. I'll see you fellas later. Adios.
Adios, muchachos.
Buenas noches, compadres.